They say hell hath no fury like a woman scorned, a lesson I've known for most of my conscious life, a lesson I've seen in action for 5 years, and a lesson I've studied for 2. You can see the 2 agonizing years on the shelves. I've seen tales of vengeance, and in my writings I've critiqued those tales, called them counterintuitive, and kind of grandstanded against the topic of revenge. Ironic, is it not? It's always fun to look back at your less polished past, because despite my standing critiques and viewpoints, I never knew what it was like to be the woman scorned until February 22nd, 2022. I was wounded, but slowly the wound became infected, and that was when things took a turn for the worse. And I didn't know it then, but this was exactly by design. I'm Blair TV. Ironically enough, my bread and butter is making response videos to stuff. I've been doing this for like 3 years now, on and off. I've only made like one good video I'd call quality. I'm 17, neurodivergent, and a minor, but who cares? You either know who I am and are wondering why I made a 6-hour video on a SpongeBob episode that I misspelled, so this is pointless, or you know exactly what this is and you don't care and are just waiting for me to fuck up. Bad mindset to enter with. Several months ago, 2 Google Docs were released with a pariah of allegations directed at me. One released on December 23rd, the other released on December 25th. They're like Christmas presents from the upside down. The allegations include maliciously orchestrating a fake relationship, allowing a fake partner to emotionally manipulate a mentally ill individual into self-harm, using said fake relationship as a tool to cause mental anguish to said individual, taking advantage of the emotionally and sexually vulnerable, and having a secret collection of child porn. That pause is the point where you realize that this is not some late April Fool's joke, and we'll be dedicating the next few hours to breaking this down. Of those 5 main takeaways from the Google documents, only one of them is truthful, the rest based on unfounded garbage and even some outright lies. And the one point that is truthful has been warped and heavily stripped of all of the context that justifies it. By the time you know the full context, I don't think you will have much of an issue with it. Besides these facts, I've lost nearly every friend online that I've ever made, and I am terrifyingly lonely knowing that in an instant, without even hearing both sides of a story, people will just ditch you. And the few people I had left, I lost due to the mental fallout completely destroying just everything, including how I conduct myself with people. Even a past lover. Everything everywhere was mostly my fault. I was a very unhealthy person to a lot of people, but this cannot continue. This must end. Apologies for the long and dramatic opening. I'm kind of beating around the bush because I am genuinely very uncomfortable behind uploading this video. As mentioned earlier, I'm a minor, and I'm going to have to go into excruciating detail describing the intricacies of private online relationships with a full hour dedicated to the ones of a sexual nature. And I will have to publicize a few screenshots. I also am going to describe experiences where I was taken advantage of that I have been very afraid to come forward about. With one of the reasons being that if I went forward, my experiences would be dismissed as not a big deal, and I should honestly just get over it and making a way bigger deal about something. And considering the current perception of me and how it integrates into my actions, this reaction is far more likely now than it ever would have been if I had come out initially. I am honestly terrified of this video going public to thousands of people and having them scrutinize the more personal aspects of it, but it's either that or losing respect for a really long time, so please be respectful in the comments. I really appreciate it. And please understand that my smug tone, the quips I crack, and the push R rolling I did as a crutch for the earlier, faster recordings is all for show. I am very scared right now. There's a bunch of links in the description. Here's a quick summary. The first 3 links link to abridged versions of this video. One is a 2-minute video you can watch on the toilet. One is a more traditional Google document for a slightly more comprehensive read, and something for streamers to cover. I implore you to cover this, especially if you cover the original untrue claims. You do fucking diligence. The third link might not exist upon first release. I'm kind of swamped for time, but when the description updates, it will be another document. This time a call-out as opposed to a response, regarding all the terrible things the subject of this video has done to me, all neatly condensed. The fourth link is another Google document cataloging all the sources I cited, and the rest are the documents I cited with the ones about me first before all the others in order. As for the others who came for the comprehensive breakdown, thanks for sticking by. And my calm and reasonable tone definitely won't stick as there's over 200 uses of the word fuck. This video partly doubles as an expose, which you'll notice especially in the second half of this video. And since this is not only a commentary video but a Mauler-like video, I will be making a lot of insults to the subject's intelligence around that point, which isn't the best considering I'm being accused of abuse, but that's standard YouTube insult hurling. I think my insults only start to dig deep on 2 occasions, one of which is the conclusion, the other which is a point made so offensive that I think I can be a bit nasty in response. Also, despite this being a terrible person who's tried to hurt me in a multitude of ways, she's also really funny to make fun of. So forgive me if I don't come across as the serious debunker or the traumatized victim 100% of the time, but sometimes this shit gets really funny, and this video is like 6 hours long about a subject that literally only I care about. I have to keep your attention with some jokes. I was also advised against having this video be Undertale themed, to which I say the alternative is significantly less engaging. And I kinda want people to watch something that's a bit more than image on background for 6 hours. Keep the reference to Mauler in mind, this video was structured very much like one of his videos. I was considering going more Operation Red Herring, but this was far more comprehensive. If you've never seen a Mauler video or one of Cartoonshi's older videos, the middle 6 sections of this video will essentially give a detailed rundown of this entire controversy. Then, every time our friend says something stupid, be it a badly constructed point, an unsubstantiated claim, or an outright lie, pause, then you go on a tangent where we prove this point is poorly constructed, untrue dogshit. These tangents have no limit to them. They go until I've completely said my piece. The vast majority of them clock under 5 minutes, but some go on for as long as 45. And don't worry, I've trimmed away most of the fluff, so nearly 100% of the time you're hearing an actual point. By the way, I've reviewed and fixed the absolute fuck out of this video, but sadly mishaps will still happen. There's going to be at least one occasion where you'll either hear me repeat something, or you'll hear me clear my throat, or even both. I hope the instances you'll find are just small and not too detrimental, and you can have a good laugh about them. Also forgive the audio quality. I may have broke something very important to my basement recording area, so I'm currently doing this from my bedroom on a desk. Expect bumps and terrible audio presets, especially in section 5, good god. You can really tell when a re-record starts because the audio quality will suddenly just shift. Also, there's a few errors, line flubs, and things to add on to, so keep out for text in the video that clarifies a few things. However, the narration is satisfactory enough for me to keep. By the way, this whole video was done solo, while a few points, mostly consolidated in section 6, were helped by someone I call Saul Goodman. Every word was written by me, every edit done by me. In my opinion, it's kind of a cheap move to relegate important things like this to ghostwriters. Respond in your own way. Oh yeah, also I don't pause for many screenshots. While I present screenshots, you better pause to read. I don't want to hit the 7-hour mark today. Maybe we'll pass that mark when we're talking about someone else. Some of you are probably wondering why I sound very different. Fuck you, that's why. I literally sound this way in some parts of the last video. Fuck you. So this is a pretty nice display, right? Me up here with my 6-hour video with 40-minute tangents. Why'd you do it, television? Why didn't you just condense it all into a Google document like you're capable of doing? First of all, this was a complete accident. It was never supposed to get this long. Second of all, I love being a content creator. I love making videos. I love expressing my interests on a public platform. I love interacting with the community. I love making friends with other creators, working with them, when some I've been watching since I was in middle school. And I can't do these things that I love if people believe I'm some kind of psycho predator. Originally my response was going to be concise, but then I realized people would raise questions and try to use those questions to bring back the claims after I respond. So I plugged up those questions, but I kept finding more and more until I realized, if I want these allegations to never be brought up against me again, this is going to have to be an in-depth and comprehensive analysis of everything surrounding the subject, the situation, and the allegations. So that's what you're about to watch, as well as proof that you believed a smear campaign by someone who sexually abused me, attempted to emotionally manipulate me, stalked me online, mocked me post-abuse, and has a demented psychotic obsession with me to the point where she'll exaggerate and fabricate any negative thing about me as a means to justify her obsessive anger over the fact that I got my well-deserved revenge on her. So whatever you're doing alongside viewing this, keep the visual open and enjoy the next 6 hours of your life. On January 22nd, 2021, well over 2 years ago, holy shit, it was the day after the release of You Can't Defend where I started pre-production of my next big project. It was about this dude named Supersonic 1014 who existed in the Steven Universe community who did a lot of stuff. Like a lot. It's been over 2 years and it still hasn't released because covering and analyzing the entire case is about as hard as attempting to 100% Elden Ring without taking any damage on your first try when you've only ever played New Super Mario Bros. 2.
But it's becoming increasingly obvious. I can deny it no longer! I am small.
I learned that due to my small stature and the gargantuan runtime that the project would immediately die on release. So in mid-2021 I learned that I needed a community to help bolster the project, and since this was a commentary video, logically the commentary community on Twitter is where I should make my home.
I'll canvass all the seediest lowbrow dives in town to find my minions, and I know just how to speak their language.
The commentary community is filled with intelligent individuals who understand how to properly handle online allegations. So I shifted my Twitter persona onto there. Set up shop. Plan to make as many connections as possible, release the video, have a safety net, then leave on good terms. It was easy to get in, especially since I already had a good friend there. This is an image of my featured tab from April of 2021 until I deleted it mid-December 2022. It was organized by how close I was to the specific creator. Of course, the inclusion of Misanthropony is laughable now, but he's not the only individual I've fallen out of sorts with. Meet Pieman, who now goes by Piegirl. Like myself, we had both influenced our content from the editing style of content creator Emperor Lemon, so when we encountered each other we had reason to be friends. She had this whole troubled backstory about how she told a 12-year-old that she was turned on by them while she was 15, and the big but disgraced content creator John Swan attempted an operation to ruin her online reputation and unwittingly push her to the brink of suicide over something that she really should have just been dressed down for. We hit it off in March, and she was an honorary 3rd place in the Library of Connections. She was a dimwit, she had bad takes, she pretended to be racist for some fucking reason, she made a stupid video on Logan Paul. She called an 18-year-old sexing a 14-year-old on par with pirating a film because the age of consent in Egypt is 14. But aside from the mountain of red flags, she was my friend in the strange new world, and in every controversy I tried to help her out. Whenever she needed help, I was there. Whenever she tried to kill herself, I was there. She was one of my closest friends, and she squandered everything that stood for. 2021 was also a period of time where I was exploring my sexuality. It was occasional and usually healthy. I think you know where this is going. One of the sexual partners I made was someone by the name of Lucy. I never saw something out of the ordinary with him. Just for reference, he was 17 and I was 16. We had a rather sexual relationship over the end of 2021 and beginning of 2022. Explicit imagery of ourselves was exchanged, and at times it felt like he was pressuring me to do so. I'm not saying I was manipulated into it, but it felt kind of weird at times. I never saved any content, it's shitty stuff to do. But behind my back, Lucy did, and was leaking the images behind my back to Piegirl. Ironically, someone who just a few days before I learned of this sexually harassed me and pressured me into sending them images after I posed the idea and backed out of it because it made me uncomfortable. They had this entire plan to continue doing this to me for, I don't know. Now I know what you're thinking. That's not like Piegirl, even though I only just learned of her existence. She must have been reluctant or pressured against it. Nope. She was fully on board. In fact, when she learned that LMM Skits was attempting to rape Grayson, a 14-year-old, had videos of 10-year-old children being raped saved onto his computer and possessed an attraction to children as young as 6, it took Piegirl an entire fucking day to come to the conclusion that this person needs to be outed. A, for reputational reasons, and B, because she didn't want it to stop. For a full day, Piegirl's broken, selfish morals genuinely placed that shit over outing a dangerous possible rapist pedophile. Incredible! I don't feel as if I have to state how terrible of a thing this is to do to someone. Lucy's actions of leaking are self-explanatory, but Piegirl as well. She wasn't just a viewer, no, she was using someone to siphon these things without people's consent. It doesn't matter if she didn't specifically say, "Hi, since I can't get any news from people, you should play around with their consent and send them to me." Hell, Pi denies asking for it. But even if she didn't, she was still a 100% willing and participant part of the operation, just with Lucy in charge of when and what was sent at his discretion. It was both their choice to do this, and one could not exist without the other. A good chunk of their criticisms and buzzwords overlap, thanks to their symbiotic relationship. And overall it paints a picture of two really deplorable and disgusting individuals who deserve nothing but scrutiny for the terrible things they've done to myself and many others. By the way, just to clarify, Piegirl was 16, nearly 17, while I had just turned 16 about 4 months prior. February 22nd, 2022, Piegirl released a Google document about everything I've just described. The entire small commentary community absolutely devoured Pi. No, in fact, because of all of Pi's connections, the controversy worked its way up the commentary totem pole with figures like Nicholas Diorio, John Swan, Augie RFC, and Turkey Tom commenting on the matter, with the latter two going on to make videos about it. In fact, the drama was so out of control that even everyone's favorite drama news show host, DJ Killer Keemstar, commented on it. And that's right, Piegirl was such a disgusting piece of shit to me that Keemstar even shared his opinion on it. Also, Ethan Ralph talked about it because she made a video on him and he's a sensitive crybaby. But yeah, everyone shot on Pi, no one defended her. Her reputation was over. Yet for some fucking reason, she refused to leave the internet. For 3 weeks, Pi kept pretending to leave and never leaving, until my patience and now uncharacteristic level of kindness began to wear thin, and I chewed her out to the point where she realized that she had majorly fucked up and scurried away. By this point, the full impact of her actions had finally damaged me, and I could definitively say that her actions heavily traumatized me. Its effects were almost immediately apparent. I began to notice hyper-attachment, trusting no one, yet trusting everyone plagued how I operated, with nothing to fall back upon my usual sexting and nude exchanging, although now only receiving photos for obvious reason. What once was a habit was something I felt I had to do all the time. I was and am a wreck. What I needed in that moment was something truly stable that wasn't a crutch but a genuine commitment. Like a partner. An individual I could rely on and have them rely on me. Someone that I can sink emotional investment into and have sink emotional investment into me. Essentially someone to keep me from going completely under. And by God was I blessed, because just 5 weeks after the incident, I got into a relationship with a lovably dim-witted Hassan Piker stan. That relationship lasted for 2 months.
Yeah, it's rebound time.
Double down on the degeneracy until I find someone new, and well, a rather interesting mutual degenerate shows up. Their name is Very, and they're the final piece of our puzzle. They're strange, they're silly, they draw gore of Turkey Tom. What's there not to like? So we begin to spend time together playing Minecraft. And remember that hyper-attachment? Yeah, the two of us became really close really quickly. But there's one major issue present in our friendship that's going to cause trouble one way or another. They are very good friends with Piegirl, the very same sexual abuser responsible for the trauma that got me here in the first place. I don't really do much of it, I sort of tolerate it, but it had to come up at some point. So when the topic of abusive individuals comes up, I spill my guts. I tell them what she did, how it impacted me, and heavily imply that I'm not comfortable with the two remaining friends. I don't think it was that unreasonable of a request. It's a pretty accepted boundary in friendships that friends don't pal around with their friends' abusers, especially whilst they're very clearly still affected by the abuser's action. You know what else is a boundary in friendships? Not being too pressuring. I mentioned the ordeal once after this, simply asking what they're going to do in regards to that, and then I left it alone. Around a week later, I realized I developed feelings for them. In response, what they essentially said was, I feel the same way but can't do a relationship. And that should have been the end of our story, until one day later, in a complete contradiction to everything established, I was informed that Very had entered a relationship with Piegirl. The initial heartbreak subsided as a feeling of anger that someone I genuinely considered a very close friend would blatantly lie to me and get with an individual that they know causes a mountain's worth of pain for me. In response, they told me that this was a panic decision, although feelings were present, and that they'll get out of it as soon as possible but not cut ties. After a lot of fighting, we agreed that in a few weeks this ordeal would be mostly over. I really should have dropped them for this. It was absolutely a violation of boundaries and a shitty thing to do to a friend, but they meant the world to me, and I couldn't bring myself to. While Piegirl was gone, and while she was coming back, she was so stricken with grief that according to her, whenever she saw my username, she burst into tears. Now, of course, Piegirl decided to showcase that quote-unquote remorse by mocking her victim publicly. And when she was called out for this, she decided to respond by continuing to mock her victim. So if she did feel remorse, all attempts at conveying it are counter-fucking-intuitive. She's a complete wreck with almost no friends after what happened. Then she begins rebuilding connections and things seem to be getting better for her. As you can see by this graph, that I snatched from her Twitter before it was deleted, things started getting good. Almost as good as things were before. Damn, I guess she got over that guilt quite quickly. Until July. The beginning of the month and the prior month were pretty solid and pretty familiar. It was almost like nothing ever happened. Fantastic. Then, an assassin whose identity is still unknown to this day managed to snag Pie's personal information, and out of what could be nobility, but let's be honest, is most likely fucking malice, forwarded a video with a few inaccuracies to her extended family. Her life was effectively ruined. She was outed as trans to her family, and her extended family believes her a racist pedophile. She could only really talk on a rarely used laptop and eventually a Nintendo Switch. In this state, she revealed that she had feelings for Very and Very agreed to a relationship as a panicked decision out of fear that they'd A, never see her again, and B, that saying no would result in Piegirl killing herself. Very has a savior complex that's more selfish than you think and feels that they need to fix every broken soul they know. So Pie believes she's in a relationship and Very's lying to her as a means to help her and promises to leave as soon as the timing is right, which should be in a couple weeks. 2 months pass, the timing is still not right. I, still under the impression that this is a real relationship they want to leave, tell them that I'm feeling really uncomfortable about this. Of course, they don't budge, and we have this massive fight that lasts for 4 days where Very revealed that they faked everything. Their friendship with me and their relationship with Piegirl out of a fear of being abandoned. All the care and genuine love I'd sunk into this person that they claimed was reciprocated was an absolute lie. But one of us had to tell Piegirl, and Very was not going to be the one to do it. It had to be me who relayed the information. I was thinking of ways to go about it when I had an idea. What if I have a little fun? What if I told her? I intentionally made it sting. After all, this person has seriously harmed me, and the relationship has put a close friendship into jeopardy. It's hitting her weak point, but hey, I think after everything, especially after publicly mocking my trauma, she deserves it. However, at the moment, Piegirl has no online presence, is dealing with crazy finals, so as eager as I am to rip the facade from her, no can do unless I want to do, actual really serious damage, when the intention is more so to make her feel the same feeling she made me feel. So essentially, in order for this to work, I have to wait for Very to give the all clear once Pie graduates, which Very says should be in a couple weeks. 2 months later, again, it's Thanksgiving and Very has completely flipped out. The good news is I finally got the all clear to do it. The bad news, Very is objectively abusing me at this point. In an attempt to push me away, they hit a snag. My extreme trust issues, courtesy of Piegirl and now the fake friendship, and using the trust issues in every piece of private information I had given them to emotionally hurt me. Tell me how weak I was and how easy I was to manipulate. And convince me that it was all my fault that I had been victimized by them. I just begged them to stop and they wouldn't. And I felt I couldn't leave because of how much this person meant to me, which they in turn weaponized. Today is currently August 17th, 2023. The video is basically complete, save for a few edits. It's been that way for 2 days. Thanks to Discord fucking sucking, it looks like Very's deleted account has now become permanently unrecoverable as of a few days ago, which might be a massive problem moving forward. However, right now, this terrible experience, and another recounting of it around the 6-hour mark, will have no evidence. Not the best set of circumstances. However, I did manage to snag one screenshot several months ago. Here it is. I don't think this entire experience should be completely discounted, however, because the actions I've described are in character with what I can substantiate, as well as the screenshot, which falls under that category. I have no reason to lie about this, and it would be pretty hypocritical to fabricate abuse allegations in a video calling someone out for fabricating abuse allegations. I think this should be treated as truthful. This lasted for about 5 straight days. During this time, it came to my attention that Pi had carved Very's name into her arm several months prior without informing them. And when she finally did, Very was so happy that when she suggested to do so again, seemingly was on board with the idea. I told them not to do it on several occasions, and they told me that they wouldn't do it. Blair will remember this. So at the end of the week, the intention was to reveal everything on Saturday the 3rd, leave Very on Sunday the 4th, and move on to a healthier path. And that's exactly what happened. Okay, I know this is the recap section, but we gotta get something major out of the way because it's going to be a nightmare for the very near future. Whether or not Piegirl would be considered an abuser. Now, Lucy's actions can easily be classed as non-consensual pornography, the act of non-consensually leaking people's nudes. Multiple sources class this as online sexual abuse. Lucy's my abuser. Now, with Piegirl, it's a lot more complex. Now, the act of viewing someone's nudes without their consent is not automatically sexual abuse. Hell, it's not even automatically bad. The least extreme manner of doing something is, say, little Reddit Jimmy gets a leaked OnlyFans Belle Delphine photo shown to him when he didn't intend to look at it. Nothing wrong with that. If you have an issue with that, you need to get your head checked. What determines if something is abuse is the relationship between the two individuals, be it in relation to authority or trust, and the severity of the action committed. The first initiating factor that determines severity is intent. Say Jimmy intentionally looked for leaked Belle Delphine videos, and let's say he did this several times over a period of several months. That's a little worse. But if you think Jimmy is abusing Belle Delphine, you've lost your marbles. Belle Delphine is a sex worker. These are not private, intimate photos meant only for trusted individuals. This is actual pornography, which is not a sex act, but a business. Content for paid consumption, and leaking the image is more akin to piracy. If I were an adult content creator and an actual adult and my content was leaked, if I were to say I have 500 abusers for every individual that viewed the leaked content, my intelligence quotient would probably be in the negatives. So it has to be intentionally viewing someone's intimate photos a lot to be abuse, right? Still no, that makes the leaker the abuser finally, but that does not make the viewer the abuser, although it does make them a shitty person. Based on my knowledge of types of abuse, here's what I would define as being abusive in this context. There has to be a sizable level of trust between the viewer and the victim, be it a boss or someone's good friend. This way, it's not just violating some rando's consent, it's violating your close friend's trust in them, consent, and abusing their relationship. Check. The individual supplying the images needs to be directly connected to the viewer as well. More of a supplier than a source. This way it's effectively like using the friend as a means to siphon the image as opposed to viewing them whenever a new drop comes out. It has to happen more than once. Piegirl is a fucking idiot. Throughout multiple times in both the document we're about to tear into and the original document that sparked this whole ordeal, Piegirl mentions an event that went on for a specific amount of time, but despite the fact that exact dates are important parts of allegations and the literal fucking baseline for a large chunk of my own document, she just states that the events happened for, a few months, actively withholding important information because I don't fucking know. These documents are treated like Discord DMs. This piece of shit literally concludes by saying, so yeah. There's no competence press, so let's say that based on a few months that she started doing this on November 22nd, 2021, and I'm being extremely generous. Well, I engaged sexually with Lucy for the first time in late-ish November, and I actually can't remember the date because this account is dead. Piegirl states that many people were victimized by the two of them. Now, of course, she doesn't specify, so we're gonna have to assume that it was around 6 or 7. Thanks a lot, Piegirl. A new person was victimized on average of twice a month. If this ordeal was that frequent, then my multiple sexual interactions with Lucy between November and February mean that Piegirl most likely did this to me, specifically on more than one occasion. Although this is built on very flimsy evidence, likely check. In terms of abuse, her actions were far lesser than most forms of abuse, like this ain't no French girl, but just because it's not extreme or traditional abuse, doesn't make it not abuse. Unless you want to argue to me how a close friend of the victim using another close friend to exploit the victim's trust in the both of them in order to non-consensually access intimate sexual material of them multiple times over multiple months is somehow not abuse. Oh yes, and just as a little cherry on top, in a document from August, she expressed jealousy that other people were sending news amongst themselves, but not with her. It's likely that this is why she did it in the first place. They get the sexual favors she desperately wanted, whether or not people consent. Jealousy and urges drive her. But Blair, how did she take advantage of... She took advantage of my trust in Lucy in order to repeatedly view the material on multiple occasions. Lucy took advantage of my trust to send him photos to Piegirl. Moving on, okay, man, symbiotic relationship, blah, blah, blah. Again, what Piegirl and Lucy put me through was sexual abuse, and the two of them are my abusers, but in terms of comparing different forms of abuse, it's objectively on the tamer side. But just because something is a tamer form of abuse doesn't make it not abuse, you know? I honestly felt a little entitled at first when using the term to refer to this, despite it meeting those understandable criteria, but when I spoke to a couple grooming victims and multiple rape survivors, people who have been through far worse than me, they collectively agreed that yes, Piegirl abuser. I don't want people saying I'm going too hard on this person, or buzzwording normal teenager behavior, or overreacting. I am fucking tired of people downplaying the abuse this person has put me through. Teenagers can abuse other teenagers. This is not just 6 hours of abuse jacketing. I have sources, and I have many more examples besides this. Want to know one? Piegirl's complete lack of outward remorse. Actions can speak louder than words. Sure, Piegirl talks big game about how much remorse she feels, and I personally believe her, but she decides it would be a good idea to mock her victim publicly. Why? Because she has a hunch. A fucking hunch that I might like her partner a little. Her fucking victim, dude, who she knows is very traumatized. So you should all be commending me for taking as long as I did to snap at her. Because holy shit, dude, this person is an absolute cunt who deserves to get what's coming to them. How respectful for someone I can now objectively refer to as an abuser. Yeah, I was gonna go through with it. The plan was simple. Get in, deliver the information, have a little bit of fun, then get out. This was going to be delivered in 2 sections. Section 1, I revealed that Piegirl's partner had been faking it. Section 2, she has a confrontation with Very. Very and I get into a call together so that they have a front row seat, and Very poses as invisible, and roughly 15 minutes after I'm done, Very, quote, arrives on the scene. Pi logically has some confrontation with her. Very shows no remorse, but isn't needlessly cruel. I don't want to hurt her too much. The plan was to connect this back to what she did to me, but I kinda forgot. Then we both block her and the mission is complete. If you're wondering why my audio quality is even worse than usual, that's because I am recording on OBS and don't give a shit enough to learn the audio editing techniques. The reason I'm on OBS is because, well, you people want a screen recording. So, just to clear this shit out, just to clear this up first, this account is Very. It has been around 24 hours since Very has deactivated their account. Today is April 15th. Hey look, just 11 days after their anniversary. Pretty awesome, if you ignore everything else, but like... Okay, so Very's user tag is deleted user A156287 lowercase d. Just to prove that this is Very, I'm going to type in the word Very, and as you can see, there are 423 results for that. And most of them are just me referring to that. Like, do you want to know some things I never told you? Let her grieve. This is just part of the op. You're gonna see these later. I need a hug. Yeah, you know. So, and these go all the way back to, June. And, yeah, as you can see, yeah, they go all the way back to June. So unless this was some deep cover-up that predates Pi's relationship with Very, then this is a legit person. It looks. I just skipped back because some of the DMs are like incredibly cringeworthy. So there are 2 other deleted accounts. This one right here is Nekokoda's old account. Like, I can really prove that. Like, look. I find like she listened to like a Has Been Hotel song, and we talk about our rivalry. It was sort of a long running bit. And this account right here, this is actually pretty funny shit. So this account right here joined Cartoonshi's server once, just to promote some stupid like 2D game, and then they deactivated their 6-year-old account, and they were just gone. But anyways, we're actually not going to be focusing on Very's account right now. We're going to be focusing on Pie's account. I just need to get that cleared up. Okay, this is currently take 2 of this whole scroll through. I kind of fucked up the last take, so let's do this again. Okay, so this is the real Piegirl. She's shown you these DMs, but just so we're clear, real Piegirl. I can scroll through other DMs, yada yada yada, blah blah blah. I can like do not disturb. I can hover over that. She's in one server, Jalen's server. She's friends with people. She's still friends with Dingo for some fucking reason. Very's DMs look different, by the way, because I scrolled up. Because again, second take. At 7:37 Eastern Standard Time on December 3rd, 2022, contact was made, and I explained I had stuff to say before we permanently cut ties. This wasn't just avoiding the talk. There were things I genuinely wanted to air out before I did what I intended to do. I wanted to know why she hadn't left, despite the risk that staying causes her. Then I answer my own question. Then we move on to another topic, the bio. At least 5 days prior, she changed her Twitter bio to Cucker of Televisions, which is a profoundly cuntish move when you consider the fact that Piegirl was openly mocking the individual she sexually abused and caused a profound amount of trauma to because she thinks I have feelings for her partner. She's right, but to be that much of a piece of human garbage over what's just a hunch is just fuck you. She says that after what she did, she became obsessed with me and is in love with me, but also hates me because she can't be friends with me and is jealous because other people are friends with me. I'm not gonna rip this apart because she's at least self-aware to recognize how irrational the thought process is, although I don't personally think she can recognize when it shows up all the time. She also expresses that the community has welcomed her back, and even people who made videos telling her to piss off like Turkey Tom essentially said that they're fine with her being around. Cool. Then she reveals that she just tells people that I was her victim despite me begging her not to because she's friends with the people in question. Go fuck yourself. Okay, maybe telling your partner and best friend is fine, but disclosing that private information that can very well be utilized as a method of public humiliation to people just because I trust them without considering the relationship between that individual and myself is appalling. You don't get to make that decision. You are not the victim here. You do realize that one of the people you informed do not like me. You just outed your victim to someone who does not like them.
Wow! Incredible!
Initially, while talking to her, I felt sympathy and almost didn't go through with it. It was only after realizing that not doing so meant condemning her to possibly having another chance of carving occur. But after this shit, every last seed of doubt just dissipated. So, I made the reveal. First, I spent a while just hammering home the concept of revenge and how what I am about to do is equal to what she did. After a really cheesy line, which is gonna be really funny once you understand it, I substantiate it. I substantiate it while giggling occasionally. I do this partly to taunt her and partly because, full disclosure, I'm having fun doing this. She demands receipts, I give receipts. Note that the later screenshots were only sent with the intention of explaining Very's motivation, as I have a little blurb going over their motivation. I'm clarifying this because every subsequent screenshot of Very and I talking was sent because Piegirl wanted the least nice ones, and I started sending screenshots of them showing very visible contempt for her to increase the amount of pain I'm delivering. I need to restate, these screenshots are for the very showing contempt for Pi screenshots. Keep this in mind for later. I expressed genuine shock in a mocking tone that she was rather surprised because she was quite aware that Very showed her no affection. This is rather victim blaming on my part, and I take full responsibility for mocking her here. There's a reason why that kind of marked the end of the mockery. I tell her that I'm going to send the nasty ones and eventually all. She asks me to send all. I don't really say send all. I tell her that I know about the cuts and allude to Very's abuse of me the prior week. I ignore her inquiry about it and keep sending screenshots of Very hating them. I take a long time to give each screenshot because I forgot to gather them despite having planned this out for the whole week. Very sure enough to make fun of me for that in the call. I mention having planned the whole thing as a result. Keep that in mind. The rest can kind of be given a quick summary. She asks to be friends again. I say no, and that all the screenshots of Very being nasty are all because she needs to understand that Very hates her. I ask if she's going to go public. She says no and starts to cry. This isn't sarcasm. I genuinely think she's crying. So yeah, 4 more screenshots explaining Very's history of doing this to other people. Then she stops responding. I boast that I'm finally free. So yeah, another screenshot. Another 4 screenshots. These 3 are about to be really funny. Then she stops responding. I boast that I'm finally free from the pain and tell her not to do anything. On to step 2, Very's involvement. After 15 minutes, Very awakens and gets into a call with Pi. What is up, muchachos? It has been about 2 months since the last take. 2 months and 10 days. Because I kind of fucked up the last take, so this is take 3. Now, I assure you everything's still the same. This is still Very, A15687, lowercase d. And they added the old display name thing. Just GXC it. Unfortunately for me, it is fucking glitched. There we go. Everything is better now. I assure you the status quo is still the same. This is still Piegirl. She just has an Across the Spider-Verse profile picture. She's gone from having 9 mutual friends of mine to 12 mutual friends of mine because people are starting to tolerate her again. Like Bunk, for instance. And don't even get me started on Dr. Sleepyhead and that little commission back in 2023-63. But the reason I'm doing another take around 2 months later is because of how I kind of made myself look like a damn sociopath. Okay, so here's the deal. After 15 minutes, Very becomes visible again and they call together. I ask Very not to mention that my reaction to the cutting, but I don't give a shit anymore, man. My reaction is fine. But I do admit one thing that's kind of unsavory, but it doesn't really matter. You'll hear about it in a sec. Now, over the next 20 or so minutes, Very is a fucking cunt, essentially. Very intentionally instigates Piegirl, someone who is under very extreme emotional distress. And, not only that, but they attempt to coax Pi into telling Very to their face exactly what Very did. And may I remind you, this is while she's essentially crying. But all this information is just relayed back to me, but I don't seem to do anything. Well, so that's kind of really fucked up on my part, right? Well, look, I mentioned earlier that this whole spooky evil plot was in fucking shambles. It was falling apart as it was being executed, and I was panicking the whole time. I even used the wrong screenshot at one point. By the time I had taken a break from talking with Pi, I just began playing GTA 5, just focusing on that so maybe my heart rate would decrease. As you can see, there are multiple gaps of up to 5 minutes. One of them, this is a 5-minute gap where I don't say anything. This is a 7-minute gap where I don't say anything. I don't normally put all my focus into a video game, but now is a really important time. So when I periodically looked over, I just genuinely didn't see the gravity of the situation. It took about 20 minutes, but then I did. And once I did, I attempted to pull the plug. And after that point, Very doesn't really do that anymore. Pi brings up the carving and specifically uses the word leg. Keep this in mind, it's going to be important later. I tell Very to cut it back after realizing how fucked up they're being. Very says that she's doing it to herself. As you can see, I'm just fucking shitting myself right now, like I'm mentioning the Spider-Man quote. I don't know what I'm doing, man. Pi begs to learn about Very's abuse of me, which has nothing to do with her. Don't worry, Pi, Don't worry, Pi, I won't hold it against you. You're in distress. You're all good in my book, buddy, aside from all the other heinous shit you have done and will do. So yeah, they just keep talking about me, and then Pi says, I want to ruin Blair. I say I didn't even do anything, I'm just the messenger, which is true, I guess, but like, the message was the weapon. I don't know why I'm downplaying that shit. Really dumb move on my part. And then Very just leaves. And then I ask... No. I forgot about this. I fucking forgot about this. Very's very cruel, once again, and... No, Very was harsh. No, fuck you, you stupid bastard. You're being harsh, but yeah, Very's yellow, by the way. But yeah, Very's being harsh by calling her meaningless. Like, and then after that, Very just leaves. And I advocate for Very to block her so the situation is diffused. And boom! That's the end of the Very side of the op. Well, I call it an op, but it's not really one. Like, it's not really that. It doesn't have an op structure. But yeah, Very was incredibly cruel to Pi, crueler than I wanted them to be. After realizing the severity of everything, I put an end to it. I mostly put an end to it. At least to my knowledge, because Very probably did a lot more that I didn't know. But I wouldn't have reason to suspect that until the first document dropped. The intention was to, give her that closure, but it didn't really work out that well. So, back to me from 2 months ago. After this, I DM Pi in regards to the ruination comment, telling her that it's not worth the fight, A, because we're even, and B, because, well, she's gotta lose. She mentions not caring about my feelings and asking how what she did fucked me up so hard. Yeah, that's the feelings there. I give off a really bad explanation that's mainly Very-centric because I hadn't done much reflecting on the situation and Very's abuse was still fresh. So yeah, winding down, I explain how I figured out how she works with all the e-dating and stuff. She begs to be my friend again. And I call her an abuser, which she denies, and we're done. Oh, and by the way, I completely forgot to mention this. It's August, by the way. Immediately after I pulled what I pulled, I messaged Piegirl's best friend, Vlizo. I told Vlizo to do me a favor and check up on Piegirl, make sure she's safe. I alluded to getting some form of revenge on Piegirl, doing something to lift a weight off of my shoulders. My main priority was to make sure she didn't do anything extreme like attempt suicide or self-harm, and she genuinely needed people there. Revenge is revenge, but I don't want to seriously hurt people. That is not my business. I do not like hurting people. Hurting bad people is all good and fun in my book, but she needs to be safe as well. She does deserve being safe. Anyways, on Sunday, Very and I had a rather heartfelt conversation and then cut ties. After a while, Pi began to tease that Very was abusive and was going to publicize all of the information. Instead of doing that, Pi wrote a broken document on the person that used the information that the person was emotionally manipulative as a means to get back at someone and barely pay any attention to the actual emotional manipulation. This document is an actual mess of condemnation where no wrongdoing is present, unsubstantiated claims, and naked-eye visible lies that somehow manage to fool an entire community of people that analyze serious allegations. I've given you all the information you now need. it's time we rip this turd a new one. Just something to point out first. If a screenshot has this profile picture drawn by White Glove, yes, I know, that means it's one of these screenshots I sent Piegirl with the intent to showcase how very hates her. If a screenshot has this picture drawn by the wondrous Cobalt Amai, it means that Piegirl took it for the Google Doc. And if the screenshot has this epic Undertale profile picture drawn by yours truly, that means that I took the screenshot. Well then, enough dilly-dally. Let's go! We open with some introductory jargon.
Hello. You might know me as Pi, and helping me with this document is Cami and a couple others who have proofread it.
In the first line, we're introduced to the writers, Piegirl of course, but also someone by the name of Cami. Who is Cami? Well, Cami will call himself a media analysis creator. I bet there's at least one of you who has encountered his video on Sandman. As of recently, he now goes by Infixed, so that's what we're going to call him. Like Piegirl, he got into his own controversy in 2022 that, like Piegirl, different controversy was sparked by John Swan. This specific controversy involved him sexting a 15-year-old girl while 18. The common consensus in the community is that what he did was fine. Me? I personally raise a ton of eyebrows at 3-year relationships when one or both of the people are minors. So while yes, it is weird, it's not enough to cancel the guy for.
Anyway, if you're in the small commentary community, you'll probably know who Blair TV, at Blair Television on Twitter, and Vari, at very least on Twitter, are. You'd also know that I was in an online relationship with the latter from early July to mid-December.
In the second line, we're given the two subjects of the docs and Pi's relation to the latter subject. It also expects the reader to be in commentary and familiar with who all of these people are.
A few weeks ago, I was informed by Blair TV that this relationship was a facade. What first was the result of Vari's savior complex became a organized by them and Blair. Vari's motive being psychopathic entertainment and Blair's being revenge for my actions with the Lucci S8 Tanakantifa situation back in February of this year.
Line 3 also has a very big issue that I won't go into at the moment. Line 4 is the intention of the document, and goes beyond the goal of just providing the screenshots, but also proving that I myself am an emotional abuser, that I was complicit in Vari's abuse that was outright physical.
Here I intend to expose this malicious operation and prove that Blair was complicit in the emotional and physical abuse I suffered from Vari, as well as that Blair is an emotional abuser who manipulated me for vengeful purposes.
Line 5 is relatively unimportant.
But first, a bit of a history lesson.
On to Section 2. Section 2 is just information I've already given with no significant difference or errors aside from her getting the month of a return incorrect, sort of, but not really.
Blair and I were good friends for almost a year, meeting each other in March 2021 and having our friendship ended in February 2022. The reason our friendship ended was an incident that occurred in relation to Lucci S8 Tanakantifa, a mutual friend of ours. Both Blair and I had been separately sexting with Lucci, and one day Lucci offered to show me Blair's nudes, which I said yes to. Soon after, I admitted to and apologized for this, leaving the internet for a couple months. To be clear, since some people have this misunderstanding, I never shared anyone's nudes or had anything to do with revenge porn. By May I was back on the internet, still feeling very guilty over what I did but significantly improved as a person. This is when I met Vari, whom I very quickly developed an extremely close relationship with, often calling for hours every day, gaming together and DMing for several hours daily. In early July I experienced significant personal hardship, having a video that made up lies about me being a racist pedophile sent to my family members, being outed as transgender to them, and being severely limited in my ability to interact online. As I was already under a lot of stress and was having serious mental health issues, this affected me really badly, but the damage was stunted by Vari.
Section 3 is less a section but an extension of background information.
After this crisis I confessed to Vari that I was in love with him, which they responded with by saying they felt the same about me. I asked if they wanted to get into a relationship and they agreed, while Vari told me later that they can't remember if right at the start of our relationship they had some feelings for me. If it did, it disappeared immediately. Blair claims Vari got into the relationship with me out of pity as a part of a savior complex, a hypothesis I agree with.
Section 3 is less a section but an extension of background information. Section 4. Section 4 is where the issues in the document begin to pile up, which is a problem because my involvement in the situation is the entire meat of the document.
From the DMs Blair sent me between her and Vari, Blair was unaware the relationship was a facade until late September, by which time Vari's attitude towards the relationship had strayed from the original aim of making me feel better.
Line 1 is contextual until the very end, where she states that the relationship had strayed away from its original aim of making her feel better. And no evidence is given to substantiate this. It can't be about blatant abuse. The only evidence she presents of Vary being blatantly abusive is from November 26th, Eastern Standard Time, 2 months later. I think if the relationship were blatantly abusive at this point, she would have substantiated it to further condemn Vary, no? I think it's fair to cross out any blatant abuse Piegirl endured, at least for now. It also can't be about Vary scheming to figure out how to best hurt Pie with the reveal, since chronologically speaking, all evidence she has of scheming occurs 3 days after I found out on the 23rd, a date which she claims the original aim of the relationship had already changed. She has no basis to assume that the aim had changed, there's no evidence to support it, she just assumes that's the case and then puts it in the document and doesn't clarify that it's just an assumption. It's presented in the exact same way as the substantiated claims. Back up your shit. We're going to be doing this a lot.
In the following screenshots, you will see Blair finding out that the relationship was fake, as well as her clearly understanding how mentally damaging it would be for me.
Line 2 presents screenshots of me finding out that the relationship was fake, and realizing 3 days later that I can use the information that the relationship is fake to cause her emotional harm. Upon editing, I may have realized something. I think I sent her the wrong screenshot initially. As I'll state earlier, this reveal is kind of a rush job, for you see, I was actually referring to myself here. Notice the reference to trust issues. Sounds a lot like a person who was violated by a close friend rather than someone who was doxxed by some unknown clown. I can't really blame her for coming to the conclusion that it's about her, though, since I literally sent it to her, thinking that it was about her. Here's the full context.
After this, Blair started to use this fake relationship to manipulate and emotionally abuse me, knowing I was heavily emotionally dependent on Vary since July. In the next screenshot, Blair says that the whole thing was planned by the both of us, referring to her and Vary. She also said her aim was to wreck things for closure.
We're going to do line 3 backwards. The back half of line 3 almost falls into the same lane of simple narration aside from one singular word. Enter the first half. The first half claims that I used the fake relationship to manipulate and emotionally abuse her, and no evidence is given that I was directly in charge of manipulation or abuse. Until the reveal, I didn't order Vary to do anything cruel or manipulative. The document doesn't imply this either. In fact, it goes so far as to say I was complicit in the cruel behavior rather than behind it. So the most logical explanation is that the manipulation and emotional abuse she is referring to is the fake relationship itself. I know this is obvious, but we need to lay down our reasoning instead of spewing unfounded bullshit. Hint, hint. With this in mind, we can confirm what she's referring to by directly linking it back to our opening statement in the intro. She's attempting to argue that the relationship itself was orchestrated by me, and the only, and I do mean the only evidence she presents to prove that I was behind the relationship is me saying that the whole thing was planned by us. But note the lack of a specific. Piegirl. When I said that this whole thing was planned, I wasn't talking about the relationship. I was talking about the reveal. And you can support this because all the evidence she presents of us scheming is not about the relationship, but the reveal. Tell her and stuff, the reveal. Use the information to break her, the reveal. But oh, it just gets even worse. That message was removed from its original context. When I was making the big reveal, I didn't prepare any screenshots. As a result, I was frantically scrolling through my DMs with Vary trying to find anything where they showcase animosity towards Pie. Not only because each screenshot was a cathartic punch to the face of this individual has caused me so much pain, but also because she was asking, nay, begging me to. Which was why the DM she shows started with, I should have come prepared. I should have come prepared, this whole thing was planned by us. Now to be specific, I should have come prepared with the screenshots that facilitate the reveal. This whole reveal was planned by the both of us. It's funny because in the second Lucy doc, she condemns Aiden projects for posting screenshots out of their full context to make her look worse, and then in her next expose, she does literally the same thing. And just to top it off, both she and I refer to my ideal form of closure as wrecking things. No reference to anything else. If I were so transparent about planning the relationship here, wouldn't I have mentioned it at any other point during the conversation? Piegirl and Infix claim that I planned the entire relationship, based on the fact that I said I planned this whole thing and with no other proof and nothing confirming what this thing is. No other evidence is given to support such a claim, just one line. A line that was in a conversation in reference to preparation or planning of the reveal, not the relationship. A conversation that was mysteriously omitted. She uses a screenshot of me saying I like wrecking things with no reference to building and maintaining that thing just to pull the rug. She presents evidence of me planning not the relationship, but the reveal itself. There is nothing in the document that shows me planning the relationship. There is no reason why they should have assumed that the plan the whole thing comment was in reference to something with one piece of additional evidence with no explanation behind it, as opposed to the option with several pieces of evidence. Evidence with clear, concrete answers. There is one reason, and we're going into speculative territory here. Just to clarify, the less substantiated option is the more damning option. The damning option that allows me to be referred to as an emotional abuser and a manipulator. So they took a flimsy point that allows for heavy condemnation as opposed to a stronger point with little room for condemnation, and put that in their document as a means to make me look even worse and validate extremely loaded and simplistic language that can be attached right to a name and included over and over again in a document. I'm not saying that this here was an intentional move to deliberately and dishonestly smear me for something I didn't do because the argument makes light sense. What I am saying is that this is a classic example of bad faith argumentation. Being so convinced that something is true because of preconceived notions that they will ignore opposing evidence and argumentative tactics just as a means to prove their point by any means at their disposal. To simplify, most of the narrative that I am an emotional abuser and a manipulator is stemmed from the allegation that I orchestrated Piegirl and Very's relationship. An allegation that is not only flimsy, but has an alternative explanation that is not only far more substantiated, but is the objective fucking truth. Meaning that with me debunking the orchestration allegation, the main basis for me being an emotional abuser and a manipulator, which has been plastered all over this bullshit document, has just crumbled. But Blair, just because there's no evidence doesn't mean it didn't happen. Okay then, Infixed has a scat fetish and smears fecal matter on his face. Of course, I have no proof of this happening, but it could have happened, so I'm just gonna keep it in my response, you know? A few points in this video I don't prove, but you know what? I try to keep it to fluff, not the main crux of an argument. Do you see why Hitchens' razor exists? The burden of proof is on you to prove that claim. I'm not scrolling through my private DMs with Vary to prove this shit when you can't even provide any proof. You get some fucking proof of me orchestrating this relationship right here, and then I'll relent. Want anything more? There's a whole section about my headspace and then about the screenshot she shows. I can't do anything else for you.
In the next screenshot, Blair mentions that when she realized how unhealthily attached I can become to people I'm romantically interested in, she realized how to go about her plan.
Line 4, Piegirl narrates screenshot. Line 5.
The following screenshot where Blair says she's sunk a lot of thought over the past year into how I operate is also troubling when taking the previous and other screenshots into account. Together, it paints a picture of Blair studying my psychology and the way my mind works to best manipulate me, and as you will see, emotionally abuse me to inflict the greatest harm possible.
We're doing this backwards again. There's still one piece of argumentation she uses to refer to me as an emotional abuser. It still doesn't negate the bad faith argumentation present in the previous line, as well as the fact that she uses said argumentation to form a new buzzword. But it is definitely the weaker basis she uses to call me that. I have looked through so many fucking sources in regards to psychological abuse, and not one of them references a singular event where someone does something cruel to emotionally harm an individual and then just fucks off and never does it again. Psychological abuse is consistent and prolonged. If not, the lower-ranking offenses like invalidation or condescension that occurred a few times in relationships would make almost every romantic relationship an abusive one. In fact, operating by this one-time offense logic, anyone who's being condescending is being abusive. If this were part of a consistent bout of cruelty for her, then I'd have an easier time calling this abusive, but it isn't. So it's not. Especially when you consider her prior actions towards me. With its context included, my actions are abuse in the same way that beating up a dude that fucked your wife is abuse. If I fucked my best friend's wife and they cut ties with me and 9 months later they studied my schedule so they could beat me up as revenge, would that ex-friend be my abuser? Would it be natural to refer to the dude as my abuser? Oh yeah, just to be clear, I'm using clips from Family Guy as an example, but I do not condone beating people within an inch of their life for sleeping with your wife. Just rough them up a bit, show them what for. If we were friends and violence was a common ordeal in such a relationship and you felt unable to escape, then we can call this an abusive relationship and me an abuser. In terms of psychological abuse, behavior that can be abusive does not mean that it is abusive, and it does not mean that the individual is an abuser. The only reason this word keeps popping up is for, again, loaded language to harm one's reputation and make yourself look like the victim you clearly think you are. Also, if you still want to die on the hill that the reveal makes me your abuser, then you have just established that one-time offenses of any caliber make an individual an abuser, which by that logic makes you my abuser. It's amazing how Piegirl does not understand the concept of nuance. And by the way, even if Piegirl only engaged in revenge porn of me once, it still qualifies her as an abuser. Psychological abuse and sexual abuse have different qualifiers. That's what we call nuance. In the front half, it refers to the fact that I sunk a lot of thought into how she operates as troubling, as a means of studying her, as a means to best harm her. It ascribes intent to my dissection of her. First of all, I do this to everyone, and so do other people in this community. I don't hear you people calling Shadow a psychopath, and you even admit before I did the reveal that this has been a consistent trait of mine once I break down why you haven't left. Second of all, you were one of my best friends for close to a year. Of course I'd have a pretty damn good understanding of how you operate. Third of all, if you're playing the what Piegirl did was normal teenager behavior but what Blair did was sadistic overkill card, figuring out a person's insecurities and exploiting them to cause them distress is literal common high school bullying. And fourth of all, of course I would dedicate a lot of time to studying you. You hurt me. You hurt me really fucking badly. Typically, abuse victims away from their abusers attempt to pick apart how their abusers operate as a means of reflection and coping. And also, the year didn't begin in late December, you fucking clod. There were 7 full months with no revenge scheming where I still could have been and was studying your psyche. Not for vengeful purposes, but because you're a screw-up with the brain size of a pea. Controversies up the wazoo, returning only 5 weeks after bailing out of the internet after it chewed you out, and you hurt me, and you keep showing up in my fucking life, when the only thing I want is to be fucking rid of you. You permeate my brain and I am completely traumatized. You left a large mark on my psyche. Don't you ever condemn me for indulging my pain and thinking for such a long time about everything you are, we were, and currently are. You cope with your thoughts about a person that yields strong negative emotions by developing a twisted infatuation with them. So why the fuck is it bad when I do a less extreme version of it? Not everyone paid full attention to the scroll-through, so this mainly goes out to the 2 people who did. But it's literally right there. Like, for crying out loud, I was your fucking victim. Why the fuck is it bad when an abuse victim analyzes how their abuser operates, but okay when the abuser becomes obsessed with the victim and antagonizes them? Maybe it's because she feels bad about it and the commentary community died with John Swan, and the only thing that matters in this world is optics. Whether or not something looks good or bad. Context is irrelevant. Who cares if the responses are both similar with the one worse than the other? Who cares if one response is because you were abused and the other because you feel bad for abusing someone? She seems to look sad in this screenshot, and Blair looks angry in this one, so obviously Pi is more in the right here. You have to understand, Piegirl made a lot of mistakes. She's mentally ill and trying to do better. Blair is analyzing her to find out how to best harm her. Because it's not like Piegirl being an obsessive E-date brain loser is something that everyone in small commentary knows. Hang on. I feel like I need to cough. Pity Papa! Oh, I don't know what came out of me there. But yeah, everyone knows Piegirl is an eat-8 brain loser. It took like 5 minutes to come up with a plan like that. Everything else I learned went completely unused until today. Everyone knows you're eat-8 obsessed. Thanks for making a blanket assumption as to why I studied you in the first place. It totally doesn't make you look like a massive cunt. Okay, so initially while doing this, I was going to keep the structure, but while editing, I discovered something major, like this completely annihilates Piegirl's word. In order to explain, I'm gonna play lines 6, 7, and 8 together.
These screenshots of DMs between Vari and Blair in October show Blair even more bloodthirsty for making me suffer. This was sparked by me saying, on the off chance you're into them, it ain't happening, about Vari to Blair, which infuriated her since she was romantically interested in Vari, which I did not know at the time. While Blair characterizes this comment as dickish, this leaves out the context that it was part of a larger message where I politely ask Blair to stop continuously making extremely sexual and creepy comments towards Vari, who I reasonably assumed to be my partner at the time. In fact, I think it was an underreaction compared to how most people would react in that situation, likely due to my guilt over what I did in February. Anyway, this shows Blair specifically talking about her telling me about the relationship being fake, but you can also notice both of them discussing how to manipulate me using the relationship itself to maximize its emotional impact on me.
Okay, so from those screenshots and from the narration, it looks like I'm throwing some jealous tantrum that I really wanted to make her suffer because she dared to say that I could never be with Vari, despite the fact that I knew the relationship was fake. But is this what you believe, audience? Well, if you do, you won't for long. Now, I don't see much bloodthirst in this screenshot right here. Like it presents as calm, but these screenshots, look at the phrasing. If these screenshots didn't exist, she likely wouldn't have referred to this as bloodthirsty, right? I'm referring to using the information to break her as a silly, and clearly asking Vari when I can do it. So yeah, as Piegirl says, these bloodthirsty screenshots were sparked by her saying that. But then you realize that these two screenshots were marked 11 days after each other. So the aforementioned bloodthirst couldn't have been sparked by her saying this, unless I was just extremely jealous over a love triangle I was winning for over a week. Yeah, sure. So what did spark this? Well, I had another random and unprompted breakdown in various DMs about what Pi did to me. I specifically described it as having flashbacks to that terrible, terrible day and having them chip away at me. I was angry at the unfairness of everything. How she circumvents every reasonable consequence of her actions. I broke down over that a lot. In this particular instance, I was mainly thinking about the DM Pi most recently sent that involved her seemingly weaponizing her relationship to her fucking victim. I talked about my desire to cause her pain on multiple occasions, but this was the only one I had on hand at the time that showcased Vari's visible contempt for her. So how did she come to the conclusion that the two screenshots are related? Well, the answer should be pretty obvious. She obviously saw two screenshots from October that were sent around the same time that look kinda like they're connected if you tape them together. Piegirl was obviously just being a fucking dumbass for the 25th time, and Infixed was being good old stupid and fixed. Well, that story doesn't really function, because you see, the screenshot on the 16th was not a standalone screenshot, but its sequel was not this screenshot. No, it was these. Here's a little question. How the fuck do you miss these screenshots? Like, even considering the fact that this was 2 months where Discord clumped images together, it is extremely unlikely that she missed these screenshots. Every time she needs to view what occurred, she would have to scroll up, and every time she did, those screenshots would be right there, front and center. When she needed to get the first of the 3 screenshots, her phone would likely show the cutoff of 2 and possibly even 1. We also have video evidence of her scrolling through the altercation with the screenshots right there in front of her, taking up a large section of the screen. And Then we have to look at the contents of the 2/3 of the conversation that were mysteriously omitted. Now, the first third of the conversation allegedly shows me being upset over a love triangle and plotting to harm her as a result. That's the part that goes in. The other 2/3 explain that I'm actually upset because she's insufferable and here my priorities mainly aligned with her shutting her trap, and that she'd be a genuinely toxic partner, extremely obsessive and borderline stalkerish, and how she's a dick to her victim. That's the part that doesn't go in. Whoops. In order for this to be a completely honest, non-malicious mistake, here's what would have had to gone down. Despite scrolling through the DMs on presumably multiple occasions, at each occasion not noticing the same set of screenshots, then she would have to not notice the dates of the completely different screenshots despite noticing the others. Place the two together, then write and edit the document with all of this not changing. Do you know how fucking unlikely that is? The chances of her not seeing those specific 2 screenshots are about 1 in 81, and that is operating under the assumption that Piegirl has a 100% chance of missing at least 1 screenshot. With a more realistic approach, the odds of Piegirl missing these specific 3 screenshots with this specific common theme averages somewhere around 1 in 1,000. Now, of course, those are ridiculous odds, so it's most logical to assume that some outside influence caused this. And Piegirl's word is extremely untrustworthy. We're gonna find her making outright lies in just a sec. But this is most of a conversation that was omitted to make me look worse. The most likely solution is that this is malicious. It's very obvious that she deliberately hid those screenshots in order to make sure they didn't make her look bad, because she can't look bad. She barely did anything wrong. Blair's the true villain. That's why any reference to her feeling discomforted by me or me being a toxic partner to Vary because of how obsessive I am needs to be eradicated. Piegirl deliberately withheld information in order to earn me being upset at her stalking me into some love triangle bullshit. In other words, lying. Also, lording a relationship over her victims aside, the way she presents her demands are so stupid and kinda sad. She calls the public flirtatious comments I was making towards Vary extremely sexual and creepy. This feels like almost an attempt to paint me as a creepy boundary-ignoring sexual predator. And don't worry, this is only the beginning. Oh my fucking god. Anyways, I call projection. The extremely creepy comments are them saying shit like, I'm like a dog, I see you as a sister, I have the mind of a 12-year-old, and me saying shit like, then I'm Kiro the Wolf, then I'm a Rick and Morty writer, then I'm super stoked to have sex with you because I have pedophilic tendencies. Saved it. May I remind you that I'm saying this to a person who draws gore of people and indulges in a fucked up personality. The extremely sexual and creepy comments are just edgy humor. Something that you're all too familiar with.
Is this the man? The man upstairs.
But hey, I guess edgy humor's only bad when I do it, because I'm the villain, and I'm bad and evil and stuff. Although if they're fine with it, you should definitely have a talk with who you think is your partner about that ordeal, rather than the person who's just adhering to friendship boundaries. As stated, this feels like an attempt to paint me as a predator, which is a terrible move considering our prior interactions. But we'll get into framing and predator stuff much later. And no, dipshit, it's not an underreaction compared to how most people would act in this situation. If your partner has a friend and you don't like how they're interacting, being polite is the best way to make sure your partner isn't mad at you and the friend doesn't cause further complications in the relationship. Being angry with them is only going to cause strain on all 3 of the individuals. This is called being a good partner. Stop getting your relationship advice off of fucking Reddit. And who the fuck are you to talk in your little goodbye address from when you got ducks? You literally confessed your love to me publicly, you fucking creep. So it's fine when you confess your love to someone while you're in a relationship with someone, but if someone is making flirtatious jokes with your partner, suddenly it's extremely sexual and creepy, and acceptable to go all Reddit rage on them. That sounds healthy. And so ends Section 4, and so dies the meat of the document. The main basis of the allegations, the structure holding it together, has all completely crumbled. Nice job! On to Section 5, the reveal. Line 1.
On the 4th of December, 2022, Blair TV friend requested my new Discord account, saying she wanted to talk to me. Since Blair on a few prior occasions had said she never wanted to speak to me again, this was a surprise. When I started talking with her, she talked in often cryptic terms. It was only after she said she did something to provide closure that she told me the truth.
We're going to refer to these events as happening on the 3rd because time zone. She's 15 hours and 30 minutes ahead of me, by the way. That wasn't really cryptic at all, and she doesn't really supplement that with screenshots. Really, the only cryptic thing I did was not tell her my intentions for DMing, instead discussing other things because I genuinely wanted to have that conversation with her, and learned quite a lot of new things, and a lot of information was revealed that both helped her case and made things worse. Like mentioning she outed me as a victim of something I personally find humiliating to be publicized to this coffee-drinking clown that dislikes me and is e-dating our dipshit white-haired co-writer that very blatantly hates me. I wonder why she brushed over this genuine and upfront conversation when giving a timeline of events in relation to it. Maybe it's because she admits to breaching my wishes again and making me uncomfortable again, and that makes her look bad, and she can't look bad. She barely did anything wrong. Blair's the true villain.
The way she told me was in a schizo-Machiavellian laugh where she would periodically burst out into laughter, telling me that the person I loved and was emotionally dependent on for nearly 6 months was pretending the whole time. Keep in mind, of course, that the entire lead-up and most of the last part of the relationship was orchestrated by Blair and Vari to emotionally hurt me as much as possible.
I think the descriptors utilized here are unfair. I get verbose and confrontations. I was having fun in what I was doing, and I wanted to sprinkle on a little bit of taunting, so yeah, I could see why people thought I was doing an anime villain or Joker bit. Oh no, this is just how I get in these situations. Look at the script. Look at the faux British accent I've been doing this whole fucking time. I'm not British. I'm like the comic Joker that kidnaps the mayor to get my own theme park, not any of this Heath Ledger shit. She also once again makes the claim that I orchestrated the relationship as a means to hurt her, which fuck you. And the lead up, which I don't know what the fuck she's talking about here, so I'm not even going to address it.
The line, "The cunning warrior attacks neither body nor mind, but the heart," despite sounding like it's from a shitty middle school theater production, is especially important because it establishes that Blair aimed to use all of this as a weapon to specifically wound my already fragile emotions and mental state.
A lot of people made fun of me for line 3, calling it a wannabe Joker anime villain moment, and they're not wrong because the supposedly deep and intellectually evil shit I was saying was a fucking Spider-Man quote.
The cunning warrior attacks neither body nor mind.
Tell me how!
The heart, Osborn. First, we attack his heart.
Yeah, Spider-Man, you know? Spins a web any size. That's a fucking Spider-Man quote you're analyzing. It's a tad butchered and the most iconic part of it isn't present, but if my advisor, who hasn't seen the Raimi trilogy in 7 years, was able to pick up on what I was doing in their first reading, then maybe your cape shit co-writer who was making a video essay on fucking Moon Knight should have. Also, the line makes a reappearance in Spider-Man 3, although I kind of butchered it by not including any of the parts of the line that were in Spider-Man 3. But the line plays when Harry Osborn gets revenge on his ex-best friend by sabotaging a relationship.
First, we attack his heart.
It was a double reference. You're analyzing a reference. I just wanted to quote Spider-Man. It's a good movie, and better than the second one. Come at me. I am aware that I just skipped 2 points in regards to mocking her and enjoying hurting her. Don't worry, there's an entire section defending it. I'd rather not waste any time with a subpar explanation here. Anyways, that's the end of section 5. Not really much of substance, but hoo boy, we have a lot to say about the next one. Section 6 is effectively its own unique allegation. Instead of giving a rundown of events, it attempts to draw a conclusion by using existing screenshots to justify it. And it's genuinely fucking terrible. This section is the tip of the sword that stabbed me. When people condemn me, they condemn me over being a bystander to physical abuse. But despite the fact that this is the section that solidified in everyone's mind that I am an outright psychopath, it is the worst section of the document. In fact, I'd go as far to say that this section is worse than all of Doc 2. It is that bad. This section is completely hemorrhaging, and because of its departure from the document and how many ways we can tear it apart, it's getting its own section in the video. The fact that this section was written by not one, but two individuals completely confounds me. Am I a bystander to abuse or a Piegirl in Infix completely fabricating shit? Let's do this.
Vari wasn't just emotionally abusive, they manipulated me into physical harm as well. In the couple months before I found out the truth, they would usually show little to no emotions or romance towards me. But if I sent him a self-harm pic, they would act really lovey-dovey towards me. This is essentially emotionally blackmailing me into self-harming. This would escalate further as Vari and Call encouraged me to cut their name into myself, which I did multiple times, sending them the pictures. https://i.imager.com/zkane+7.png https://i.imager.com/2l5g5c5.jpg. The self-harm images have been deleted from my DMS with Vari, but if you're someone I trust, I can DM the original images including the dates to you. Blair knew about this the whole time it was happening, as she states in the screenshot below. https://i.imager.com/lac9uge.jpg. Of course she says it was too far for her, but she didn't actually do anything despite being in a position to do so. She knew Vari was manipulating me into self-harm weeks before she told me the relationship was fake, choosing not to intervene. Blair was a bystander to Vari's abuse of me and let her hatred of me get in the way of stopping abuse. And while Blair was trying to make up that, actually I was partly trying to help you by telling you this week's late hee-hee, she reconfirms what she admitted to before, that she planned the whole gay-up, in case anyone wants more proof. https://i.imager.com/p6mms1z.jpg.
According to Piegirl's narration, sometime in late September or early October, a trend started where Vari would show Pi very little affection and would only grant them affection if she sent them a picture of herself self-harming. Later on, this would evolve into carving Vari's name in her body, while Vari encouraged her in Call. She presents screenshots as mentioned to support this, and while they are incredibly contradictory to the narration present, for now we're just going to play Piegirl's game and accept this timeline. Pi says that this form of abuse lasted for a couple months. Let's just say it transpired over exactly 1,500 hours, for the sake of convenience, given how it partially exceeds that amount of time. As mentioned earlier, Piegirl is never specific with dates, even when it's really important. This entire section is built on me being a bystander to abuse for an extended period of time, and she doesn't even fucking tell us how long that time is. She just gives us a nice little vague, a few months, and expects everyone to roll with it. And of course, they did. What an amazing document writer, folks. 1,500 hours is the amount of time Piegirl claims I knew Vari was making her cut herself while I sat back and allowed it to transpire. That sounds evil of me. To allow this person to be viciously abused for 1,500 hours is just despicable. If I actually did that, there'd be no surviving for this old gal. As you've probably guessed, this section is bullshit and I didn't do it for nearly as long as the document claims. And even though I did know, I didn't know how far it was going. For this section, we're just going to keep on subtracting from this time until we figure out how long I actually took. So I effectively began to end the relationship at 7:37 p.m. on December 3rd, 2022, and a couple months or 15 hours before that was 7:37 a.m. on October 2nd, 2022. This is the point where Piegirl claims I began allowing Vari to physically abuse her. We know this because Piegirl claims I knew she was being manipulated into self-harm the whole time. Well, that's a pretty lofty accusation. What proof does she have to support this? That pause means there's no proof, isn't it? Well, She thinks I orchestrated the relationship, so maybe I'd have known about that too. It's a good thing all our evidence in regards to orchestration comes down to one word with likely other meanings. Oh yeah, and she shows a screenshot of me saying I know about the cuts in her arm. And because someone says they know something, it logically means that they knew that something for the entire time they were able to know about it. Flawless logic. If I take a reclusive man out of his mountain cave in Tibet and bring him to New York City where he learns of an incredible cuisine called beef jerky and later says, I know about beef jerky, that doesn't mean he knew about the existence of beef jerky the whole time, you melon. For all you know, I could have learned what Very did only 5 minutes prior. This is not acceptable evidence, and it's fucking appalling that the entire community bought this. So when exactly was I made aware? Well, that's a complicated question that I don't intend to answer right away. To simplify this, essentially I learned that Piegirl seemingly unprompted carved Very's name into her at precisely 10:12 on November 26th. So out of the whole time I was baselessly accused of knowing about her abuse, in actuality I was only aware for 7 days, 9 hours, and 25 minutes, or 177 hours and 25 minutes. Or 11.8% of the time she baselessly claimed I knew. And this is why you don't make claims you can't substantiate. First of all, it's grossly irresponsible when handling serious allegations, and second of all, you can easily be verifiably proven wrong. Okay, so you were aware of and did nothing for a week. It's not as bad, but it's still a full week that you could have prevented horrendous physical abuse. Why didn't you do anything? Well, as stated earlier, Thanksgiving was a period where Very completely lost their mind and began to inflict hefty amounts of verbal abuse on me, on and off, for 5 days. They didn't stop until late Monday. I was either crying or near tears for a good chunk of those days. The verbal abuse stopped when I realized I could get away from them. Now, if you're in a traumatic situation where someone you love is absolutely tearing you apart with viper-like words, it is not a good idea to go and talk to a different abuser, or even someone who heavily traumatized you in the past. And Pi already had someone in the know about what was going on, someone that had the capacity to talk Piegirl out of it, someone who was an actual friend of hers. Piegirl does not deserve to be physically abused, but she is not my friend. She has wronged me and traumatized me. Her actions have made it so she is not owed me jeopardizing my, at the time, very fragile mental health for her. And due to something Very says in a second, I saw very little risk in waiting a few extra days when I'm less swamped. I think it's reasonable to shorten that 11.8% down to 0 seconds, as my inaction is justified by recently enduring verbal abuse and being in too fragile a state to concern myself with a past abuser's plight. We fucking did it, folks. However, while the mental health argument works, it's kind of a bit of a cop-out, and some people with different stances on the matter can argue that I should have disregarded myself and made Piegirl's safety my main priority. It doesn't matter what Piegirl has done to you. A man has fallen into the river in Lego City, and you are the only one capable of building the rescue helicopter. While I could go into detail about how brain-dead of a sentiment that is, instead I'm going to play your game. The slider is back at 11.8%. We need new strategies. Why did the document refer to me as a bystander to abuse? Well, because the document claims I did nothing while knowing she was being abused. Well, how do they know I did nothing? We are 2 layers in, and we have already hit argumentative bedrock. And no, nothing is not used to refer to not ending the relationship, as later on she states that I did nothing because I hated her. That implies that I did nothing instead of not enough. Because if I did not enough, that wouldn't justify the statement she makes that I did it because I hate her. Now, I just argued that it is reasonable if it had self-centered to not have acted for the amount of time I had. Well, prepare to throw all of that into the trash, because it turns out that I actually did attempt to stop it. Not only that, but I did that during the stretch of time where I most didn't have to do it. As soon as I find out, I spend 18 minutes telling Very not to encourage it, and that if they do, I will drop them. They say that they won't, but they also won't stop her, and after some arguing, we stop. It isn't until I learn that they are indeed encouraging it that the arguing continues. For the next hour, I constantly attempt to push back on this far more aggressively. Telling them to tell her to stop, or postpone the date until after the reveal. Talking about revenge and explaining that the reveal won't hurt her as much if they continue, and I know they want to hurt her. I argued this not so I could have the reveal hurt Pi more, but to appeal to Very's urge to witness, quote, raw human emotion. to convince them to harm them far, far less for more of an instant reward, because despite everything she's done to me outside of some insipid, stupid moral code, I don't want her to hurt herself in any physical way. I would never wish that upon her. The arguing stopped at 256, which brings us down to 11.5, rounding down. Why did it stop? Well, because Very said this.
She'll be happy she's making me happy. But it's not something I said I'd do, I was just curious.
This right here changes everything. Well, yes, there are multiple ways in which to interpret this statement, and it is completely understandable to interpret this as I won't go too hard, or I won't do this a second time. It is equally understandable to interpret this as I probably won't do it, and just chalk it up to Very's morbid speculation, something that isn't uncharacteristic of them. Notice right after they say this, I stop attempting to prevent them from doing it, and the topic is dropped. Until December 1st, in the middle of a call, I asked what Pi ended up doing since Very decided not to encourage it, and I ended up learning that she actually did carve Very's name into her arm. Let's just say it was at the exact midpoint of the call for convenience sake. So I learned the deed was done at 1:21 a.m. on December 1st, 2022. I can't prove that this happened, but if she's allowed to make points entirely predicated on Discord calls, then so can I. Very said that they weren't going to do it, and they lied, meaning that for that period where they did nothing, it is completely reasonable for me to do nothing because I had been led on by Very that nothing was going to happen. This removes a whopping 4 days, 10 hours, and 25 minutes, or 106 hours and 25 minutes from the amount of time I was accused of doing nothing, which lowers us down to 2 days, 18 hours, and 16 minutes, or 66 hours and 16 minutes, which equates to, drumroll please, 4.4% of the 1,500 hours Piegirl initially accused me of doing nothing. All that talk about how I allowed someone to manipulate Pi into self-harm for months has now shriveled up into a provable 1 week and an alleged and logical 2.5 days. But while I did learn that Very encouraged Pi to self-harm, I didn't learn that Very manipulated Pi into self-harm. And yes, dear viewers, there is a very distinct difference. First of all, as mentioned, the document ascribes intent to my inaction, implying that it was allowed to play out because I hated her. Of course, no evidence is given to back that up because, well, I hate her and I knew about it, so logically I didn't do anything the whole time. No need to comment about how that's an obvious stretch, albeit a bit more reasonable one. Let's just gloss over it, yay! But anyways, the document clearly attributes this to malice, but the other incorrect option is that it was a result of genuine and understandable error. Look at the DMs Very sent. They specifically mention the fact that Pi did it first without even telling Very. And this is substantiated in the screenshots she presents for her case. This was very clearly Pi's own idea. I tell them not to encourage it and make sure it doesn't occur again. Look at the phrasing. This is not preventing Very from making Pi do something. This is preventing Very from allowing Pi to do something. With the information I had at the time, carving Very's name into her arm was Piegirl's own choice, Piegirl's own idea, and therefore Piegirl's own responsibility. So, Very has 3 methods of responding to this. Say, no, don't do this, be indifferent to it and make it her choice, or encourage it. For 4.5 days, I was under the impression that the former had occurred. Of course, there's always the possibility that Pi didn't listen and tried to please them, or Very expressed more indifference. So that's why I asked them 4.5 days later. Why did it take me so long to ask such a question? Well, friends, remember my relationship with Very was a horrified wreckage for more than half that time. I was in no position to engage with the topic of Piegirl. In fact, while they were abusing me for those 4 days, anything concrete regarding Piegirl felt faint and distant, although I knew it was meant to end a week from then. And again, she has done absolutely nothing to take precedence over my own health, and she has other people to help her. And I thought the situation had been resolved. The next 2 days weren't as bad, but were wrought with familial issues and the blowback of the whole incident. And to be honest, I kind of forgot about the issue on numerous occasions because I believed it to be resolved and because of what I endured. It wasn't until I had time to wind down and we began talking about how obsessive she is that the question popped back into my head. I believe the question was worded somewhat like, did Piegirl go through with recarving your name into her? As again, I was under the impression that this was all on her, that she had chosen to go over old cuts. I never asked specifically about encouraging it, and was under the impression that Very either expressed indifference or was outright against it. I wish I could prove this, but Discord call interactions are an absolute black hole. But if they're allowed in the doc, they're allowed here. The reason I didn't do anything for nearly 3 days was not out of hatred, but based on the fact I had no reason to believe that Piegirl was under any imminent danger. I believe that if it happened again, it would be a result of Pi's own decision-making, not Very's request. Even the abuse I suffered from the prior week, they gave me reasoning. It functions. They were trying to help me, right? In their own silly little way. Even their participation in hurting Pi. Yes, they did want to see raw human emotion, but they just wanted to see an abuser gotten back at, right? I'm sure she'll be safe for 3 more days. I mean, after all, Very stopped hurting me after Monday. After they got what they wanted and their breakdown seemed to have ended, they don't want to hurt people at all anymore. But I made a critical miscalculation. Very did something selfish. I never thought of them as selfish before. This whole situation happened because they were being selfless. They lied to help us. They were only doing this because they know how it feels. But no, they did something they've seemingly never done before. Something cruel, for no fucking reason. Truthfully, I was not a bystander to abuse. For most of the time, I didn't know the abuse was occurring. And when I did, I thought it was brand new and didn't think it would happen again. I wasn't given the full context, and I operated based on that lack of context and my pre-existing perceptions of my good friend who I had been speaking to for almost half a year. And the miscalculation I made only lasted for a short period of less than 3 days. I think based on why that interaction occurred, and the amount of time it occurred, there's nothing to heavily condemn. My name is Blair TV, and I just successfully whittled down an alleged 2 months of being a bystander to physical abuse to 0 seconds. Here's the thing. I didn't have that much of a visceral reaction when I learned that this was occurring. Based on my perception of Piegirl, her doing something like this was honestly not too surprising. And if it had been a real relationship, I honestly would be the one to tell Very that this is unhealthy and they need to leave. My main issue with the carving was the fact that it was under false pretenses. This was a relationship that was completely falsified on Very's end, yet they're still fine with Pi harming her body for them under the pretense of a legitimate relationship. This was all going to end in 1 week. Pi was going to learn that this person secretly hated her, and she is going to be reminded of that every time she looked down at herself, and that reminder is going to be permanently etched into her body. Not only do I think this is extremely selfish, heartless, and cruel, but I think that's some serious psycho shit and is part of the reason I cut ties with them. Like that shit is too far even for my vengeful ass. There actually exists a third and final way to clear me. At 2:48, Pi officially went through with it, meaning that in reality I only had a window of 4 hours and 46 minutes to make any change had I even known, or 0.3% of the allotted time, rounding up. And in those nearly 5 hours, even though for most of them I didn't understand the full extent of what was occurring, I spent most of my time making sure it didn't happen, narrowing me down to 0 once again. While arguing against it, I mentioned that I felt the smallest amount of pleasure over the fact that she was doing this. I'm sorry, you can't exactly use this as a means to condemn me. You have to understand that if someone has hurt you, you're going to subconsciously take mild pleasure in knowing that they were hurt, no matter how. It's literally a massive trope in fiction. Don't condemn people for common emotional responses to shit if they're acknowledging the fact that it's not something they stand by. You have no idea how big of a can of worms it opens. I didn't know that the carving occurred more than once. I didn't know it occurred by Very's request and not her own. I only learned this information once the documents dropped. And I don't like how Piegirl assumed I was aware of the full extent of what occurred just because I said that the cuts happened. I get that this assumption was because of an already flimsy assumption that I was orchestrating the relationship, therefore I'd be aware of everything, but even if that were true, you still can't make that point. There is a small part of the Supersonic 1014 video that is heavily reliant on whether or not a certain individual knows a certain piece of information. Now, I can more heavily condemn this individual by saying that they know the full extent of what I know they know for the full amount of time they were able to know, you know? But that opens up a myriad of potential blind spots and statements I cannot confirm. So what I did was went in assuming that the individual only knew the specific information that they referenced and nothing else for the specific amount of time I know they knew. Therefore, I'm not potentially making incorrect claims.
Diamond, more like, pie manned.
That is called being charitable. It is operating purely on what you can substantiate instead of possible negative information you have to fill in. Of course, this document is due to and assumes that I knew everything that occurred for the full amount of time it occurred, because these people do not know how to handle serious allegations. The only information I was aware of was that in September, Pi had carved Very's name into her arm and only informed Very in November. She then, completely unprompted, suggested to go over it, which Very encouraged. The scars were then gone over sometime between the 26th and the 30th. This was all the information I had. Now, I'm not going to go through our DMs to prove this because it's just information you've heard before / will hear mixed with private information I'm not comfortable disclosing, and a completely humiliating response to emotional and verbal abuse that we'll get into much later. So instead I'm going to go with a different but much weaker approach. In the screenshot Pi uses to prove that I knew the whole time, I say that I know about the cuts in her arm. The locations of the cuts I mention are an important detail because we know that there were other cuts in her leg. Information that I only got during Very's section of the plan to fuck with her in a call. Remember that Spider-Man section that seemed completely meaningless to the contents of the document? Well, the reason she missed it was because of how heated the situation was for her. The situation was additionally heated for me, and I missed this important detail. Now, if I knew about every single cut that was made, I wouldn't have been specific about one location when I said I knew about something I was condemning Very for, no? So clearly I didn't know the full extent of the self-harm. Also, Very told me that it was only in her arm, so yeah. You can make up a bunch of crazy conspiracies about how I planned to say this in case it ever got public so I could cover my ass. But if I really wanted to cover my ass, I wouldn't have mentioned knowing about the cuts to her at all. Also, the usage of cuts plural does not facilitate me knowing about more than one instance on her arm because it takes a minimum of 8 cuts to write the word Very on your arm. You've probably noticed that throughout this section, Piegirl and Unfixed make so many claims and they cannot back up a single one of them. She claims that Very showed her very little affection. They don't back that up. She claims that Very was only lovey-dovey to her when she sent self-harm pictures. They don't back that up. She claims that self-harm pictures that weren't name-carving were sent first. They don't back that up. She claims that it happened multiple times. They don't back that up. She claims that it happened over several months. They don't back that up. She claims that I knew the whole time. They don't back that up. She said that I knew for weeks. They don't back that up. She says I chose not to intervene. They don't back that up. She says that I was lying when I said I was partly trying to help her. They don't back that up. Section 6 is an actual tatters. How was this believed by everybody? But it gets even worse. Okay, so some of the unsubstantiated claims that I listed, they have no ability to substantiate, and therefore they shouldn't be making, but there are points that they can substantiate and deliberately choose not to for whatever reason. Did they forget? You claim that Very showed you very little affection. Why didn't you provide screenshots of them ignoring or dismissing your affection? I have them. Where are yours? This is important information because not only is it a baseless claim, it supports other claims. You claim that Very was only lovey-dovey to you when you sent self-harm pictures. You show half of it, them being lovey-dovey in response to the photos. Why withhold the second part of the argument? Show a clear contrast of them neglecting you when you were being a genuinely sweet partner, and show them only validate you when you do something to your own detriment. Why is it so hard to just show the fucking screenshots? It helps with your argument. I like how the community treats this like this is the really good document out of the two. No, they're both broken. Here's one that really pisses me the fuck off. She makes a point to claim that the self-harm occurred multiple times over multiple months and then only showcases one instance from one day, only 1 week before the breakup. What the fuck? Piegirl claims that the carving only occurred in calls. From the wording in the document and the tone of the screenshots provided here, we can deduce that November 26th was the first time Pi carved Very's name into her, with all other instances occurring after this point. However, these other instances occurred in Discord calls, and she claims to have deleted the screenshots, and Very's reactions were likely non-existent as they were in calls. So yes, if this happened multiple times in calls, it's reasonable not to present any screenshots. However, she states that there were earlier occasions that involved just regular self-harm pictures that occurred before the name carving on the 26th. She specifically refers to the name carving as an escalation, and provides the screenshots we presume to be the first instance of carving as evidence to support the escalation. So just to state as clearly as possible, These here are seen as an escalation, meaning that before this, there were instances of less extreme ways of Very manipulating Pi into less extreme self-harm. As she puts it, instead of encouragement, emotional blackmail, and with a lack of any name carving. It also specifies that only the later instances occurred in calls, implying that these instances happened via DMs. What Past Me is attempting to convey is that you can still showcase the lead up to and the aftermath of the images without actually showing the images, since it happened in DMs before the 26th. I've been playing by the document's timeline that Piegirl was manipulated into self-harm by Very for 2 straight months. Now let's stop using that timeline because I have reason to believe it's a farce. This is going to be a really lofty point, so stay with me here. So let me just ask one question. Where is the proof?
Where is the proof?
Where is the proof?
Where is the proof that regular self-harm was blackmailed out of her before November 26th? I'm not asking for images of the cuts, I'm just asking for proof that Very asked for it before the 26th, and Piegirl agreed to it before the 26th, and that Very reacted to it before the 26th. You make that claim as evidenced by the exclamation comment, but there is nothing. Why isn't the proof that this occurred here? It makes your case look so much better. It's more evidence against Very and more time you can prove that I sat back and waited. Why aren't they here? They help your case. Make it stronger. She doesn't explain that they're not present because they embarrass her. And why would they embarrass her when there's already screenshots of her doing it? And even if they did embarrass her, why the fuck does she not even explain why she isn't showing screenshots proving that she was abused for 8 times longer than she actually proves? It helps the damn case. I did the same thing not too long ago. Why don't you even explain why the proof that I did nothing for a ridiculous amount of time is absent? There's literally no reason why any of this is occurring. Except for one. The most reasonable option. The screenshots have never existed. And I think I can prove it. The screenshots on the 26th of November where things supposedly escalate from blackmail to self-harm to escalating to carve seem to be the first time any Very-related self-harm was known by Very. Not only does Pi not present proof of earlier action, she gives us nothing to suggest that prior actions occurred. In fact, what we're given and what I have suggests the complete opposite. Pi seems to be genuinely informing Very for the first time that this occurred. Note the phrasing, just thought you would probably want to know. If self-harm in Very's name had occurred before this point, this wouldn't be new information to them. Yet this DM suggests otherwise. Pi also wouldn't have to explain how shallow the cuts are because Very would already have seen the cuts from her and know how shallow they are. Also, if Pi had self-harmed, not name-carved, to please Very before, she would have shown Very the additional cuts by her own volition, specifically in their name to attempt to gain more affection for them, no? And say it was before the first carve and she did it further to please Very, why did it take her 2 months to show it? Why would she have waited 2 months to tell her, and why, when telling them something that she supposedly know would make them happy, not say in the lovey-dovey manner of the screenshot where she goes over the cut, but instead in a genuine method of informational communication where she does not initially offer to show them the thing that triggers their affection when showing them it? Even more, why'd she mention being self-conscious about them if showing it off was supposedly a consistent thing for 2 months? Okay, maybe she was consistently self-conscious, but why doesn't she phrase it like she's expressed that before? Why doesn't she say, remember, I'm self-conscious, or I'm still self-conscious? Why did Very suddenly DM me all excited on the 26th that someone else had finally carved their name into herself, if they had supposedly been making Pi self-harm for them? Why the fuck did they never mention this when the topic of carving came up in our DMs within the 2-month time period that was supposedly occurring? And okay, maybe there's a very clear distinction when it comes to specifically carving, but that begs another question. Why the fuck did it supposedly take nearly 2 months for Very to even consider asking her to do it if she was already cutting in herself for Very, and Very already had an affinity for such a thing? Very uses the carving as a form of initiation, as a means for people to prove their undying love for them. If Pi was already fine with regular cutting, why did it take Very 2 full months to even consider asking Pi to do something you already have a high affinity for? Why did Pi go to both Vlizo and Blue for the first time if this had been occurring for 2 months? Why was she confused about how she felt about them being affectionate only when showing self-harm pictures if they had supposedly been showing affection whenever she showed them cuts for 2 months? And, as the pièce de résistance, why did Pi say that Very was being affectionate for the first time in months when Pi sent that photo? If supposedly for the last 2 months Very had been actually affectionate on multiple occasions if Pi sent self-harm photos. Now, some of these things do have valid explanations. It's entirely possible that, like me with Very, Piegirl avoided informing Vlizo because she had wanted to keep up an illusion that their relationship was healthy. It's completely probable that Piegirl was truly self-conscious about the cuts after doing so for 2 months, and I'm reading too much into the wording. It's very reasonable that Piegirl seemed to be scared to tell Very for the first time she had done it, despite the fact that she claims Very already knew she had done it, and that she does it because, it's specifically their name, so, yeah, man, I got nothing. This point is entirely based on circumstantial evidence, and yes, some of that circumstantial evidence does have other logical explanations, and it wouldn't come to the conclusion that she wasn't being honest if it was just 1 or 2 discrepancies, but that's not what we're dealing with. There are 10 discrepancies we have to deal with for pre-26 cutting to have occurred, and only 1 in the document that we have to deal with if we say it's all a farce. Of these 10 discrepancies, only 4 of them have logical alternative explanations, 3 of which involve Piegirl having lied to Vlizo and Blue. But still, as far as I can think, there is literally no reason why Piegirl and Very talk about self-harm as if Piegirl had never self-harmed specifically for Very, and if Very hadn't manipulated them into doing so for almost 2 months. And this isn't the result of Very trying to hide it because A, Very does not care what happens to their online image, and B, if they wanted to hide it, why the fuck are these screenshots still intact? And C, if Very were trying to deliberately hide their abuse and make Pi a part of the cover-up, Piegirl definitely would have mentioned that as a reason as to why some screenshots were not used, and a further example of Very's emotional abuse, no? So why the fuck are they acting like 7 weeks of self-harm and manipulation never happened? The simplest answer, the 7 weeks of self-harm and manipulation never happened. Based on the timeline we have, it is near impossible for Very to have been emotionally blackmailing Piegirl into self-harm for 2 months, and there's no way for this to be a misinterpretation of events on her part. The time when the image sharing started for her is as concrete as it gets. It's very, very hard to organically fuck up in this way. This is a moment where I'm not being as charitable as I usually am, but given the overwhelming amounts of circumstantial evidence and a trusty friend, Occam's razor, I believe I'm allowed to not be as charitable with this point. What I'm trying to say is that Piegirl blatantly lied. Yes, Piegirl blatantly lied about manipulation into self-harm going on for 2 months. Piegirl blatantly lied about me doing nothing for weeks because she knows that it only went on for 1 week. She didn't substantiate her pre-escalation claim. She didn't substantiate the several weeks or the 2 months when her co-writer and Fixed allowed these unsubstantiated, false, and slanderous statements to be included in a document intended to ruin my reputation, and the community of people who analyze allegations did not notice anything. Fuck all of you fucking brain-dead fools. I wish I knew Very was doing this, honestly, because they most likely would have done something very different. Most likely you wouldn't have tried to deliberately hurt her by doing this. I'm not happy about this happening, but unfortunately, even if I don't try to deliberately harm her, I will still have to hurt her. It's inevitable. And why is that? Well, time to hear the motivations of a criminal. We're in the endgame now. 2 sections left, one of which is the conclusion. Section 7 is a you can't defend style anticipation of defenses I'll make and countering them. For you can't defend, I was sure to make sure every argument I removed from its original context came from an actual point someone has made in defense of change your mind. Here, the arguments she poses are just things she assumes I will say, effectively attacking a straw woman.
Since Blair is one of the smartest people I know, I'm sure she has rebuttals stored up. So I thought I'd but some I foresee coming. Vari manipulated, abused Blair too, so it doesn't take away from what Blair knowingly did. In fact, it's even the more reason to not eagerly collaborate with someone you know is an abuser to abuse someone else.
The first one is the deflection and an abysmal rebuttal that I will never ever use. Well, you have to understand, I may have done all this terrible stuff to this person, but I was abused by someone else, so that negates my actions. You preface this by saying I'm one of the smartest people you know, and then assume that a response I'm going to say is some shit Patrick Star is too smart for.
That's crazy talk! It's not crazy talk. This is crazy talk.
She knew Vari was manipulating me into self-harm weeks before she told me the relationship was fake, choosing not to intervene. Blair was a bystander to Vari's abuse of me and let her hatred of me get in the way of stopping abuse.
Sorry.
In Blair's DMs you once said you made friends with some of her friends so she had to be reminded of you. I did try to become friends with 2 of Blair's friends back in June after she told me she didn't want to think of me. I gave up after a couple days and apologized to Blair, and even then I never tried to hurt Blair. I just wanted to make it harder for her to hate me by making her around people who like me. It was a shitty thing to do, but it's not abuse and no way comparable to this.
The second one is a good argument that runs deeper than you know, and we'll get back to it. But it literally cannot be used to solely defend my intentions. I literally did not know this information until after I fucked with her. Anyone with half a brain knows it's unusable in this context. This is a supplementary defense used to boost the main defense, and I hope you clowns are actually smart enough to identify a genuine point that I would lead with.
This is fair justice for what happened in February. I've been through so much pain from what happened in February. Not just the crippling guilt and loss of any chance at online respect, but I've been doxxed and outed as trans to my family, had a slanderous video sent to my extended family that made them think I'm a racist pedo and more. That doesn't make what I did any lesser, but it is a price I've paid and I've changed as a person. I don't think you can reasonably say I deserved all the abuse too.
There! It took you guys 2 tries, but you finally made my straw man make a complete argument that I would actually say. Hell, you used my main argument. I would praise you for this if I didn't already express these intentions in DMs. And there's already something to rebut it. Looks like my hands are tied. I have no defense. My actions are irredeemable, and I'm a completely immoral scumbag. Except there's no way in hell that anyone with a functioning brain would pull some morally gray shit and not come loaded with an expansive explanation for their actions, one that cannot be beaten by merely referencing being a victim of doxing. I didn't expect any of the dipshit points like orchestration or bystanding to flood the document. I honestly expected a document about only the shit I actually did, but construing it in a negative light. So I kind of over-prepared for this section. Let's start off by comparing what the 2 of us did. Both actions involved an individual not informing the other that their partners were doing something terrible to them. One being completely fabricating their end of a romantic relationship, the other being non-consensually sharing sexual material with others. Piegirl's situation was worse. Both individuals didn't inform the other for an extended period of time. Piegirl because she was benefiting off the terrible thing that was occurring, and myself because I wanted to hurt her when she was mentally stable. Piegirl did this to her close friend of almost a year. I did it to someone who I hadn't had a friendly conversation to in months who had been openly antagonizing me. Pie's situation was worse. I tried to seek adequate revenge on Pie. Pie wanted to violate my sexual consent. We can do this all day. My actions aren't worse when you remove the orchestration and bystanding claims from it. So the revenge itself is adequate. I don't see the document arguing against that. But according to the document, the circumstances surrounding the revenge make the revenge inadequate. Everything she says about how much she suffered before I got my revenge, right? Well, let's actually determine how much she's actually suffered, and if that suffering is just a logical consequence of her actions and therefore not impacting any revenge. Spoiler alert, quite a bit of it is.
This is fair justice for what happened in February. I've been through so much pain from what happened in February. Not just the crippling guilt and loss of any chance at online respect, but I've been doxxed and outed as trans to my family, had a slanderous video sent to my extended family that made them think I'm a racist pedo and more. That doesn't make what I did any lesser, but it is a price I've paid and I've changed as a person. I don't think you can reasonably say I deserved all the abuse too.
Okay, let's do this. According to Piegirl and Infix, what I did was not fair justice for what Piegirl did to me in February. Their reasoning for this being that since then, Piegirl has been through a hefty amount of pain. The 3 things that caused her pain were 1, that she had felt crippling guilt and lost any chance of online respect, that she had been doxxed and outed as trans to her family, and that her extended family thinks her a racist pedophile because of a a slanderous video forwarded to them. Okay, let's break these down. Now, the entire point about losing any chance at online respect is a bold-faced lie when in the conversation we had preceding my reveal, you stated that most people in this community have forgotten you and are cool with you. You had people who made videos telling you to leave the internet, assuring you that they're fine with you existing online. You had the fucking Cuties Defender guy start a series on pedophilia, for some reason, by spending 40 minutes interviewing and defending you.
The worst part about Mr. Girl is he's probably like the best, like one of the better commentary channels right now. If you really think about it, right? Think about all of these stories that he's covered.
You've got Vosh and Mr. Girl.
Think about it, right? Like, Mr. Girl completely, like, he covered the Pie Man thing well, he covered this well. Like, Mr. Girl's like one of the better fucking commentary channels right now. Everybody else keeps
who would
fucking
you
their
rather
stories
watch
up.
right now, Jay Aubrey or Mr. Girl?
Probably, well, I like Jay Aubrey's videos.
Dude, did you know that 2 of your fans had a date to a Jay Aubrey video?
I'm gonna dedicate the rest of my life to forgetting it.
You know this. You literally say it's a vocal minority who dislikes you. What the fuck do you mean you have no chance at online respect? You literally admit to having it. Holy shit, she just lied again. Also, I totally forgot to include this, but this is such a fucking nil point. Surprise, when you do bad things, people won't like you. How does that translate to going through so much pain, and how does that fact make my actions less justified? If she ever said some shit like this in any piece of writing that isn't an expose, she'd be laughed out the fucking community. Why did no one catch this? The other half of the first painful incident was Piegirl supposedly going through crippling amounts of guilt since she did what she did. Now, this just sounds stupid. Like, buddy, the fact that you felt guilty doesn't change anything. It's literally a normal response to doing something bad. All it proves is that you're not a sociopath. Amazing. In Pie's goodbye statement, she calls the crippling guilt justice and yeesh. If feeling guilty about abusing someone is justice, and she does use the word victim here, so fuck you, she admits it, multiple abusive partners, parents, and authority figures would be giving their victims justice by feeling bad over it. If someone attacks you unprovoked and cries about it, that is not a form of justice. Shut the fuck up, please. I think it's fair to say that the first point doesn't hold up under scrutiny. Like, she literally fucking lied in it. The second point is that she was doxxed and her extended family thinks her a racist pedophile due to a slanderous video. Okay, I'm not going to get into the definition of doxing, whether or not a lack of publishing counts, because it's disrespectful. This person's privacy and safety was invaded. You're probably expecting me to make some snarky remark, but you're not getting it. I do not condone that shit. Piegirl, from the bottom of my heart, I am incredibly sorry that happened to you. Piegirl's extended family believe that Pie is a racist pedophile. She attributes this to slanderous claims. I disagree. Watch the video. At no point does Hahaya refer to you as a racist or a pedophile. The latter was clearly just a takeaway your family organically formed from shit like this, and the same with the former, except it's predicated on Hahaya assuming that you believe the insensitive comments you said, when in actuality it was an elaborate bit.
Pieman has some interesting takes. As anyone who's seen my previous videos will know, I don't like discussing politics on the channel. However, I think Pieman believing in things like white culture being supreme and believing that kneeling on someone's neck until they die of suffocation is a common police tactic are fairly extreme and ultimately backwards views. This, to be fair, could be explained through Pieman's appreciation for notorious white supremacist Nick Fuentes, going as far as to at one point attempting to interview him, which eventually fell through. Pieman would also spend this time engaging in healthy debate over on Kiwi Farm.
Man, this guy's audio quality is fucking crisp. Meanwhile, I'm bumping and thumping and clapping and snapping and all that kind of shit. Also, maybe the reason why your family thinks you're racist is, I don't know, a certain video you may have posted?
Due to the combination of edginess to actual political extremism, depending on how you view it, and an overinflated ego, Pieman decided to put all their eggs in one basket in the worst way possible. Yes, that symbol on their chest is exactly what you think it is.
Like, I don't expect your family to be that intelligent. They're probably just painting the incredibly questionable shit you've done with the same stupid brush. Speaking as someone who hates Matt, he is not at fault. When all the evidence that it was a bit had been purged, and the evidence was a rather obscure drama that no one remembers, Remember sometime in, like, December, Piegirl and, like, Michael 1 who were, like, beefing, because there was, like, a drama time civil war, but it wasn't even related to the whole Cammy thing. It was, like, drama time civil war 2, like, you know what I'm talking about? Does anyone fucking remember? There's nothing to suggest that this is a bit. She's doubling down on it. It's completely reasonable to think she believes this. Like, this ain't an unsubstantiated claim. Saying that people who say stuff a lot believe it is a common practice. The fact that your extended family think you a racist pedophile has nothing to do with the video, and if the video wasn't sent and just the screenshots, they'd likely still think that. However, for point 3, I got nothing. I'm sorry you got doxxed, I'm sorry you got outed as trans to your family, I'm sorry you're not in a safe environment right now, be it your family or your doxer, and I hope you get out of there as soon as possible. But realistically speaking, the only real suffering she's been through is her extended family misunderstood the terrible things she's done as worse than they are, she's been outed as trans, and a bad actor knows most of her personal information. Now that's pretty bad, no one's denying that. She has an absolutely fucking garbage family situation, and someone has the capability to cause harm to her livelihood with just the press of a button. But does a terrible situation like this really make Pi untouchable? Is doing any bad thing to Pi after being victimized by her not allowed because she was outed as trans by someone who could hurt her more? If a person has had bad things happen to them in response to them being a terrible person, gaining your own personal catharsis by doing another bad thing to them is morally wrong because bad things have already happened. Is this what I'm hearing? Because this is dog shit. And no, I'm not saying to just go forward with your evil plan while disregarding the status quo change. Because what else is dog shit is the insinuation that I just completely ignored what Pi went through and harmed her anyway. Because that's not what happened either. In fact, the whole plan went through some considerable changes just to make sure it didn't completely shatter Pi. More on that in a moment. Do you think revenge is objectively bad? No? Good. Revenge is a very nuanced topic. It has a lot of upsides and downsides and needs to be handled responsibly. In Western society, there are things we can all agree are bad, like rape and murder. Revenge isn't one of them. I think how it manifests itself in the cultural zeitgeist really hammers home our society's opinions on the matter. Action films like John Wick and Deadpool do a fantastic job at showcasing just how satisfying and goddamn cathartic getting revenge on those who've harmed you or your loved ones can be. On other ends of the spectrum are characters like Rick Sanchez, so consumed by revenge that he pushes away his loved ones. Or Robert Callahan, someone who's so consumed by rage that he abandons searching for true justice and just goes on a rampage destroying everything in his path. These views on the matter in mainstream entertainment effectively paint the picture of revenge being considered fine as long as you don't go overkill or hurt yourself in the process.
It is only natural. He cut off your arm, and you wanted revenge.
The best way to handle exacting revenge is treating it like a transaction. Try to mimic what the other person did to you. Eye for eye, tooth for tooth, you know? If they can dish it, they can take it. Make it fair. If you get hurt really badly, you can hurt them back if you want to. You are not a bad person for doing this. Of course, there are some exceptions to the rule. Like, I don't think you should rape your rapist, you know? And if what you went through involved an additional party getting victimized, like your dog being killed, don't involve an innocent just because they're tied to the person that victimized you. The character of Damon Bach in Star Trek, who sees things through the eyes of business and transaction, makes this mistake.
Why don't we settle this now?
You murdered my son.
It was self-defense.
You were in Ferengi space.
If he'd told me, I would have withdrawn.
I demand that you repay me for my loss. You can pay me with your son's life.
No.
You don't have any choice.
Bach also makes another mistake, as he's made him believe that he has a son who he's about to kill. He does this as revenge for Picard getting Bach's son killed, but Captain Picard killed Bach's son in self-defense after he attacked his ship with multiple people on it for no given reason. When exacting revenge, one must also gauge intent. Is the person acting maliciously when doing something? Are they consciously aware of that malice? Are they aware of what they're doing? Was it justified? Is it intentional or an accident? When attempting to weigh the facts of the situation and the impact of the situation objectively, you can form a pretty appropriate revenge. Like telling someone that their partner never loved them after they used someone to siphon explicit material of you. Have you ever read an article about how a child predator was beat to death in prison, or hear a story about how someone's son or daughter were killed, so they killed their murderer? Like actual malicious murder and not self-defense and not the dude's son. Did those stories make you feel kinda good? Well, you're supporting revenge, buddy. Live in any first world country, revenge surrounds you, which is state mandated. In America, at least, if you kill someone, the state is legally allowed to punish you by either killing you or, in other countries, trapping you in a building until you die. Laws like these go all the way back to the days of Hammurabi nearly 4,000 years ago, the origin of eye for eye, tooth for tooth. Government mandates justice, except this time with more bite. Of course, a lot of aspects of Hammurabi's code have aged horribly, but this shit was written when mammoths were still alive, and we have 4,000 years of experience refining these concepts into something mostly acceptable. And by the way, it doesn't take a genius to understand that society was very, very different 4,000 years ago. As mentioned, mammoths were still alive, there was no internet, hell, there wasn't even any electricity. Most of the major religions didn't exist, and books were over 1,000 years away. But yet we were still taking revenge out on each other, and making systems to regulate them to be more fair. Being concerned with fairness is hardwired into our species. It is also why the economy exists. Equal and opposite revenge is a biological part of us. It's something that does need to be kept in check, however. It has been accepted for at least 3,800 years and is accepted in modern Western society. It's a thing that, if done responsibly, has not many caveats, and the more common caveats affect the revenge taker rather than the recipient. Based on a good amount of revenge testimonies I've been reading for years and people's responses to them, here's Blair's Declassified Guide to Exacting Awesome Revenge. This is a big one. Either make sure your revenge is less extreme or near equal. If you were to display the two actions to a layman, make sure they agree that yours is either less extreme or roughly the same. Treat it like a transaction. 2. Even if it is equal, don't go too hard. A few sexual things are a no-no. Rape is probably the point where you've crossed the line. After this point comes things like detrimental long-form emotional manipulation. Think what Veri was doing to Pi in the last week of their relationship, but stretched out for like 3 years or so. You can still achieve something equal or lesser or adequate without having to perfectly recreate the extreme senseless violence, turning the whole thing into just long-form pleasure farming that's lost all of its meaning. You can accomplish revenge against someone who does something this reprehensible in less violent ways, like for instance completely ruining their life forever. 3. Don't involve anyone else. If someone killed your dog, don't kill their dog. Their dog is innocent. Don't be a Ferengi. You are better than a Ferengi. 4. Revenge should not be your first option. Revenge is the tool for gaining catharsis for a major inconvenience. It is definitely something you should consider, but don't automatically resort to violence. If you are placed into a situation where the individual cannot be placed into justice or is effectively managed to mostly circumvent their justice, Piegirl, then start throwing hands. 5. Continuing off of point 4, don't just exact petty revenge on people for mild inconveniences. That's some psycho shit. If you go on Reddit, you can tell the things that deserve revenge from the subreddits: petty revenge, pro-revenge, and nuclear revenge. 6. If someone gets completely fair and just revenging you, don't get revenge on them back, because what's the point? What are you accomplishing? Showing them how it feels? Buddy, you already did that. To do it again offsets the balance. The only context where I'm fine with it is if the initial revenge greatly exceeds the impact of the initial action. I mentioned beating up a guy who fucked your wife in the past, but if you stab the guy or beat them up seriously within an inch of their life, more than your average fight, that exceeds the initial action, and you do have grounds to pull your own revenge despite being the initial perpetrator. Don't pull revenge on 3 unless you have reason to. See points 1 through 4 for additional clarifications. 7. Continuing off of point 6, avoid revenge cycles. If your malicious opponent feels wrong for some reason and takes revenge on you despite the transaction being complete, try not to create a cycle by doing something else bad. Instead, seek the justice option, as it's very likely your opponent has just done something to shit themselves. This is what Piegirl thought she was doing by writing the document. However, wrong, mostly equal, less extreme. And finally, point 8, revenge is not good. Revenge is not a good thing to do. It has never been a good thing to do. However, it's not a bad thing to do. Executing revenge is dangerous. Revenge is not good, it is not bad. It is merely just acceptable. Exact your revenge responsibly, ladies and gentlemen. And stay tuned for the Supersonic 1014 video, which plays around with even more nuances in regards to the topic. It releases on April 5th, 2063. You may have forgotten because of how much I've been shitting on this person, but Piegirl and I used to be friends. In fact, I'd go as far as to say she was one of, if not my best friend at the time. The closest person and only complete and true friend I had while navigating the fiery depths of a strange new world. I sunk so much energy into her. There were so many turns, so many times where anyone with half a brain would be fed up with her bullshit and leave her. But at every failure, bad take, attack on her, attempt at harassment, and name invocation, I was there. I was there to help her. I was there to be a genuinely good and caring friend towards her. There were so many times where she felt demoralized, like the entire idea of having friends on the internet was bullshit, because every stinking person was fake. I was always there to assure her that she had real friends that cared about her well-being, that she had me, someone who would stick by her no matter how much stupid shit she did and how many friends she lost. I was ridiculed for associating with you, but I did so anyways. Not because you were some tool with connections to exploit, and not because of my association with you aided in the inevitable big battle with Supersonic 1014, but because you were my fucking friend, and I cared about you. You attempted suicide, Piegirl. Who was the one, Piegirl? Who was the one who rounded up all of your friends to make an effort to make sure that you were alive and well? Who spent several hours of her day nearly in tears because the thought of losing you was absolutely crushing? Who gave a shit about you? Me.
There are so many things I've wanted to tell you. Before February, I planned to DM a long paragraph thanking you for being such a great friend. Of course, I never got to do that, so I'll do it here. Apart from Vari, I've never got along with anyone as much as I have with you. You were one of the only people I even really talked to. TBH, I was always intimidated by you, because I always idolized you. You were everything I wanted to be: confident, intelligent, attractive, talented, able to make friends with basically anyone in only like a day. Still don't know how you do that. People treated you like the gender you are. In short, I always wished I was you. I looked up to you, and you were literally the best friend I could ever ask for. You defended me when no one else did, to the point where people made fun of you for it. You always were there for me. You always cared about me and didn't appreciate that nearly as much as I should have. I threw our friendship away, and it was the biggest mistake I ever made. If I never left the internet, I hoped that one day far in the future I would be able to be friends with you again, but OFC, it was always unlikely. But you meant so much to me. Literally without you I would be dead. RN. When I was in a really bad place late last year, you talked with me and showed that someone cared about me.
So when I learned that for several weeks you deliberately set up a recurring act of viewing private sexual material of me without my express consent, that you treated me as nothing more than a mere sexual object to take advantage of, and your desires took precedence over our friendship, that you did something that you knew would hurt me but still did it, that you definitively sexually abused me, that you almost fucking outed me after taking advantage of me as a means to preserve your own hide because you're a selfish fucking cunt. After how close we were, after everything I did for you. Yeah. It tore me apart. I didn't know how to process it. It took 3 weeks to even be antagonistic towards you. I threw up that day. I cry when I think of that day. I am a wreck because of that day. You broke me.
How are you doing?
Okay, I guess.
You went on interview with Mr. Girl as a means to further preserve your image, and as a result, his audience of weirdos all collectively agreed that they would do the exact same thing to me if they were in your position. How amazing is that for someone to watch after they have just been hurt badly? What was worse was I couldn't even talk about it in the community because of a clear and established precedent of ostracization and labeling in the commentary community. The word degenerate is branded onto your skin. I cannot risk a blow to my reputation because despite the terrible thing that has just occurred, I made promises. I have commitments, and I can't squander them. Not yet. So I stayed quiet. I only told the people I trusted. I let those feelings bottle up inside because, hey, it's better to suffer in silence than to jeopardize a case I'm in control of. Only 5 weeks after our last interaction on the internet in a Mason-esque move, you claimed that everything wrong with you had just been suddenly healed, and you were ready to come back. You made a bunch of rules and guidelines for yourself that you've now broken, and you kept being a ball of pain that existed in the same community as me. My habit of being sexual online, sans listening to my own nudes, began to just go completely rampant. Here's a list of everyone I was sexual online with between August of 2020 and February of 2022, a period of 18 months. Now here's a list of everyone I was sexual with online between February 2022 and December 2022. And here are the ones between June 2022 and December 2022. Do your research and you can find that this is a common reaction to sexual trauma. The more I do it, however, the more of a target I have on my back. I developed heavy trust issues because of what she did. I began to grow untrusting of my friends. I began to grow too trusting of people that were kind to me. This led me to meet Vary, an individual who showed me love and affection and showed me someone I could relate to, and then pulled a switcheroo and slowly began to chip away at me until I was broken yet again. But this isn't about the trauma they caused me. This is about the trauma you caused. There was a moment over the summer where I was under the impression that something like this happened again, this time involving Airbnb and a camera. I had a manic breakdown so bad that I cut myself. I'm not saying that I self-harmed. I'm saying that I was in such a horrible place that I inadvertently caused physical harm to myself. I grew erratic, less thoughtful, less grateful, slow, sluggish. The revised script for the Supersonic 10 for Teen video was, quote, almost done in late June. Actually done in late September, and editing only started in December. And of course, I only had like 3 weeks to edit it. I literally could not work on a project I loved working on. I couldn't do the things I loved. I couldn't love the people I loved. Just bouncing around from person to person. Friendships fall apart, social interaction, caring about anything is a slog. It feels like I can't enjoy anything. It's just something that all stemming from one incident. But it's not too bad. It's just something that happens to teenagers, I tell myself. As this small thing I should just look out for consumes every last facet of who I am. Thinking back to the memories of early 2021, I realize I am no longer Blair TV anymore. Now, when someone does something bad to you, revenge should not be your first option. It wasn't my first option, I just wanted to live my life. For the first 2 months, I was essentially compensated. Piegirl had abused and traumatized me, and as a result, she had no online presence to further salt the wound, and everybody hated her for what she did to me. Now, wounds take a long time to heal and easily get salted, and what motivates someone to assist in taking advantage of people for 3 entire months takes a long time to sort out, like more than 3 months. Most appropriately, Piegirl should have honestly been gone for between 6 and 12 months. So the issues with herself were burned out, and so her victim were given an appropriate amount of time to heal. Less than a year off the internet after something heinous like that, and being given an opportunity to return after, that's not unreasonable. Anyways, Piegirl came back after 2 months and 5 days. Actually, that's a lie. No, she didn't. Because between February 22nd and March 15th, she was a lurker. She was still online, just not on Twitter. It wasn't until I blew her out that she finally scurried away. So she was actually gone for only 1 month and 12 days. She spent more than twice the amount of time she was gone doing the thing that made her leave. And she acted like she was all better when she got back. She supposedly changed in 6 weeks, and I was only not able to be in her vicinity for 6 weeks. As thoughtfully indicated on Pi's graph, by June the status quo had reset to January. Pi had haters. She always had haters. They just weren't overwhelming, and they aren't anymore. By commentary standards, she had been forgiven, and I think she had forgiven herself too, as coincidentally around this mental peak I was unblocked by her. And boom, everything went back to normal. Her status, her mental health, everything. In less than 4 months, everything had gone back to normal. Do you want to know what my fucking compensation was for one of my closest friends violating and traumatizing me? I had to fucking babysit her for 3 weeks, be allowed a 6-week break to heal from what she did, having her come back, joke about my trauma, and then just regain respect after 2 months. And you wanna know something else? Since the selfish bitch possessed not enough humility to leave the community of her new victim, the only way to not be plagued with constant reminders of her is to leave the communities we share that also have the majority of my friends. So essentially, if you don't want to be reminded of your abuser, just leave the place where all your friends are. Just alter the victim's life in order to accommodate the abuser. As you can guess, this unfair solution did not sit well. Both for my plans and my friendships, I didn't move. And as a result, every day, every mutual friend was just a reminder of what she did to me. And I wouldn't know it for months, but this was exactly by design. Earlier, when listing the pre-buttles she gave, I sort of brushed past the second one. That's because it sort of destroys everything, but the groundwork I need for it is in the third one. So let's play this one more time.
In Blair's DMs you once said you made friends with some of her friends so she had to be reminded of you. I did try to become friends with 2 of Blair's friends back in June after she told me she didn't want to think of me. I gave up after a couple days and apologized to Blair. And even then I never tried to hurt Blair. I just wanted to make it harder for her to hate me by making her around people who like me. It was a shitty thing to do, but it's not abuse and no way comparable to this.
She's referencing this DM right here.
That's why I tried to make friends with so many of your friends, so you couldn't escape seeing me.
Have you noticed the fact that these two do not line up 1-to-1?
I did try to become friends with 2 of Blair's friends back in June after she told me she didn't want to think of me.
First of all, the wording is extremely passive. Just she had to be reminded of me despite using aggressive wording for me. The wording she used when informing me was so you could never escape seeing me. But you have to understand, that sounds emotionally abusive and makes her look bad, and she can't look bad. She barely did anything wrong. Blair's the true villain. I wonder why she didn't show the DM she was referring to. Second of all, she said she tried to make friends with many of my friends when in the document she says it's only 2. I'm more inclined to believe the screenshot because here she has nothing to lose by being honest in a conversation not burdened by optics, whereas she needs to make herself look good in order for this to work. I believe unfiltered pie is more truthful than filtered pie. Okay, update, heated pie is telling the truth. Which, I mean, is obvious considering how many lies are in this document. She started doing this shit again, circa July, trying to get close to people who were once close to me that she presumes still were, and are close to me, and giving the same spiel of, I want to know you better despite never interacting with these people. It is very obvious what she's doing. Well, yes, I guess this doesn't prove that Pi is telling the truth in the DM. It does perfectly fit the behaviors she described there and doesn't fit the behaviors described in the document. As if she truly felt remorse, why is she doing it again? There is far more evidence to support the document being the truth. In the document, she said that she gave up after a couple of days. Whereas in the screenshot, she said that she became friends with them and trying to hurt me was partially her reason for doing so. Looks like someone's story is inconsistent, but I'm sure she's trustworthy. She wouldn't blatantly lie for a third time now, would she? Well, she says that she apologized for her actions. The way it's worded makes it seem like she apologized right after, when in actuality she only mentioned it after the reveal. But I'm not going to die on that hill. I am going to die on the hill that she never apologized. The only thing she said was that it was probably self-centered. That's it. Where's the apology? Look at the scroll through. You won't find it. She literally just fucking lied a third time. But that can't be right. She said that she didn't want to hurt me. All she did was try to make sure that her victim couldn't escape seeing her. Ooh. But she only did that so it would be harder for me to hate her by being around people who like her. Because everyone knows the way to make victims hate their abusers less is to deliberately put the victim around people that like the abuser. Ooh. And then she just goes out and fucking says, that's not abuse. This is a reference to me calling her an abuser for deliberately doing this. She is responding to a point I made, but not attributing that point to me. She is subtweeting me in the rebuttal section of a Google document that is specifically about me.
Wow! Incredible!
And variable, we're just going to pretend that they're not just set up. Also, she just says it is an abuse and makes no attempt to back it up. You can literally debunk this point just by using your head. She literally admitted to attempting to insert herself into several parts of my life as a means to make me hate her less. Make it so I couldn't escape her and couldn't escape people who liked her, so that I would eventually learn to change my mind and like her. Deliberately trying to hurt me over a prolonged period of time as a means to change my mind about you is blatant emotional manipulation, which, yes, is abuse. And even if you weren't trying to change my mind, you were still trying to make sure I could never escape you, effectively attempting to exacerbate my trauma out of pure anger that I wanted nothing to do with you, which is still abuse. She just described something abusive and then said it's not abuse. This is how abusers operate. How didn't even the trauma-conscious members of the community pick up on this? Get this through your thick skull. What you did was emotional abuse. End of. As previously stated, I found that it was near impossible to heal from what Pi did to me. I kept seeing her everywhere. It was as if she infected all my friends. Every last mention, trace, and reminder reopened the wound, and it was impossible to escape. But now I know that was by design. That she deliberately inserted herself into my friends' lives to become closer to me and to generate enough noise to where I could not avoid her, with the hope that I'd eventually crack and just give up and be her friend. She made getting over the trauma damn near impossible, with the only way out being telling my friends how she hurt me, an option that I was extremely uncomfortable with doing, information that she coincidentally also knows. But no. Pi's the real victim. There were a select few people I was comfortable with telling, one of whom was Very. Very and I were close. Our friendship bordered all out romance. We were very affectionate and I trusted them. By all accounts, this disgusting, strange little creature was the perfect person for me. But there was just one problem. Piegirl was also really close to Very, and I felt uncomfortable behind that. Don't act as if you have the high ground, you've done the same thing too. That's right, bitch, I got blue on the payroll. So Very was talking about past traumas, and I talked about mine. I mentioned that it might destroy a friendship, and after hesitation, I told Very what Pi did to me, and implied that I didn't want them to talk anymore, but I didn't really force it. A week passes, I asked one more time what they're gonna do. I confessed my feelings to Very, and they said that while they feel the same way, they don't want a relationship. So anyways, one day later, Very's dating Piegirl. What Very did wasn't a reopening of a wound, it was an exacerbation of it. Imagine having someone put their trust into you and tell you how their trust was violated and deciding to date the person who violated the trust of the person who trusted you, which in turn violates their trust. In my explanation to Pi of why everything affected me so bad, I cited Very as my predominant reason. And while it was mainly recency bias, Very did a really good job at reopening that wound. Very definitely realized the conundrum, especially due to the nature of the relationship, as they just vanished for 2 weeks before we finally talked about it. The argument lasted for 3 days, and that's kind of what killed our friendship. They were just a constant reminder of what she did to me now. But for some fucking reason, my dumbass didn't just leave. Over the next 2 months, we constantly fought over this, and they always gave the same explanation. Oh, I panicked, and while I do like her, I have to end the relationship when the time's right though. It's not right now though. The relationship was a panicked decision that they immediately regretted but felt unable to escape without hurting her. But the intention was always to escape. What I am saying is that the relationship was always going to end, because breaking it off is what a good friend does. So after another argument that lasted 4 days, I learned that while Vera was gone, they decided to fake their friendship with both myself and Piegirl moving forward. And while this completely shattered my sense of trust yet again, I realized something. What if I used this information to hurt her? What if I could take 7 months of pent-up trauma and pent-up anger and release it in one act of pure aggression and finally, have the capacity to move on? If this is catharsis, if this is closure, I can begin to make steps to improve. I can be more calm and less scatterbrained. I could stop needing to rely on other people. I could grow more open and less attached. And I could stop being asexual online. I could be free, and at the same time I could hurt her in the same way, albeit marginally less. I could show her the pain of having someone you care for so carelessly disregard your emotions to lie to you. I wanted you to go through what you put me through. I wanted you to feel the pain you made me feel. And the best part of it was I didn't have to do any of it. All I could do was tell her, be a massive bitch, and watch her freak out. That was catharsis enough. And at the same time, get her out of a relationship that was completely falsified. It was the perfect plan. Yes, it was kinda grubby to just condemn Piegirl to an abusive relationship like that. However, various abusive actions and the intention surrounding them is likely the tamest possible abusive relationship you can think of, and it posed no real imminent danger to Pie. Really, it could have gone on indefinitely like this, and Pie would have only been hurt when she found out. However, that pain would be more and more severe the longer it took. But just a couple weeks, right? Not 2 more months. The whole point of the fake relationship was to bring Pie to a more stable ground. I'm just informing her and making it hurt. That's on me, although Very does support the idea given their past of being abused. The relationship can go on a bit longer and Pie will be in no danger. That's literally what Pie did to me with Lucy, condemning me to an abusive relation. She could have stopped it. She chose not to. And I actually was under imminent danger that she benefited from. So keeping the relationship going wasn't part of my plan, like my revenge plan, but it's not like I really had any reason to care to stop this considering our history. And see, after a while I was kind of locked into this. The original version of the plan was a lot crueler than what actually occurred. Not really in its different actions, it was gonna play more on jealousy, but when it was set to occur. Piegirl had a massive stressful workload on her, and even if I told her honestly, and without malice, it would likely break her just as much, if not more. Because here, she not only has a stressful workload, she also has nothing to fall back upon, as this was before she stole $100 for a phone. So not only does this major revelation occur while she's smothered in finals, but she also has nothing to fall back. I just fucking said that. Revise your scripts better. So anything immediate is just out of the fucking question. That's gonna make things even worse. So imagine this. You have the ability to get your revenge on someone who irreversibly fucked you up. You really want to do it, but you have to wait an indefinite but short amount of time. So what do? Well, you talk about it. You scratch that itch with how you're gonna do it. And here's the fatal mistake. The operation involved informing Pie that her partner was faking their relationship and hated her. And I would have to use these really cruel screenshots of us scheming. But let's say I wanted to abort the revenge plan. Well, unless I want to trap Pie in a fake relationship with self-harm manipulation for God knows how long, I would have to tell her. And I would have to use those really cruel screenshots of us scheming to prove it. She would know exactly what I was doing regardless. I just wouldn't insult her and would put on a fake I'm so sorry that she'd see right through. After waiting those 2 months, there was no aborting the plan. So what's the point in pretending to be nice? I have all the justification I need to carry out my revenge. My actions mirror hers. Here we are, old friend. The tables turned. Me, with all the power in the universe. And you, unaware of the dark truths I'm about to convey. It's funny, I never saw myself as that violent of a person. I knew in some situations I'd have to fight, but here I am, about to ruin this person's day, their month, their year. Am I the villain? How did I get here? I start to feel like a bad person, but then I remember that Piegirl created this monster and dug her grave a long time ago. She wants to engage in behavior she knows can traumatize and damage people. Well, don't be surprised whenever her victims find similar information that can traumatize and damage her, and is traumatized and damaged enough to show her a taste of her well-earned medicine to put an end to the pain. By all intents and purposes, in every method I have described the circumstances, it is undeniable that my actions do not exceed hers. In fact, I would consider mine less extreme. And once we include all the friend-making, or as I like to call it, a minor form of tormenting, it is absolutely less extreme. I'm definitely not doing anything right by doing this, but I'm not doing anything wrong. So without any further ado, freeze! Nice job, television. You almost killed your reputation. Yes, it is undeniable that what you're doing here is within comparable parameters, and she does deserve it. But a lot of things have happened that could change that. For instance, the whole carving fiasco from last week. It's gonna hurt a lot more with Very's name literally embedded in her for the next few months. A constant reminder of that fake relationship. To which I say, I don't like how Very just refused to say they didn't want this. That was fucked up of them. But this was Pi's own choice, at least based on what Very said. It is not my problem, and even though it is not her fault she is getting hurt by this, do not carve or tattoo your fucking Discord partner into your body. I've burned through like 5 of these relationships, and the longest one lasted 5 months. You will be left with a reminder of heartbreak if you do this, no matter what. I don't want to sound like a victim blaming cunt. I really don't. But the second you carve your Discord partner's name into your body, you are setting yourself up for serious heartbreak. It is inevitable. Doesn't matter if the relationship is real or fake, it's inevitable. E-relationships never last. Try not to do things that will affect your future. Live in the moment. No matter what happens, Pi has set herself up for a situation, and it's not like Very was forcing her or manipulating her into doing this. It was her own choice, despite how scummy it is. And regardless if the relationship were fake or not, it would be Pi's own problem, and not enough to nullify the revenge. Although it does affect it. I honestly feel kind of bad for her, despite the things she's done. So when I execute my revenge, I won't be as cruel. Well, and that's why my mocking tone really only persisted throughout the first half of the reveal. Maybe if I had known Very was lying to me and actually seriously harming Piegirl, or if I had reason to suspect that my friend of 5 months was doing something out of character for them, I probably would have called everything off. But sadly, I didn't know that. Admittedly, I feel kind of bad about it. But even if I wanted to abort this, I can't. Pi needs to know about this, and the method of which she would find out would go about near identically. Okay, so what other concerns are there? What about Piegirl's abusive home life? They didn't even misgender her. They treat her poorly. First of all, as I said, I'm locked into this. Even if I want to abort this, this still has to play out in some way. And it would be very similar. Second of all, in this context, with no disrespect, it's really hard to care about any situations Pi's gotten herself into. Did I ever have a fucking mental health check-in before Pi violated me? Did she ever think about my messy school situation, my constant gender-related fights with my family, or how a grown man, nearly twice my age, damaged my sense of trust by attempting to emotionally manipulate me into believing my best friend was doing something terrible? Did she ever think,
maybe I shouldn't do anything?
Did she ever think,
maybe I shouldn't take advantage of Blair anymore?
No, she just dumped everything on me without warning, without preparation, and still trying to leech advice out of me for it. Hey, Blair, can you help me? I'm about to write a document on a creepy pedo, but it's gonna expose me for being a bad friend. What should I do? How about go fuck yourself? And then, while I was crying over being violated, she was going to publicly out her victim just to get allowed back in the community. So excuse me for not putting ample thought into her mental health. Oh wait, I did, because the plan was, after all of this was over, to get people to check in on her in this distressed state, which is exactly what I did. So excuse me for tossing her in the pool, but it's only fucking fair.
Blair, don't you know how hard her social life is right now online? She can hardly talk to her friends. She's been banned from the internet. Isn't that justice enough?
First of all, good. Second of all, no, she fucking hasn't.
Why am I able to do this? Why am I able to contact her? Why is Piegirl in a relationship to begin with? If justice being served was her parents knowing and enforcing the consequences on her actions, why are the consequences just fucking gone? It's because Piegirl doesn't like consequence. She doesn't like leaving the internet for doing terrible things. It's why her 9-week break was so short. Why she was actually gone for only 6 weeks. Why when she was banned from the internet, instead of abiding by her promise to leave forever, lied about it and kept up an alternate account. Why she was gone for only 6 weeks. Why she was still active on Letterboxd. Why when she came back and promised not to be active on Twitter, broke it within a fucking week. Why when she was banned from the internet, instead of abiding by her promise to leave forever, lied about it, kept up an alternate account, making little cameos until suddenly she's a major character again in the TV show we call life. And spoilers, her fear of consequence is also why she tried to emotionally manipulate me into being her friend again. Because she desperately just wants to undo everything this incident impacted, instead of waiting like a fucking normal person for things to resolve itself. Piegirl had circumvented most of the consequences of her action, regained toleration, regained respect, and regained friendship from people that thought her disgusting. On 2 occasions, and at this exact point, at least 75% of everything had reverted back to normal. In my humble opinion, it should have been 0 for the rest of the year, until she returned a truly changed person, because she has not changed. And don't worry, Section 7 has a fuck ton of proof of that, but I don't want to cancel or ruin her life. All I want to show her is that some consequences will stick forever. The fury of a woman scorned. And all I want is to be free of this pain. And I learned that the quickest way to achieve this is violence. This pain has consumed everything, how I behave, who I involve myself with, everything. I was tired of being this broken television, and I honestly didn't know how much longer I could stay afloat in the status quo. I was likely months away from completely falling apart. I could go to therapy and improve myself, but come on! A very quick option that can supplement a good chunk of therapy is right fucking there. I literally have to do it regardless, so why not have some fun? I am literally locked into it. And defaulting to the option of self-improvement leaves the amazing option of watching her circumvent every consequence for her actions. She'll still be doing this, but at least I'll have taken something, anything, close to this terrible person. How many ways do I have to describe this? I'll downplay it. Leak nudes is a commonality in the high school world, and so are fake high school relationships. The two are of similar caliber, and I am not involved in the fake relationship. It only goes on to prevent more damage. Let's bring the dial back up. She never understood why everything affected me so badly. Well, now she can. Now she can know exactly what she did to me. And if she has the trust issues, or felt like crying since then, or feels unproductive, that's what you did to me. What Very made you feel? That's what you made me feel. 5 months of fake relationship completely offsets 3 months of sexually exploitative relationship. I need closure, goddammit. I need to be myself again, because this wound is still open, still infected, and that was by design. It was by fucking design. I didn't know that was going on, but I had gotten used to it. I could still live with the constant reminders if I just struck at her, made the wound at least feel better. To tell the truth, I need this. I've been wallowing in my own despair, picking up endless unhealthy habits, wrecking my social life, my sexual life, if those terms even apply. Something to break the cycle by mitigating the pain. That's what I fucking need. I knew that I would become a better person if I did this, and that's exactly what ended up happening. Sure, there were a few hiccups, but I was learning, and I was improving for the next 20 days. All that has to happen is that a definitive sexual abuser who has been through an ordeal gets told a few more bad things, and her life gets worse. Meanwhile, one of her victims breaks out of a self-destructive, all-consuming cycle. Frankly, this is a mostly desirable timeline. And as long as I'm careful, and as long as I send people to help her, I'll be executing this in a safe manner. So let me fashion this message into a goddamn weapon that strikes her at her weakest point. Well, television, it's 7:37 p.m. You felt horrible these past 9 months, but hopefully you'll enjoy yourself. And hopefully
you'll start to falter, because there's no going back now. My biggest wish, after all of this, is that people understand how I was brought to this point, and that they defend me. That they defend the appropriateness of my actions, and they defend what I've been through. The funny thing about trauma is how we all process it. It can stagnate our personalities, it can be redirected into humor, music, art, it can be repressed or flood our personalities. However we process our traumas, they're all valid. As long as you don't hurt anyone, well, I think in these cases there are a few people you can hurt. I used to think I was overreacting because it wasn't as bad as what other people have been through and it shouldn't affect you this much. I'm going to stop telling myself that, and I'm not going to surround myself with people who tell me that anymore, which this community no doubt will. I'm going to surround myself with understanding voices who tell me that how I process my trauma is valid, and that getting revenge on my abuser was pretty cringe, but based. I had so many loud and impatient DMs and comments telling me to release the response, and all of them were kind of upsetting, because they didn't understand. I don't know if they ever will, but one comment did make me feel good. A comment that believed in me, and a comment from a voice I know understands. So I would like to extend my greatest thanks to YouTube user Tyrannical Trey. Oh my god, we're finally at Section 8, the conclusion. I see the light.
Through all the examples given throughout this document, the evidence is clear that Blair TV purposefully gaslighted and manipulated me to psychologically and emotionally abuse me for months on end. This is by encouraging, assisting Vari to continue a fake relationship with me, planning how Vari should act and how events should occur specifically to cause the most damage to my psyche, neglecting to prevent Vari's abuse towards me, and deliberately making the moment of me finding out I've been abused for half a year as traumatic as possible.
Okay, let's just replay the first paragraph.
Through all the examples given throughout this document, the evidence is clear that Blair TV purposefully gaslighted.
What? Where? This is the only mention you make of gaslighting throughout the entire document. Gaslighting involves invalidating people's past memories, knowingly twisting past events to rewrite history and making a person question their sanity. When did you even mention that? Are you referring to me encouraging and assisting Vari to continue a fake relationship with you as gaslighting? Because even if that were true, that's still not what gaslighting is. You're just using the most loaded language possible to make yourself seem like the biggest victim possible. This is the conclusion, a section meant to summarize the document, and we're already finding new unique problems.
Blair bragged about most of this to me. My trauma and abuse that she directly contributed to makes her laugh. She has no remorse over this. She has planned this over months. I don't see any real apology coming from her anytime soon.
She then condemns me for bragging and laughing about it, which, yeah, I find it kind of funny. I glossed over these 2 points earlier, but the reason I bragged and laughed about it is because this is a person that hurt me badly, who is now getting a taste of her own medicine and couldn't handle what she dished out. Personally, I find that the funniest shit since Pickle Rick. I think it's valid to take joy in hurting an abuser in the same way they hurt you, no? And remember, I am laughing about something that I did not orchestrate. She goes on to say that I feel no remorse for my actions, which she can't prove. She's right, but for all she knows, I could have spent the 20 days in between the reveal and the document's release feeling absolutely awful over what I did and how I felt about it, and wishing I could go back on it. In fact, for a day and a half after the reveal, I felt pretty guilty about it. Not anymore, though.
But I think that abusers and manipulators deserve justice, so I think they should take a long break from the internet to reflect on what they've done and how they've irreparably hurt and traumatized me. And if one day she genuinely changes, I would welcome them back.
Okay, I'll pretend to leave the internet for 3 weeks, then actually leave for only 5 weeks, and then return saying I'm all better and making a bunch of promises and then breaking them all. In fact, since this controversy occurred in December and it's now April, I think I'm allowed to come back without any response since I spent 3 months pretending I was gone.
Screen recording of my full DM conversations with Blair the last few months.
The final line of the document is Piegirl scrolling through the screenshots. She's providing full context, so my complaints about how the full screenshots aren't present and what she's talking about are null and void. She does present the full context of me saying that I planned something, she presents the whole cryptic conversation, and she does present the screenshot where she says that she doesn't want me to escape her. She provided full context. These points are null and void. Except no. The point of the Google Doc is to prove your point in a streamlined manner. Most people reading the Google Doc, some who are outside of commentary, are just looking for a casual read to explain why this person is bad. The scrolling only exists to prove its authenticity and is optional viewing. Only a tiny minority of people are going to meticulously analyze the entire scroll through and correspond it to each individual screenshot, and then use the correspondence to determine if the context is removed. I wish everyone did do this, but it is your job to account for the stupid people reading. So everyone, what, are you trying to make this like an interactive do-it-yourself document? Why did you have to overcomplicate this shit and turn some of your points into a fucking fetch quest, instead of just using the full screenshots you refer to, instead of just including a beginning, middle, and end to what you send? Throughout this document, I did my best to attempt to do that. Most singular screenshots are shit I've just zoomed into. Yeah, I guess she's technically showing the full context, just like how technically this is a picture of Wally, or Waldo as he's called here in America. What Piegirl is doing here is essentially giving us a photo of Wally, then linking to a Where's Wally page with no guide to find him, not telling you to find him, and presenting the page as an optional thing to do. Even worse, half of the time she doesn't even show us a picture of Wally, she just describes him, and half of that time, she gets details about him incorrect. And on the rare chance you even notice Wally, you won't fully understand his significance because she doesn't inform you of his significance. So much for showing the full context. Okay, so we are in the final line of the document. Don't tell me that she manages to fuck up the last 12 words. Well, in the last line, she links to a YouTube video that she says is a screen recording of her full conversations, plural, with me over the last few months. And the video that she links to only goes over one conversation that takes place over only 3 hours and 58 minutes. What the fuck? Does time just work differently in Australia? A couple months is suddenly 1 week, a few months is suddenly 4 hours. I don't understand why the community got on my ass about how I lied about responding in a few days. According to the document, they believe it has been a few days. How do you keep fucking up the timeline this hard? Why don't you just show the rest of the screenshots you were gonna show? Why didn't you at least show the DM where you tell me to stop making crass sexual jokes with Very? It literally benefits your point. Like, you say that I didn't include the full context of the DM, and then you don't show the full context. Why not? It would have benefited your case. Just like the screenshots of Very being neglectful, and the screenshots before November 26th. Like, the fact that they aren't in the doc is one thing, but they're not even in the DIY find the screenshots to complete the puzzle video. What's going on? Also weird that there's no scroll through with the Very screenshots. Just as the cherry on top to this shit Sunday, one of the comments on this video that Piegirl hearted is from fucking Misanthrope. It's from fucking Misanthrope Pony. That's right, the person who violated my trust and attempted to emotionally manipulate me is having the person who violated my trust and attempted to emotionally manipulate me comment on her videos and fucking hearting them.
Blair TV, I really am sorry. I am sorry that I manipulated you and abused your trust. I am sorry that I threw your friend into a state of panic. And I'm sorry that I couldn't be honest with you.
You stupid Nick!
Why the fuck would he do this? We haven't spoken in almost a year and we don't share any communities. Maybe it's because I publicly humiliated him and he's a bit salty.
When Cartoonchi posted that thread, Pony tried to convince me that Toonchi was making false accusations, that he was spreading lies about him. You were trying to pit me against one of my best friends, just so you can cover up what a shitty person you—
You stupid Nick!
Regardless if I'm reading too much into this or not, there's one thing that's more important than all of this. The document is over. What a cataclysmic train wreck. This is one of the worst things I have ever seen in my 8 years of being online. The fact that almost everyone I knew believed this pile of garbage and cut ties with me just goes to show how much the internet has lobotomized us. Or these people never had brains at all. This document isn't just filled with baseless claims, it is baseless claims. Entire sections are built on assumptions based on singular words and a made-up narrative to support it, and sometimes we don't even get singular words. It does its best to overplay, twist, and warp a fair and less extreme revenge to an initially abusive set of actions, and take a morally gray situation that you can criticize me for, and turn it into a completely black situation that I must be cancelled for. The document is hemorrhaging, it is completely in tatters, and it takes nearly 2 hours to fully explain how poorly constructed this pile of donkey dog shit is, and you know what? We're still not done breaking it down, because now that we've read this document in full, we can give it a bird's eye view and identify some recurring issues and common themes. I think right off the bat, the most prevalent issue is how Piegirl frames her actions in February that kick-started my entire motivation for doing what I did. Piegirl introduces my motivation to do such a thing as revenge for her actions with the Lucy situation. It's almost worded as if I got revenge on her for how she handled a different situation. Some dipshit actually believed it. Regardless, wording like this is a common trend. At multiple points throughout the document, she refers to the incident as what happened in February, subsequently making my subsequent actions appear to be very overboard and minimizing my own motivations. There's so many ways to word it. Violating Blair, traumatizing Blair by breaching her sexual consent, or literally just calling it sexual abuse, which I have to state numerous times. Multiple sites that specialize in online safety define her and Lucy's actions. Hell, you can even just say what I did to her. It's not as inflammatory, completely unbiased, isn't needlessly vague, and places responsibility on yourself. But no, we can't show an ounce of responsibility. She's not being cruel to me because of what I did to her. She's being cruel to me over what happened in February. These two sentences mean the same thing, but give off entirely different vibes. One of them is more specific, is shorter, paints responsibility on yourself, and adds more context. It makes the document better. Why did you go with literally the vaguest option? Oh, maybe it's because it makes her look bad and she can't look bad. She barely did anything wrong. Blair's the true villain. And okay, I only explained what I did as the reveal, but that's still about as much context as my suggestion and is still specific. The only thing that's lacking here is the responsibility angle. But given the circumstances and people not knowing exactly what I did, I kinda have to give a simplified specification every time I mention it. And being concise with the specification is a fucking nightmare to attach responsibility to. So I just decided not to. Instead, what I do is alternate between the simple reveal and phrases like deliberately trying to hurt her in the same way she hurt me. Whereas you don't get that anywhere in her document. Responsibility, intent, motivation, enough context to understand. And her document doesn't even give you any of that shit. And at least I have a section explaining in detail what I did. With a fucking timeline, too. All the mentions of, quote, what happened in February relate back to the background information, and she does fuck all to explain what happened in February. The reason our friendship ended was an incident that occurred in relation to Lucy/Satanic Antifa, a mutual friend of ours. Both Blair and I had been separately sexting with Lucy, and one day Lucy offered to show me Blair's nudes, which I said yes to. This right here is all we get to explain what Piegirl did. 45 words. In this library, you will find lots of examples of contextual obfuscation, but never to this degree. Out of the 45 words of this explanation, 29 of them are contextual, meaning that Piegirl only dedicates 14 words to explaining what she actually did. One day Lucy offered to show me Blair's nudes, which I said yes to.
Wow! Incredible!
This is the fucking summary that a Twitter user would give someone who's out of the loop. This is the background information section of a document containing serious allegations. You could have given a detailed timeline of events that places responsibility on yourself, but you don't do that here, and you didn't even do it when you first admitted to it all the way back in February. It's like she's going out of her way to be as vague as fucking possible. And why didn't she mention that while this was going on, she lied to me, saying that she never expected me to be someone who does that stuff? Why didn't she mention trying to pressure me into doing it directly with her? Why didn't she use all of the phrases like a violation of consent or taking advantage of, which cleanly displays the complete moral issue of her actions? Why doesn't she mention that her actions clearly heavily traumatized me and fucked me up beyond repair? She has the capacity to mention the stuff and the ability to substantiate most of it, so why doesn't she? What she did to me is my entire motivation. It's about as important as her dating Very or Very being emotionally manipulative. This isn't some supplementary detail. If the thing she dedicates 14 words to never happened, all of the events the document attempts to cover cease to exist. This is the status quo change that leads to both of us meaning Very, the doxing, her relationship with Very, her subsequent obsession with Very, thus the self-harm and me setting absolute fire to it. And literally my entire motivation for doing what I did. You go into detail about everything else, but not the thing that sparked all of this. It's the inciting fucking incident, and you're only giving it 45 words of context. Why? It makes the document better. Why do you keep avoiding shit that makes the document better? Maybe it's because if she goes into any detail about any of these things, it makes her look far worse, makes me look more sympathetic, and everything sans the already untruthful shit be far more likely to garner the reaction of, okay, that's kind of a dick move on her part, but you have to understand where she's coming from, like, how she felt these past 8 months. Want proof? Okay, the document ends by emphasizing the fact that she has been, quote, irreparably hurt and traumatized. Yet, despite the fact that she literally did a more extreme version of what transpired to me without any justified reasoning, and she's perfectly aware of the impact her actions had on my mental health, no use of trauma, zero, zilch, nada, just a withered skeleton of an explanation. Now look at my document. I read out her exact feelings on the matter. I use words like hurt and traumatize. In context sections, I cut to her side of the story. Why the fuck aren't you doing this shit, man? I'm not asking for you to dedicate half of the document to this, but give it its own fucking section like I did. Do I have to cite this own video a third fucking time? The amount of time I spend talking about what she went through rivals the length of the first document, and the amount of time talking about what I did in full is not only 6 times longer than her own recounting in the document, but is 87 times longer than her explanation of what she did to me. Also, she is capable of talking about traumas in regards to the situation. She does it with herself. That's right, she spends more time talking about how terrible her life was after victimizing me than the actual victim. I wish I were shocked enough to be mad about this. She's perfectly aware of the impact of her actions as evident by our conversation. Every time she mentions controversy in argumentative writing, it has always been a means of supplementing a larger point, and every time she does so, she selectively downplays it right after describing it. In the first talk against Lucy, right after revealing it, she just describes it as being shitty. In the second talk against Lucy, she describes herself as a bad person and a shitty friend. In her ill-fated return address, not an argumentative piece about another person, she describes her actions as disgusting. In her ill-fated goodbye address, she actually has the balls to use the word victim. But like you can clearly see right here, the more she talks about it, the more she shits on herself. Maybe as time passes, she uses more extreme wording to explain her actions. Okay, but when she writes a Google document of what she admits is a victim of hers, suddenly it's just, this happened. She doesn't even condemn herself here. This is the most passive wording out of the 5 documents. It's almost like whenever this is a small part of an expose, it's downplayed so that people don't immediately dismiss what she's saying because her actions are either complicit in aiding one's abuse, or worse than what the document focuses on. Now, you could argue that all the omissions and vague posting present are warranted because this is the 5th piece of writing about what she did and everyone is probably all cut up to speed. Except no, this isn't some stupid fucking video series where you can previously on this shit. These are new allegations. I don't care if you have to say the same shit 100 times. Provide full context. And even if this were the case, you forget one fundamental issue. I don't only exist in the commentary community. It's where I reside, it's where this library was constructed, but it's not my main community. Truth is, I exist in Twitter trend spaces, the cartoon community, the EFAP community, the Doctor Who community, parts of art commentary, and parts of fucking dark sense. This document was clearly meant to cancel me as it advocates for me to leave the internet, but at the same time, for some fucking reason, it seems to be directed towards small commentary. But what about everyone else minus Darksense? When the document spreads to them, and believe me, it's spread, they're not going to know about some small commentary drama from 10 months prior. They're not going to know who the fuck you, or Very, or Lucy, or anyone, and it's your fucking job to inform them and make the document accessible to everyone. Not just your terminally online friends. Of course all my other connections think I'm a fucking psychopath when the only evidence that puts my actions in a far grayer light has mysteriously been given only 45 words of context. The only major piece of information that happens to make you look worse and me look better is, for some reason, not given much attention. I can't in good faith Hanlon's razor this shit due to this being a recurring trend. I think you deliberately did this to make me look worse. Hello, future Blair back again. Well, back again for you. For me, this is the first recording. Anyways, I'm sure you know why I'm here. We can absolutely attribute this to malice now that we know that Piegirl deliberately manipulated the timeline to make herself look like less of a creep and me look worse. Like, the connections between that act of malice and everything else aren't as concrete, but this is literally the exact same situation. I honestly have more of a reason to call this malicious than anything else I've called malicious. Anyways, back to past Blair. Using any means to make me look as bad as possible also comes into play when you realize that Very is a complete fucking afterthought in this document. It's almost like the only reason they're here is not to expose them, but rather as a means of providing context for the document's real focus. Mwah. I honestly saw this coming even before I read the doc. The order of the names in the title gives it away. Let's take a look at the thesis of each section. Intro, self-explanatory, background information explaining why we aren't friends and why she now has Very. The fake relationship explaining how they got together and Very's motivation. Blair's involvement, self-explanatory. The reveal, about how I made the reveal that Very had been lying to them. Blair as a bystander to abuse, about how Very manipulated her into self-harm but mainly uses it as a method to condemn me. Rebuttals, only about the things I could say in response, not Very. Conclusion, only concludes shit about me, like the document's conclusion switches to she-her pronouns as opposed to the plural they-them, despite the fact that this document is supposed to be about both of us. Does anyone else think it's weird that this Google document is not focusing on someone who led her on for months and manipulated her into self-harm, but rather on her self-described victim who conspired to tell her in a way that would hurt her in the same way she hurt them? Why is the document focusing more on the supposed bystander to abuse than the actual abuser? It would be like if a 9/11 documentary spent more time on a dude who knew what was going on and didn't stop it than the actual fucking terrorist attacks. If I were in Piegirl's position making a document on my experience with the situation, I would make the document about the person who played with my emotions for 5 fucking months, secretly wants to break me and emotionally manipulated me into self-harm on multiple occasions just because they want people to pledge themselves to them. I would not make the document almost exclusively about a past victim of mine using the information that the partner had lied as a means to cause me to return mental anguish. Like, the former is very clearly much worse, and while the latter is a supreme dick move, it's an understandable dick move, no? And okay, let's say you still want to expose me for it. At least live up to the fucking title. Make an attempt to expose us evenly. Well, not evenly, because, you know. Why the fuck aren't you delving more into how Very used you and less on someone who used that fact to fuck with you? Why aren't you showing proof of Very emotionally blackmailing you and being cold and distant, unless you send them self-harm pictures, and instead going about how I knew for several months about something that happened 1 week prior because I said I was aware? Why the fuck are you focusing on stupid flimsy bullshit about a rightfully vengeful TV who tried to hurt you once, instead of outing a person who emotionally and physically abused you on multiple occasions over the period of 5 months? You had the opportunity to obliterate a psychopathic abuser who has the capacity to harm others, but like with every other controversy you have ever covered, you misplaced your priorities and instead went after someone who did far, far less, giving people a warped view of the situation and letting the real abuser get off scot-free. I need to drill this into your fucking skull, Piegirl. You let Very get away, and you let them get away because they were less an individual you wanted to condemn and more a plot point in regard to someone else. You know, I rooted for you when you announced the document. I gave reactions on what and what not to use. Not for my reputation, but for your own benefit, because this was going to end with you in the shitter. But you could have made this person's name synonymous with abuser. You could have possibly helped anyone else that crossed their path. But no, that wasn't enough for you. This document ain't objective. It's personal. Why in the document about 2 people omitting the worst offender? Well, let's go back to when Very was in call with Pi. According to Very, Pi uttered, "I want to ruin Blair." Okay, so at the beginning of this video, we established that Piegirl has an unhealthy hyper-obsession with me, and now we're combining that hyper-obsession with a desire to take me down. Don't you think that might bleed into the Google document and skew the subject of the video? Why the fuck are you crying to Very that you want to ruin me? Don't you think there's someone else in the call with you right now who deserves to be ruined? I think that theory is pretty reasonable given the heavy amounts of fanfiction and grasping at straws in order to find any means of condemning me. I think it's fair to say, given her subsequent behavior, that Pi never approached this with any noble intentions at all. By the way, on the topic of Very, the doc just expects you to know who Very is. Very has some friends in the community and a microscopic controversy 7 months prior, but no one outside of your circle knows who this fool is, and it ultimately shows how unbelievably biased the doc is. It's one thing to write from your perspective, but this is literally written from your worldview. I genuinely think that because of your hateful obsession, you assumed the least charitable interpretation of everything I had ever done, and didn't look into any alternative answers with better reasoning, but then included it in your objective expose. As stated earlier, this is the literal definition of bad faith argumentation, and it is present everywhere. The document is riddled with claims that aren't backed up. Very stopped using the relationship to help me in September. Blair started to use the relationship to hurt me and took control of it in September. Very made me self-harm for several months and weeks. Blair knew the whole time. Blair did nothing to stop it, and Blair feels no remorse. One is only accurate on the technicality. It's literally taking an action or event with incomplete context and filling in the blanks with the most optically bad shit imaginable. The version of me she's writing in this document is literally her fucking Underfell AU, which is funny when you consider that 9 months prior she was essentially pirating Undertale content. And I'm not talking about the one with an E. What's worse is, I think she believes this. I think she genuinely believes I just did nothing to stop Very. It's almost like in combination with her obsession, the newfound trauma from the situation has warped the events that actually occurred. And that's fine. That's how the human brain works. But my take on you in the early days, hell, my take on this document in the early days was fucking messy. But maybe, and just maybe, if you're in a position where you aren't entirely sure if you can differentiate fact from what your brain makes, then maybe you shouldn't make public allegations. However, that doesn't explain why she just lies at points in the document. There's the unsubstantiated point and literal plot hole of Very blackmailing her before November 26th. That has to be a lie given the circumstances. She lied about how she lost any chance at online respect when she literally said most people respect her. Did I hit my phone? She lied about me being incredibly jealous about Very, to cover up information that made me look like a victim and her look like a creepy stalker.
She lied about apologizing to me for attempting to make sure I couldn't escape her. She even lied about what she said. So many lies in your reputable document. So tell me, why? Did she just fucking forget the things she said? The circumstances she was in? Like, okay, while the first alleged lie is built on a metric ton of circumstantial evidence, it's still circumstantial evidence, and there's every possibility that I'm wrong. But the other two, I guess I'm assuming intent, but at the same time, did she just forget shit she literally admitted? Didn't she have to review the DMs on multiple occasions alongside a second party? Yeah, and how do you just forget about 2/3 of an image chain that just so happened to make you look worse, and instead pair it up with screenshots from an entirely different day? I just can't in good conscience say that these are just innocent slip-ups. Like, she is referencing specific events and then changing almost all of the details. That sounds familiar. How the fuck can you do this if you aren't lying? Why the fuck are you lying? That is literally the cardinal sin. If you lie, it tarnishes the entire document. Your word is now not credible. Seriously though, it's fucking uncanny how stupid of a move this is, but we're still not done. Piegirl also doesn't know what the fuck her loaded language is. On multiple occasions, Pi refers to me being an abuser and a manipulator. Okay, fuck both of that. As stated, socking someone in the jaw does not make someone a physical abuser. An emotional abuser requires there to be an established connection where harm is a consistent action. You literally have someone that fills that definition. Someone who tried to emotionally fuck with you one time does not fit that definition. Manipulator. The entire crux of me being a manipulator is built on me having orchestrated the relationship. And the entire crux of me orchestrating the relationship is built on me saying I planned something and assuming I was not referring to the thing I was referring to, but instead to the whole relationship because least charitable interpretation. She accuses me of gaslighting her because, I don't know, nothing here actually lines up with the definition of gaslighting, which is funny because there's actually a clear case of gaslighting in this document where she takes a hypothetical where I mention a past attempt at trying to abuse me and then literally rewriting what she said without citing it to make it appear better. Fabricating an apology and then saying it's not abuse with no elaboration as a means to shut down my complaints. Like, if this weren't a hypothetical rebuttal in a document and instead a real rebuttal in a real conversation, this would absolutely be gaslighting. It's funny because that's also not the only abuse tactic present in the document. How about the mere act of painting me as the true abuser when my actions were a reaction to the trauma she inflicted and were less extreme than hers? How about the entire purpose of the document being to ruin my reputation not out of justified reason but out of pure anger leading to social isolation? You want to talk about abuse? I have far more instances of you abusing me than you have of me abusing you. So at the end of the day, the entire commentary community saw optically bad screenshots, and because they looked bad, believed an entire narrative surrounding them. They believed incredible stretches like the assumption that I orchestrated an entire relationship purely on the basis that I planned something. They believed completely unsubstantiated claims that I sat back and allowed Vary to encourage Piegirl to self-harm just because self-harm occurred and I said I knew about it. Once you strip away all the lies, unsubstantiated statements, and assumptions, and add in a bit of carefully omitted context, we are left with one final conclusion. In February 2022, Piegirl, someone I placed lots of care and considerable amounts of trust into, and her friend Lucy sexually abused me for months by repeatedly breaching my trust and consent by sharing explicit images of me between the two of them, with Piegirl utilizing it as a means of accessing, and Lucy being the dealer. She then quickly returned before I had the chance to heal and made it her mission to make me unable to escape every last reminder of her. And after several months of this, I learned that Piegirl's nearest and dearest partner was faking their end of the relationship and hated her. And to alleviate the pain, I waited for the perfect moment. But right before the perfect moment, they went ballistic and manipulated her into cutting herself. Something I tried to stop, thought was stopped, but they lied. But even if I wanted to change it, I was locked in. So I told her everything they did and everything we planned, and made it sting. Any claims about orchestrating the relationship or being a bystander to any self-harm manipulation
are false. All I did was something tamer that gives trust issues to the person who destroyed my sense of trust. Nothing more. The commentary community loves to talk about how people should wait for the other side before jumping to conclusions, so logically they should be able to stand by and base their takes on extremely informed analysis of the text they're basing aiding and ruining someone's life over, right? Surely they noticed that there was no evidence presented that I emotionally manipulated and or gaslit Piegirl. No, they didn't. Well, at least they were able to identify the unsubstantiated points in regards to me orchestrating an abusive relationship, right? No. Could they at least tell that there was no basis that I even knew the whole time nor maliciously allowed the self-harm to take place? This is not good commentary. This is very not good. Here's a scroll through of some responses to my last tweet. I'm not gonna go full Boblax because their responses are pretty much all consolidated here. It's pretty much just the same shit over and over. Like with every modern standalone thing, however, there was a post-credit scene teasing a sequel. Roughly 15 hours after the release of the first document, the existence of an upcoming second document was teased to the public. That I had sexually harassed multiple people. That I had taken advantage of them. Terrible. I must be the one to bring her to justice. And even if you intend to stay anonymous, come to me. This seems familiar, doesn't it? And well, for the next 36 hours, the community absolutely lapped that shit up. For the way Piegirl described it, we were about to get an expose on a disgusting, sickening, dangerous sexual predator. If you really wanted to make one, Pie, you could have wrote a Google Doc on yourself. And to cement how obsessed Piegirl was with ruining me, as she put it, she dedicated her fucking Christmas to writing this document. And on fucking Christmas Day, she dropped it. And I don't know how, but somehow, some fucking how, this document is even worse. So, let's take a look at it and— oh my god, that is disgusting! Doc 1 was quite aesthetically pleasing, using 12-point font and short paragraphs to make for a short but easy read. Although each paragraph should have been 3 times longer, at least the document was pretty. But this 11-point font Zack Snyder aspect ratio paragraph looking ass mess? The headers, which once had an appropriate size relative to the rest of the text, are now bloated and irregular. Why the fuck do you end a paragraph but not hit enter twice to separate the two? I learned this in 6th grade. The first document was a horrendous piece of dog shit, but at least it was visually appealing, as opposed to this. What changed? Well, the co-writer for Doc 1 in Fixed is absent, and you know it's bad when even in Fixed viewed the document's concept as too stupid and dropped out. As a result, the design of the document has heavily downgraded to something more akin to the Lucy Docs. Another inconsistent mess that literally ends with "so yeah." If I had to guess, this is how Piegirl formats her video scripts, and she made no alterations and just plopped it on the internet. Why am I making such a big stink about the way the document looks? Well, it's mainly because this is a solo act, without the influence of the less but still idiotic and Fixed. We can begin to piece together how Piegirl constructs arguments related back to her past, and use a tiny bit of subtraction to kind of deduce how Infix was able to mask it, and since I already understand, albeit not fully, how she operates, this should be easy as pie. Section 1, Introduction, Paragraph 1.
If you haven't read the last document on Blair, please do.
Paragraph 1 is just informing people to read Doc 1, but somehow in the first line we have already fucked up. If you still don't believe that the first document wasn't mainly focused on me with little focus on Very, she literally refers to it as the document on Blair, with the individual that blatantly abused her being completely absent. So fuck you.
If you haven't read the last document on Blair, please do. I want to start off this document by clarifying that Blair is not a pedophile or groomer. This may seem like an unnecessary disclaimer, but some people immediately jump to calling people pedophiles after any drama about sexual misconduct, and I do not want that happening here.
Paragraph 2. Well, Paragraph 2 is designed to make people sure I'm not a pedo or a groomer, even though she finds it unnecessary. Keep this in mind, she refers to my actions as sexual misconduct, a term typically used to refer to power imbalances or violations of a consent. We can cross out the latter immediately, but the former we'll get back to.
Also, I realize me calling someone out for being a sexual degenerate and creepy is a bit of a pot calling the kettle black moment given how I acted last year and the first few months of this year. But this behavior needs to be called out, just as it was right for my behavior to be called out. People criticizing me for being a creep helped me change and improve myself, and Blair hopefully will change her behavior too after some criticism.
Okay, no. You can't fucking do that. You can't open a Google document accusing me of sexual misconduct, and when bringing up the violation of consent and sexual abuse you were a part of, just call it good old degeneracy with a sprinkle of creepiness. Referring to me as a predator, and immediately when talking about your past just saying degenerate and creepy despite the fact that your actions are objectively worse. You can't just chalk this up to an explanation of her actions being a mere summary to preface the document, because everything I just referenced in regards to the words she uses to describe me are part of the summary. This is blatant downplaying. You can't even defend her by saying she was just being immensely vague, because she uses two less vague, more extreme words in the same half of the page, when what she did to me is much, much worse. Piegirl is downplaying her actions, which yes is another abuse tactic. We're on a roll. You talk about pots calling kettles black, but completely omit the fundamental reason as to why the pot is black in the first place. Not everyone reading knows who you are! Like, for a document all about me being a sexual predator, it doesn't really mention the fact that it was written by someone who sexually abused me. Don't you think that's important contextual information that's left out? Don't you think that the seemingly intentional omission of that makes you appear as a massive hypocrite? Something that you ironically attempt to avoid by making this section in the first place? Well, you gotta understand, mentioning any part of that makes her look bad, and she can't look bad. She barely did anything wrong. Blair's the true villain. Like, the only way you'll find out what happened is by referencing back to another document she cites, and then getting 45 words of context. The right opinion could never. It's really hard to argue that this isn't intentional. The wording and the vagueness are too prevalent and too consistently inappropriate to ignore.
Now that that's out of the way, I'll begin.
Section 2. Blair's sexting harem.
Blair TV is known for being sexual to her friends and sometimes strangers in tweets. This is often viewed as just a joke, and I'm sure she plays it up for laughs. But it's deeper than that. In private too, Blair is often very sexual and weird to her friends. Even Vari has told me Blair constantly made sexual comments about them in DMS, which Vari didn't care about but also didn't respond to or engage with.
Paragraph 1, well, I wouldn't go as far as to say strangers. In fact, I make an effort to avoid that. Occasionally misreads occur, but to accuse me of being that far outgoing is ridiculous. I think the rare times that I do run people I'm not acquainted with, it comes across as far more friendly than complimentive. I think any advances towards people you don't know or comfortable with it are weird. I think the only time I ever did that was here, and that was a dare from a friend of hers who says it's cool, so technically this is Bunk's fault? Don't look at me, man. Normally when I add on people on Twitter, it's for goofs, you know. I find the interactions comedic. The shit is shock humor between friends, of course. You additionally say that in the DMs I make sexual advances and am weird. This also links back to document 1, where she refers to my goofies in various DMs as extremely creepy because keck. But, like, you not only mention very, but you mention that they're fine with it. Like, if they're fine with it, what the fuck is the problem? Vari and I talked about this extensively. Deal with it.
The following tweet is Blair saying that her obsessive flirting and public sexual comments are just for the memes, just goofing around.
The following screenshots are from an incident where my habit of these comedic flirts were called into question after incurring some, criticism. She just refers to it as obsessive, almost as I'm trying to get something out of it, like, no dude, it's just funny. I'm like Tipster, but for minors. Oh, if I don't refer to my friend's vagina as rotten fish smelly, oh man, I need to do that now. Oh man, I am so obsessed with it, man. I'm the seed, and I'm the feeder of seed. Fuck you.
She said that she's not really the best with cues, so it came off to many as sexual harassment or creepy instead of funny, that it was a misunderstanding. However, the truth is that Blair's flirting was absolutely sexual in nature, and is often intentionally to encourage people, who are most often women or trans, to send her nude images. I will provide the evidence for this later in the document.
Paragraph 3 serves to debunk me by providing the fact that I sext people. That's right, and get nude images from them. I have no idea what you're talking about. I've never done anything remotely. Okay, so it's bad when I lie. Okay, I do that shit. It's awesome, but that doesn't mean that the original tweet is inaccurate. With some people, it's just a goof. It's just for laughs. With others, it isn't. Sure, some have managed to cross the ledge, but there is a very obvious difference between the two. And the two can coexist without interlocking. I don't know why you even showed the screenshot, as it is a completely different situation to a misread of an edgy joke. Maybe it's because you're a stupid idiot who doesn't know half of what she talks about, thinks flirting directly correlates to sexual relationships, and thinks yelling at people who you perceive as coming onto your partner is what being a good partner is all about. I'm going to call you a virgin as an insult. Like, I am too, buddy, but you have the virgin mindset. But yeah, the whole point was that it was a joke. But a few people didn't really get the joke. That does not automatically mean that most people were uncomfortable behind it. Like what you said in the first paragraph, that stuff is rather standard in the community. But it's just that some people don't get the humor.
Sound familiar?
So yeah, the intention was to pull the plug after that, but erratic behavior is my specialty, so I didn't. I wonder whose fault that new mentality is.
It is an open secret with people who know Blair that she has a literal harem of mostly trans minors she sexts and gets nudes from. For the record, Blair is 17. In fact, I'd say it's fair to say Blair has sexted over half the trans people in the community. I personally know multiple people who Blair has routinely sexted, asked for nudes from, and many of Blair's friends know of this happening, so while it's difficult to give clear visible evidence of this, I highly doubt Blair would object to this, and if she does, there are many people who can attest to it. I have also heard from a few people close to Blair that she sometimes tries to become friends with girls or trans people solely for the purposes of getting nude images from them, which would be definitionally predatory behavior. While this may seem like an idle rumor at first, there is evidence that points to this being repeated behavior for Blair.
Okay, I'm not gonna deny I do this. No, wait, scratch that. I am going to deny it. So she stakes the claim that I only become friends with girls or trans people, in her words, what the hell, because I need to get nudes from them. But her only evidence is that friends of mine have said it. This evidence is kind of inadmissible because, for one, you've already riled them up with that stupid first document, and two, they don't actually back it up. There is no proof to suggest this. In fact, that's my dog. In fact, and this is just a theory, I bet the only reason these people have come to this conclusion is because Pi asked them the specific question, and knowledge of this being a recurring ordeal, they likely, based purely on assumption, said yes, which allowed her to, based purely on assumption, say yes. But hey, that's just a theory. Okay, I'm not gonna deny I do this, but we have just encountered a major issue. How does this document exist? The only reason this document is able to exist is because she is a present member of the commentary community. And the only reason she is a present member of the commentary community is because of the consensus spearheaded by Mr. Girl that what you did was normal teenager behavior. This is the main reason anyone likes you or respects you. I don't believe what you did was normal teenager behavior, and I don't think you believe that either. But you can't deny that it's the only reason people like you. So it is antithetical to your current status to write a document condemning someone for doing something a hefty amount of teenagers do, something with no real moral issue present. By doing this, you are drying up a heavy amount of goodwill you have garnered, and there is a chance people might turn on you. And you could have actually gone and started off by refuting Mr. Girl's defenses of you, saying that no, my actions are not normal teenager behavior, and neither are hers. Anyone who uses this defense of me is also defending predatory behavior. Please be consistent when covering both Blair and myself. But no fucking mention. Just ghosting off of goodwill, but trying to argue against the same goodwill for less bad individuals. You're like an American elite. But hey, at least some things have improved. Now when she makes unsubstantiated claims, she admits that they're unsubstantiated and are based purely on filling in the gaps. Cool, why didn't you do this in the first doc? I'm actually confused. I wrote like 3 possible explanations, but they don't make any sense. Why now? Why here? Also, this whole paragraph is weird. It draws a strange distinction between girls and trans people when there are multiple ways to phrase it that without sounding exclusionary. And the fact that this document was written by a trans woman makes this distinction seem off. But hey, maybe I'm just making a big stink about nothing. Let's move on to Section 3. Section 3. Fetishizing trans people, predator behavior, and CP collector. But how can I, if I, and they, what? Someone had to write this down, man. I talked about least charitable interpretations of events, but you have to be on fucking Galaxian crystals in order to come to these conclusions. Much less write them down in something that is meant to be published as a legitimate expose. This is insulting. This can't be real. Paragraph 1 introduces Shala, a trans girl in commentary who suddenly appeared and quickly established herself. She disavowed me once Doc 1 hit. She was quite possibly the funniest thing about this entire controversy, but I'm not gonna spoil the punchline yet.
Shala is a relatively new member of the commentary community, who is a trans girl and artist. Despite drawing Blair twice, she barely interacted with her and they didn't know each other. From her message to me, Shala explains that her first conversation with Blair came after Shala apologized to Blair for deeming her repeatedly. To no reply. Blair responded to this apology by heavily flirting with her and asking for nudes. This all took place within an hour. While Shala didn't object to it at the time, Blair was always the one escalating this situation and attempting to receive CP of her.
She sources a testimony from Shala. I swear, this seems so familiar.
Well, it started I guess when she followed me after I posted some art of her. Once I DM'd her asking something about Seinfeld, which she responded with a short response. Sorry to her for DMing her so much course she never responded. She said no problem to me and called me cute. We flirted a little bit but nothing anywhere close to sexual. About 40 minutes later she asked for my nudes and I did it. I did think it was kind of weird but I wanted to make her happy so I did it. After that she told me to delete all my DMs which I did. Since then she acted like I didn't exist, just ignoring me all the time and one-word replies when I ask her anything. It felt like she just wanted me for my nudes which made me sad since I wanted to be friends with her.
Okay. Shala's full of bullshit. Shala admitted to having romantic feelings for me. I said that was cute. They in turn sent me mildly suggestive photos. After a mild bit of flirting, they showed me their thighs. I thought those photos were more than that, essentially, and I voiced that. Shala said, not yet. I said, I think you absolutely would. She then said, yes, I am a slut. And then I asked in a joking tone. The joke was that I was a speedrunner. And she said yes. 51-minute world record speedrun. No taskbot, completely genuine. After it concluded, I felt guilty over how it went over and apologized profusely. The next weeks we sort of returned to our usual sporadic short conversations. Have you noticed a problem? For one, look at our conversations. We talked. If we didn't have a full conversation, that's on you. You initiated it and didn't give me enough to work with. As the document mentions later on, the DMs were purged. That is my standard business, but I didn't purge my end of the DMs because redacted on Deb is really, really weird. And I didn't want to purge everything because I didn't want her to think that I hated her and was ashamed of interacting with her at all, which was far from the case. And of course, my lazy ass forgot to delete most of them. I did delete some of them, And you want to know what's funny? The ones I deleted were the exact ones that determine whether or not she was reciprocating. This isn't a joke, okay, man? You can see a very clear gap in the conversation. If I can pull up some logs for you, there's like a very clear gap in time. As you can see, there's a gap right here, unless in random conversation I asked her for something involving front body. There was clear escalation to this point. Later on, she shows a screenshot of me speed-running trans girl nudes right after flirting that proves I immediately escalated without asking for consent. Now, you can't find this DM now, which proves the existence of a gap, but I promise you that right up here was where the escalation was occurring, and it only started to briefly wind down in the way that supports her point right as the screenshot began. This sounds like bullshit, but I promise you, I swear to fucking Kalis, that she intentionally cropped to make me look bad because Shala is disingenuously trying to make me look bad, and Pi is in on it. I have proof, but I won't spoil the twist, so stay tuned for section 7 of this video. But no peeking. No peeking. You can clearly see that they express sexual attraction far before I even initiated it. Yet Shala's own testimony was about how they felt kind of uncomfortable. Where? Where is the line? These two levels of interest are completely contradictory. Shala is full of bullshit. Secondly, she completely skips over the fact that both of us simultaneously shifted to a more sexual angle immediately, and that in this angle she gave off a heavy implication that she wanted to send nudes, so I pushed with the intention to back off if she showed disinterest. Now, additionally, Shala completely skipped over the entire build-up to this happening to make it seem unprompted and my only intention, when in actuality it just sorta happened.
Hey Shala, if my only intentions were to get nudes off of you, why is there a literal fucking screenshot saying that I wasn't intending on doing this and it just sorta fucking happened?
She's upping me, man. She's fucking gay upping me. They've teamed up. She says that she didn't want to do it, but did it to make me happy because I love it when people communicate their feelings and intentions. And no! Bullshit! What about this here? Mentioning very clear interest before sex was even initiated. Bullshit! Fucking bullshit! Anyway, she then blubbers about how I didn't talk to her much after the fact, but first of all, 2-week time period. I've gone longer without talking to people. Looking at you. That's how friendship works. This is Pug Frog all over again. Second of all, this is once again attributing the least charitable interpretation to my actions. Lack of conversation for 2 weeks has to be a result as only seeing Shala as an object. When Piegirl feels guilty about stuff, it means she went through terrible things and is giving justice to her victims. But when Blair feels guilty about stuff, she's clearly just done with her next meal and off to find the next target of her child porn collection. Let's actually focus on those last 2 words, child porn, but before I do that, I have to put a lot of shit outside the battle box, cause this is going to get clipped to oblivion. Now, CP is a very loaded term. Using it in association with an individual is a crippling blow. However, the usage of the term here tears a massive hole in Pi's credibility. This is the first time Piegirl has ever referred to nudes of minors as child porn. Ever. She has talked about situations like this in 5 separate pieces of writing, and in not one has she ever used this term until just now, and you'll soon find out why. The original Lucy document, February 22nd, 2022, the genesis of this controversy. Another one of Piegirl's failures. Now, Lucy is, according to the document, which, to be honest, I don't fully trust the legitimacy of anymore, a pedophile who was allegedly in possession of a video of a 10-year-old getting raped. This fact led to Pi reporting Lucy to the FBI for possession of CP. Wait a minute, but we had just established for a period of multiple months Lucy had been saving nudes of myself, 16 at the time, and many others around my age range, and sharing them. But that's still CP, right? Like, we're all minors, so why didn't Piegirl report Lucy to the FBI then, unless she viewed a distinct difference between minors sending news amongst each other and actual exploitative content, no? Well, she had that perception in like December and January. Maybe in the document, a more retrospective look, it's better. No! She makes a point to only use the term in reference to the one video. In fact, she never even makes an attempt to mention the ages of the people whose news she viewed without their consent. Just my age, 16 and older. Fantastic! Next you're gonna tell me that you're gonna write a document about someone manipulating you into self-harm and don't specify when it started. Okay, well that's just one example. You'll need to present more than that. The second Lucy document, released a few hours later, otherwise known as ass covering. This document is nice enough to compartmentalize the two biggest flaws with the first document. Now, we could just go based off the titles and both sections and notate that the title for referring to looking at nude images of her underage friends does not include the word CP, but we can just press Ctrl, F, C, and P and find that the section about what she specifically refers to accessing nudes of people her age does not refer to anything in CP, whereas everything else does. There is a very clear distinction between the two, no? Implying that while in a technical sense this is CP, there is something different about the circumstances that makes it not. These two are different. But okay, that was over a year ago. Her position had to have changed by now. Okay, let's get closer then. April 27th, her return address. The specific wording is, "What I did to my friends." The mention of CP is absent. Okay, August 12th. The exact wording is "accepting my friend's news." The letters C and P are absent. Well, that was still a while ago. Her position had to be different now. Okay then, 2 days ago, December 23rd. Remember those 14 words describing what she did? Well, in those 14 words, the exact wording is, "Lucy offered to show me Blair's nudes, which I said yes to." As you can see, this document here is the first time she has ever referred to minors sending nudes to each other as CP. So wait. Why when you do it is "I said yes to looking at her nudes," but when I do it, it's asking for CP. There is a very different level of phrasing here. Isn't it strange that in every piece of writing about this topic, whenever it is directly linked to something she solicited, it isn't referred to as CP, but if it's completely removed from her, it is. Also, if we circle back to the second Lucy document, a direct, and I do mean direct quote from Piegirl is, "Anyone calling me a pedophile or saying things like I saved CP or was asking for CP or wanted to look at CP is spreading false allegations and taking things wildly out of context." Then what? So wait, when Piegirl looks at a minor's nude, she never asked for or wanted to look at CP, but when Blair does it, it's asking for CP of Shala. What the fuck? It's almost like with the usage of manipulation, emotional abuse, and gaslighting, she's using the most loaded language possible, because attaching these terms to someone is a killing blow. But yet she can't use the same killing blow on herself, because it turns out that the reputation-annihilating words annihilate reputations, and would make her look bad, and she can't look bad. She barely did anything wrong. Blair's the true villain. In other words, blatant downplaying of her actions, which connects us to our final instance of the term CP being absent, the very beginning of the document, where she simply refers to her actions as sexual degeneracy without any specifics. On the same fucking day. To sum up that tangent for dummies, Piegirl uses passive words when she does something, but extreme words when I do the same thing to artificially make me look far worse. In other words, being dishonest. She is so trustworthy, guys. But the question remains, is it CP? Yes. Is it a big deal? No. Nudes consentingly exchanged by two teenage individuals and non-consensually distributed in exploitative pornography are two vastly different things. So much so that I feel it's slightly unfair to put them under the same label. In fact, this is precisely why terms like CSEM exist, because truly, if no exploitation occurs and no material is saved and the contents are purged after the fact, What's the deal? Even lots of judges and states are catching on to this and not prosecuting over what's really just modern teenagers being modern teenagers. If you go to Albuquerque, New Mexico, not only will you meet my advisor, you will also not face any penalty for doing it. At all. But you might get caught up in a meth ring. Welcome to the age of the internet, Jesse. This is the norm for people our age. Like, come the fuck on, dude. If you want to condemn me, you also have to condemn a consistent 20% of polled teenagers, as well as both quote-unquote victims that you stand by, as well as victims like Harley TBS. In fact, since the material of me and others was accessed via collection as well as non-consensually distributed, you are quite literally the only person in the situation who was ever in possession of truly abhorrent material, so you weren't right initially. There is no distinction between the two of you. Sucks to suck. Can I get a paragraph too? Oh yeah, alright.
In this DM conversation between Blair and Shaula, Blair, within the first 40 minutes of talking to this girl for the first time, immediately takes the conversation from calling Shaula cute to asking for CP from her. The creepiest thing about this is her saying that she's speedrunning trans girl nudes, which seems to suggest the sole reason Blair is talking to this girl is to get nudes out of a fetishization of trans people. Blair mentioning her last record is 4 hours shows that this is a regular occurrence for her too. Chases are often detested by the trans community for viewing trans people as sexual objects, but chases don't have to be cis. How Blair has acted in this situation and in situations I have yet to mention show that Blair sees trans people, and often women, as sexual objects for her to use rather than as people.
Okay, first of all, these screenshots are all from the day of, implying these were taken for publication later. Strange. Blair will remember that. Hey, Piegirl, can you explain to me why there's a 40-minute gap between screenshots 2 and 3? Isn't the whole point that I did it randomly and unprompted? Hey, why the random 40-minute gap between what's supposed to be the context and the actual offending action? It literally just discredits everything, because now there's no proof that it's random and unprompted. Why this massive unexplained gap here? Did you forget to ask Shaula for the screenshot or something else going on? Piegirl. So the entire, and I do mean the entire, crux of me supposedly being a chaser is predicated on the fact that I said I was speedrunning trans girl nudes and mentioned a prior run of 4 hours. That is all! Like, even the kid who was born with 2% of his brain could piece together that's just a joke. Like, since the situation had unexpectedly escalated faster than ever before, I can joke about it being a speedrun, and therefore make a world record joke.
Well, why do you make the distinction that they were specifically from a...
Because it's satire. I was making fun of the fact that the trans community online is incredibly hypersexual, and typically enters sexual relationships quickly. This is a common fucking joke. Just to prove this, I mentioned how quickly it got on with my previous record, 4 hours, and she actually made the punchline before I even mentioned the speedrun setup, and when I did, she fucking got it. And given that Shaula is presumably present in some trans spaces, she might understand the joke. Regardless, even if you don't understand the nuanced commentary of my 51-minute consent % personal record trans girl nude speedrun, it's obviously a joke! I think the fact that she took this seriously is extremely evident that Pi is outright searching for the least charitable interpretation of my actions, regardless of the evidence that supports them. She knows Very made you cut yourself. Well, now she was aware the whole time and deliberately prevented to stop it.
She planned something in relation to posting screenshots? Well, now she planned an entire relationship.
The level of bullshit argumentation is extremely tiresome, and it's about to reach its boiling point in paragraphs 3 and 4.
Only a few hours later, Blair asked Shaula to delete all her messages. Given that Shaula just sent Blair CP of herself at Blair's request and that at the time Blair was playing GTA at the same time while only getting sexual to ask for nudes, I think it's reasonable to assume that Blair saved the pic to her computer as she was too busy to do anything with it then. A similar story to this where Blair asks for nudes and soon after asks them to be deleted has happened to other people I know who have sexted Blair too. If Blair does indeed save CP of people she asks for nudes from, more likely than not IMO but impossible to prove, she likely has more CP than anyone in the commentary community. Blair has asked and received CP from multiple minors, which is a proven fact. Her saving these images to her computer is just a step more deplorable than first thought.
Bruh. That is literally the most retarded shit I've ever heard. What's going on, guys? Welcome back to my GTA Online Let's Play. As you can see, I'm at level 6,127, because in January of 2023, a new exploit was discovered that made everyone a permanent bad sport and leveled them up. I'll probably get it fixed sometimes. While we're doing this, I'll be responding to the absolutely crazy point that Piegirl just made. You can probably notice a shift in the audio quality, although there's been like a million of them. That's because I'm using OBS to record instead of Audacity. I'm not kidding when I say I'm currently reading off of my phone. Now, a phone is a very interesting mobile device because you can be on the other end of a room and use the internet while your character is AFK. And that was exactly what I was fucking doing. The game is on, but just because it's on doesn't mean it's taking up my full attention, goddammit. However, for some utterly stupid reason, she believes that just because the game is open, that it means that I wasn't paying attention. Like, even if I was actually playing the damn game. Okay, here, just get the fuck out. Get the fuck out, you stupid bitch. Anyways, okay, here. I'm actually playing the game now. Like, now, playing the game, like, half of the game is just driving around. It's called Grand Theft Auto for a reason, but, like, I've held conversation and even flirtation in the midst of doing this. Right now, I'm fucking driving around Los Santos, or whatever the fuck it's called. I haven't played this game in a few months. Shit, I do not remember this map at all, but, like, I'm currently driving around, and talking, and reading from my phone. And, like, this is just exaggeration. Like, I can just stop driving and then, like, send a little DM to the e-girls, you know? I could, you know? Like, it's so fucking easy, like, oh, I'm paying so much fucking attention to GTA, like, fucking moron, Jesus Christ. This point's incredibly stupid, right? But, like, then you realize that this is her evidence to suggest I saved Shala's nudes to her computer, to my computer. Here's how the fucking logic goes. Just get me on a fucking freeway and I'll explain how stupid this is to you people. Because GTA was open, it must mean that I was playing it. And because I was playing it, it means that I was paying no attention to Shala. And since I was paying no attention to Shala, that must mean I saved her nudes. It's so fucking stupid, man. Like, you took the fact that GTA was open on my computer, built 3 stretches on top of it, and called it a point. The end point is another fucking stretch. She said, and then the ending is just another stretch. She says it's more likely than not in her eyes and reasonable to assume. No, this is not reasonable to. This is reasonable to assume. This is fucking chicken slurry. But no, she fucking builds upon it. She goes wild with condemnation over a point constructed like this. It's literally in the fucking section title. The point she admits that has barely any concrete basis for it is in the fucking section title. This is even worse than the time I did the thing that everyone does in the middle of this. I'd say you can't call me deplorable for shit I didn't even do, but I'm speaking to the writer of Blair is a Bystander to Abuse. But, like, even if I wasn't gay, okay. You know what? Fuck this for a second. You want to know something that's really obvious that anyone with half a fucking functioning brain would piece together? Even if I wasn't gaming or AFK, I could have just alt-tabbed. I can still perform basic tasks with my game alt-tabbed. It's literally the fucking point. And also, please, when saying shit like, I can still perform
Blair has received CB from multiple
minors. It is your responsibility to state that the offending party is underage. As this sentence is incredibly dangerous. You make a disclaimer that I'm not a pedophile, and you feel the disclaimer unnecessary but dangerous. You make a disclaimer that I'm not a pedophile, and you feel the disclaimer unnecessary, but then you say sentences used to describe pedophiles without any attempt to remove or change the part that make it sound that way. Like, fuck me, dude. If I were writing this document, I would go crazy saying, hey, remember, she's 17. She's 17, folks. Remember that. No pedophilia here. No pedophilia here, buddy. No pedophilia here, buddy. I had to change the fucking UI so people understood what I was saying. Please be more responsible, you fucking moron. I agree with her, you're a fucking idiot. And again, how strange is it that you make an entire point about how someone supposedly has a massive folder of child porn, but when you access literally the same thing, suddenly it's just now nudes of my friends. As said, using the most aggressive wording possible in order to make something seem worse than it is. This entire point is projection. The only reason she so quickly jumped to the possibility of a collection is because she was friends with someone with a collection and regularly accessed it. That is her main frame of reference here. Of course, when she talks about online sexting drama in a negative light again, this is the first thing her monkey brain thinks up. Like, the fact that I asked to delete it should be a definite contradiction to the existence of the collection, but she is completely convinced that I'm up to no good as she writes documents from her own worldview, making points based on what she's experienced rather than the fucking truth. Of course, I can't prove this, but it's reasonable to assume, and more likely than not in my opinion. Get the fuck out of here, paragraph 5.
The last thing I want to mention about Shaula is that after Blair got her nudes, she never really interacted with her again, rarely replying to DMs and ignoring her. Essentially, Blair used Shaula to get nudes of her, then threw her away. All Blair wanted was the nudes. She was useless to her otherwise.
Paragraph 5 is some bullshit about how I never really interacted with Shaula after this happened, and even claims I ignored her, which is just stupid. First of all, Pi never shows anything to confirm a date this occurred. And she never proves that I didn't talk to Shaula. Incredible! Are these important fucking details just an afterthought to you? Do you not think to back up the shit you claim? Oh my god. These interactions occurred on the 10th, only 13 days before the docs dropped. I talked to Bunk about this a couple days ago, and he says I treat this shit like 9/11. Yeah, this is my 9/11, buddy. You can't say I ignored her if we didn't talk for 2 weeks. That's not ignoring.
Oh, and by the way, Shaula kinda lied, because you see, we actually did talk during that 2-week period.
Let's look at the amazing conversations we had during that period. She asked how I was. I said I was alright, while admittedly I could have asked back. It's not a requirement. And by the way, this was the first conversation we had after the sexual stuff, and it was only 8 days before the docs. That was a 5-day gap where neither of us talked to each other. The second conversation 4 days later, she asked if I liked anime. I said no. She thought I didn't like talking to her. I said it wasn't personal. She then admits that she was hard to reply to. She is taking responsibility for me not responding. The conversation ended there. She is taking responsibility for not responding. Why wasn't that mentioned, Shala? She then asks if I dislike her in a deleted DM. I say no, and then she doesn't respond. Why wasn't that mentioned? And in our final interaction 2 days later, she asked if we could chat. I was busy at the time. I was watching Animal Farm with my dad, and then I had to go get a COVID booster. The political irony is not lost on me. So I tell her that I'm busy and will be able to talk in 2.5 hours. That amount of time elapses and we talk about clothes. I say I don't have anything to ask. I tell her she didn't waste my time, and she doesn't respond. Why wasn't that mentioned? Every conversation after the 10th we had is either ended by me or she takes responsibility for ending. Isn't it strange how Shala is perfectly capable of showing the screenshots of me coming on to her, but not substantiating her claim with the still present screenshots of me supposedly ignoring her? This honestly feels like deja vu to the allegation that Very caused Pi physical harm before November 26th. It's honestly hilarious how Piegirl and Shala operate very similarly. Almost too similarly. Section 4. Taking advantage of Grayson/Kali. Paragraph 1.
Kali, who went by Grayson at the time of this situation, is a 15, at the time 14-year-old who has groomed over 6 times. Kali is very emotionally immature, who acts years younger than they are. I mean no disrespect with this, and their friends can attest to this.
Nice job! Now let's look at what you didn't mention. At this point in the timeline, Grayson was only groomed twice. A noticeable far cry from the original 6. No, I don't count Lucy as a full-on groomer, although it's undeniable he was in the beginning stages of doing so. Even if it were 3, though, I think the lack of distinction is quite irresponsible. But what of the other 3? Well, at least 2 of the other 3 were a result of Grayson intentionally rebounding with individuals far outside of his age range, due to being upset that I blocked him for being a creepy, obsessive stalker who repeatedly said disgusting things about me on multiple hidden accounts, some with thousands of followers. Oh, you haven't met Grayson? God, I envy you.
Blair knew Kali well. Blair often interacted with Kali and knew how vulnerable they are, how mentally immature they are, and how they have been sexually taken advantage of so many times.
Paragraph 2 is a nice little combination of assuming what I was aware of, yet again, and completely mangling the timeline because Piegirl is a competent document writer. Don't you just love it when people spread blatant misinformation about people online? Everything else is of course a stretch, albeit a more competent stretch that they've used throughout various points of this video, although I've attempted to point out most of them. Still though, I considered Grayson a bit airheaded and a little immature, but nothing I haven't seen before from people I've interacted with. I didn't know they were at the bottom of the bell curve, and you can't prove that I did know. Paragraph 3.
Somehow, Blair felt this was the perfect opportunity to ask Kali for CP of themselves. For context, Kali was 14 and Blair was 16 at the time, so the predatory power imbalance isn't necessarily an age issue, but one of Blair taking advantage of Kali's vulnerabilities.
Dude, shut the fuck up. If you wanna use that term, use it in Doc 1, dipshit. And don't think I didn't see it. Originally, the document stated that I was turning 17 very soon, as a means to seemingly inflate the age gap into something more scandalous, despite the fact that we were born on the same month, and therefore that same consistency should have been applied to Grayson. It's obvious that initially she likely just didn't know the ages of the people she was making predator allegations about. Piegirl is so freaking competent, guys. She knows what she's doing.
Blair, why did you have a sexual relationship with someone 2 years younger than you, Blair? Why would you do that, Blair? That's really bad, Blair. A bit of a power imbalance, if you ask me, Blair.
Oh my god, shut up. 2 extra years of life experience isn't enough to generate a power imbalance. It can, which is why I changed my general cutoff date to around 1 year just to avoid situations, but a 15-year-old can have more experience and knowledge, and therefore more power in a sexual relationship than a 17-year-old. Same goes for 14-16, which the situation is, and 16-18, as well as 17-19. The latter two I have been in. I have definitely been the more versed figure in the past with someone 2 years older than me, and I have been left utterly defenseless and out of my depth with someone 1.5 years younger than me. There is actually no issue with 2 years. 3 years where I start to raise eyebrows as the differences in power and experience start to become noticeable, and it's also on the outskirts of Romeo and Juliet laws. But this isn't anywhere close to that. The only people I've met with issues with 2-year age gap have also spouted some genuinely insane takes, like minors having sex with each other is unilaterally bad, despite the fact that age of consent laws exist and the Romeo and Juliet law. Like, seriously though, there's no issue with 2-year age gaps. Grow the fuck up, Lamau. You know what, Pai? Tell me when this took place, since you know oh so much. Tell me the exact date that this occurred. That's what I fucking thought. So here's what happened between myself and Grayson. The two of us were on and off friends since the fall of 2021, but we didn't really start consistently talking until we had a reason to commiserate over the Lucy situation. After about a few weeks, our friendship had evolved into something more flirtatious and affectionate. If you must ask, yes, it was caused by both people, and yes, Grayson reciprocated. Nothing intense, very tame, but Grayson was like in love with me. Kind of obsessively so, and certainly very upset for the 2 months that I dated Clancy right after the status quo change. But they began to mellow down by June. After this point, things between the two of us began to return to its flirtatious status quo, and then on one occasion, things got truly sexual. Because the two of us had already established these boundaries, a month and a half after that, we did it again, except this time I asked for nudes, which they were fine with, and did so. After the fact, I felt kind of guilty because of how they were acting over it, and I feared their feelings for me were heavily influenced by them doing that. So I apologized and terminated the sexual and flirtatious elements of our friendship. Damn, I am really taking advantage of someone who I was involved with on and off for months, really exploiting their vulnerabilities by having an intimate friendship with someone gradually form. Yeah, Pai just made another unsubstantiated claim about how I randomly decided to ask for nudes after noticing how vulnerable they are. Like, there's no way to prove that. You're fucking terrible at this. Also, what vulnerabilities? Even if Grayson does play with toys or say they're as mature as a 5-year-old. Who gives a shit? The dumbass has been in multiple relationships, is able to identify what does and doesn't make him uncomfortable, treats his partners differently in conjunction with his history with them, and understands who makes him feel safe to do what. The dude is able to understand and make informed decisions about this shit. You do realize that if Grayson truly were as immature as you claim, you would have to talk down to them extensively and explain basic social concepts to him in a manner as simple as possible. To treat him as incapable of making these decisions is blatantly infantilizing him. Okay, like, unironically, it feels like Pai is trying to argue that Grayson is unable to consent, period, because of how easily susceptible they are. Like, if you are unironically attempting to argue that Grayson cannot consent, first of all, you are incredibly stupid, and second of all, you don't know Grayson. He is not as stupid as you make him out to be. The dude knows what he's doing in regards to relationships. And also, if Grayson were truly such an innocent soul, who shouldn't be interacted with in any such a way, why'd you flirt with him in your ill-fated goodbye address? In fact, why did you flirt with them in general? After all, you were close, weren't you? In fact, I seem to recall at some point in the beginning of 2022, you asking them of lewd photos of their thighs. In fact, after you got obliterated, Grayson posted them, the screenshots. Of course, the screenshots are gone, and Gray has a memory that a goldfish would ridicule, so there's no way to prove this, but it's reasonable to assume, and more likely than not, in my opinion. Why wasn't this mentioned in a little kitchen overture? If you're gonna infantilize them, don't come onto them. Simple as. Paragraph 4.
After, Blair was very secretive about what she did with Carly, begging them to delete a tweet indirectly mentioning it out of fear. as she knew it would justifiably look terrible.
Firstly, I'm displaying the screenshots here because they apply to this part here, but for some reason she doesn't place them here and at the end of a less relevant part. Pi, what the fuck is this? I thought we established there was nothing wrong with the age gap. Did you not know the ages of the people you were talking about? Are you that fucking stupid? Wait a minute. Pi, your co-writer for the first doc was like 18 and sexted a 15-year-old. So why do you only have a problem with this shit now? Piegirl can't be biased now, could she? Secondly, so imagine this. Someone has leaked intimate sexual things to another person, and that person is then threatened to release it publicly. You are traumatized behind this. Now imagine you are in a sexual situation where you feel quite guilty about how things went down. Said sexual situation is with a person who someone would condemn you for engaging with. Said individual is also leaking the action in a way that makes me seem uncaring. Said individual is also leaking it to a community that judges and shames anyone they deem a, quote, degenerate. And for others' sake, you can't have a big scandal for a large bouquet of reasons. So let's take all of this, alongside your aforementioned trauma, and combine it with the fact that Grayson doesn't say anything to you after asking this, which is kind of time-sensitive. Yeah, I had a panic attack. That's what you're looking at. It's not pretty. It's out of fear of old wounds and getting into situations that can harm me. But it's a panic attack, and I'm very much not proud of the things I said to Grayson. Yeah, optically speaking, these screenshots look pretty bad. They look rather controlling and guilt-tripping, especially since I would agree that the balance of power is in my favor. The promise line feels very icky on my part, and I do regret it, although I personally don't consider it as bad as you could perceive. As mentioned, Grayson and I were friends. There was a level of trust. I trusted them to keep a private sexual encounter private. And they breached that trust. And genuinely, I felt betrayed by this person I was close to. That feeling of betrayal combined with my past and how dire the situation could become sort of put me in autopilot. And the less pretty and more emotionally harmful parts of my panic attack rushed out. Extremely shitty behavior on my part. I'm very sorry, Grayson. And that's the worst thing you will hear about me doing in this video. And I'm no longer in a headspace where something like this can happen. I'm doing quite well. I'd certainly feel more sympathy for Grayson if they weren't infinitely creepier than I ever was. Anyways, I've talked enough. It's your turn. Hit me with your best shot.
Blair similarly told me to never tell anyone about her sexting Lucci because it would look bad, as her criticizing people for creepy, Dagon behavior would look hypocritical if people knew she did similar things.
So, you wanna compare me to Supersonic 1014? Dick move. Fuck you. But you wanna compare me to Supersonic 1014 for being victimized by you and Lucy. Oh, you were just a special kind of cunt. First of all, she's absolutely referring to me being victimized by Lucy. The mention of Mr. Double S connects to a mention of hypocrisy, and the mention of hypocrisy is exclusively referenced right after I asked her not to publicize the fact that I was her victim, for what she attributes to optical reasons. And while it does include Grayson under that umbrella, this is primarily an extension of the reference to Lucy. With that out of the way, what in the turkey tom fuck is this inconceivable travesty that calls itself a piece of analytical writing designed to tear an individual down? Okay, so it's blindingly obvious that you were incapable of grasping the difference between a consensual sexual relationship and absolute predation, framing confrontation as evidence proving a chaser, or a panic attack as a result of non-consensual publication of sexual encounters as trying to hide the truth. Yeah, she's stupid for that. But to condemn me for asking you not to publicize the fact that you accuse me is just low. Pray tell me, Piegirl. Pray fucking tell me what's the moral issue is with wanting to keep my abuse story to remain private and not publicized by my abuser. I'm waiting. But to sit here and compare my relationship with Lucy, an individual who victimized me, to an individual who has committed absolutely disgusting and reprehensible predatory sex acts online, is nothing short of detestable. So pray tell me. Pray fucking tell me how the two are in any way comparable. That's what I fucking thought. To have the audacity to compare a sexual relationship I entered and was soon victimized by to someone like him is just fucking sick. You are a disgusting, ugly bitch, both in appearance and actions, and I retract my statements from earlier. At this point of writing, I feel not a shred of sympathy for anything anyone has put you through, and I will never, ever feel sympathy for you ever again. While you may not deserve everything that happened, you deserve how this ends, and you deserve what's coming.
Diamond, more like, pie manned.
Paragraph 6.
Another important thing Carly says is that Blair only cared about them when they were being sexual, otherwise they never acted affectionate. Blair never had any non-sexual interest in Carly. She only wanted to use them for nudes, which she knew from their history would be easier to get. This again continues a pattern we see of Blair seeing trans people as sexual objects, Blair manipulating people using their vulnerabilities, and Blair taking advantage of people for nudes.
You do realize that the source you're giving is someone you characterize as extremely immature. Like, you're overplaying that shit, but don't you think they might not be the most reliable narrator? Come on, bozo! It turns out that if an entitled brat is obsessively in love with you, they're going to completely disregard the constant checking in to make sure they're okay. Every time they posted some tweet about how they were crying, which believe me was a lot, I asked him if he was alright, and he rarely, if ever, responded. Almost as if he didn't care about anything aside from his creepy fantasies with me, and tuned them out when his memory banks had their weekly purge. And who the fuck are you to say that I showed no non-sexual interest in them, when earlier you claimed that I knew them well? We were friends for like 4 months before that happened, you ape brain. What, do you think this was all some long game, nearly a year in the making, that I backed out of once was done? Who the fuck would do something like that? Well, I mean, Supersonic would, but I'm not him. I'm cooler. Even my e-sex is more awesome. I can't prove that Grayson ignored my attempts to reach out and help them. The screenshots are gone. But you can't prove that I willfully ignored them. I'm sure Grayson didn't tell you all this. But given the shit you've done to me, it is a really bad look to be associating with such an individual. Here is my experience with Grayson that he kindly neglected to mention. Did Grayson ever mention to you how they just would obsessively tweet about me constantly despite me asking them to stop on numerous occasions? No, I guess Grayson just forgot. Did Grayson ever mention to you that they had entire accounts, some with thousands of followers, partially dedicated to posting about me behind my back? No, I guess Grayson just forgot. Did Grayson ever tell you how some of the tweets contain absolutely disgusting comments about me, including both fat and scat fetish? No, I guess Grayson just forgot. Did Grayson ever mention to you that they went for individuals significantly older than him, just because I got ties with him? But no, Grayson is the victim in this situation. Even though I can't prove everything, what I have shown showcases one thing. Although it's hilarious that you once again teamed up with someone who is kinda preyed on me, albeit unintentionally this time, I hope. But to speak the truth about Grayson, I am tired of him ghosting off the presumption that he's some hapless, helpless widow victim who needs our help and our support because he understands the relationships he engaged in, and he understands a good portion of the creepy, disgusting shit he does. I'm not saying that he deserves to be groomed. Only you could argue that. This was a real take she made, by the way. She unironically tried to victim blame grooming. fucking victims. Unless it's just the haha yes situation all over again. I understand the things Grayson has been through, but no, this doesn't excuse that. Stop treating them like a brainless fucking idiot and realize that this is a functioning human being. I'm sorry if I'm being harsh, but I need to drill this in. Grayson is not a victim in this situation, and to be honest, they are much more in the wrong than I am. I liked you, Grayson. You were very nice and sweet. Who knows, if you cleared a few less desirable traits up, I honestly could have liked you the way you wanted me to. Like, fuck me, I was head over heels for Varian. They're a fucking mess. The truth is, I didn't leave because of the circumstances that occurred. I left because of all the creepy shit you were doing after I asked you to stop multiple times. I'd been looking for an excuse to stop talking for a while. And when it came up, I decided to use it. I wanted to let you down easy, essentially, instead of an alternative that could cause you to flip out and be bad for both of us. Or the excruciatingly painful ghosting route. And if anyone wants to say that it's my fault Grayson was such a creep to me because I willingly engaged with a mentally ill person, I'll allow you to do that. If you also agree that it's Piegirl's fault for being manipulated into self-harm because she willingly engaged with a mentally ill person. Giggity giggity goo! Alright. What a beautiful sight to behold! The conclusion! Take a listen. I'm not doing the shit in order. It doesn't deserve the unbridled treatment.
Blair TV is a predator. Not in the pedo sense of course, but in the sense that she will do anything to sexually use those she finds attractive. Especially trans people who she often just sees as objects. She has no qualms manipulating people into giving nudes or just being weird to people without thinking of how they might feel about it. Despite many people close to her knowing about her sexting ring, the full extent of her predatory behavior was unknown to them, and even more was unknown to the general public, which she strived to hide out of fear to her reputation. Again, I hope she changes and improves herself, but this is a step further than what was revealed in the last doc and shows that she is a significantly worse person than I thought. I also think at this point I would also encourage any trans person or woman to not interact with her for their own good.
Women. Yakety yak, yakety yak, yak, yak. You know, huh?
So she calls me a predator on multiple occasions. I don't see what she's done to substantiate that claim. Sexual predator is a rather weird term with no concrete definition. It can be used to describe people from early series Glenn Quagmire to late series Glenn Quagmire. But the two most consistent attributes I found are relentlessly pushing boundaries and targeting individuals usually to exploit. Okay, there's no evidence that I specifically targeted Grayson. The screenshot show I outright apologize for doing so after it occurred. If I were truly a predator, I would have kept going. And even with the omission of the fact that Shala steered the situation in a sexual manner as much as I did, my actions still can't be considered predation as Shala willfully went along with everything supposedly introduced. She claims that I only see trans people as objects again, with her only evidence being this comment here, which anyone whose frontal lobe hasn't been bitten off would understand as a joke. And she condemns me for not wanting everyone in town to know about my sexual affairs. A reasonable fucking request for anyone regardless of reputation to make. She accuses me of manipulating people into sending nudes. Where? Where is any proof that I intentionally manipulated someone? This is the gaslighting claim all over again. Is it because Grayson is immature and has been groomed? Then what about back up your shit. They were into me, I was into them. Shit happens, they were hot, what do you want from me? The document, of course, ends on a terrible note. It advocates for, quote, women and trans people to block me because I might ask them for sex. Hey, here's a little tip. If that hypothetical ever comes up, and it's not as likely as the document makes you think, just say no. It's not hard, it's one of the easiest words in the English language. This is literal boogeyman scaremongering and has no reason being present in this document when the solution to such an obvious problem is so simple. And okay, I would understand such a precaution if I have an extremely high likelihood of DMing people exclusively for sex, which Pi assumes based on an unsubstantiated rumor and incomplete storyline regarding how I got with Grayson, And Shala, whose spoilers, is in on a massive conspiracy Piegirl was involved in. Piegirl definitely knows about the escalation between the two of us. So essentially Piegirl has no evidence to assume that, but of course she still does. Want to know the truth? You want to know the secret behind the Blair TV Riz? My ultimate predatory secret that allows me to take advantage of so many people? Go with the flow. I actually have an unintentional social experiment to give. I know these two girls. Both of them are Twitter artists. Both of them have red hair. Both of them are goth girls. Both of them have similar usernames. And both of them are really hot. I was attracted to them about the same amount. Oh, and I have employed my comedic riz on the both of them. Now, one of them I was just chill with. She's cool to talk to, and I hope we can be chill again when I come back. The other one, it was simultaneously extremely polite and extremely passionate. Now, if I truly tried to get with anyone I found attractive, logically I would have gone for both of them, as they're very, very similar people, and I was pretty much equally attracted to them, but I didn't. Because with one, they're just chill. If I say a single gay thing to them, they'll just call me a faggot. And that's if we talk like normal people. There is literally no indication of any real mutual attraction. By the way, when I talk about mutual attraction, I'm not talking about returned feelings. I'm talking about both people feeling those feelings. At our current state, while I think she's hot, I'm not, into her. Neither person is into each other, so of course, we don't pursue. There's nothing to explore, so it's just left alone, Those two things are very important requirements for any non-platonic relationships to start up. If they're both not there, no need to even consider doing anything. The other person, however, the two of us were just fucking around, pretending to talk about dating each other. Like, actually pretending. I didn't think it'd go anywhere. Hell, she was quite an aggressive flirt. Holy shit, I miss her. And suddenly we weren't pretending anymore and started confessing feelings. Boom! Attraction. And because of that attraction, we decided to pursue each other in more extreme romantic and sexual ways. Boom! Exploration, and on top of that, it also needs time to evolve itself into something sexual, which took 4 days for us. And it has to evolve itself even further to nudes being exchanged between the people, which in this case didn't really happen. So essentially, if you don't want the big spooky predator to get you, just don't be attracted to her. And if you are non-sexually, state it's non-sexual. What a surprise. If you're attracted to someone and they're attracted to you, things can happen. If not, they don't. And these things can take 6 weeks or 51 minutes. It just depends on people's boundaries. The reason my speedrun was so quick was because I found someone whose boundaries are extremely loose like mine. I just spent an entire fucking paragraph explaining regular sex boundaries. Holy shit. If redhead baddie A expressed interest in me and redhead baddie B didn't, the roles would likely have been reversed. Although no one can compare with baddie B. I'm a bit of a hypersexual harlot, but I try to abide by regular boundaries, and there's really nothing to worry about. I don't try to get with anyone I find attractive, otherwise I'd have either pulled them both, or you'd have another addition to this document. But isn't it weird that the two groups she mentions make up nearly all of my friends? Like, fuck subtlety, she's literally telling most of my friends to disassociate with me under the flimsy guise of a noble cause. I don't think I need to explain to you in much detail why this document is garbage. Its issues are in plain sight and don't require a hefty amount of retrospective analysis like the first one, hence why the conclusion is in its own section. And parts of the document that do were already touched on in the conclusion for Doc 1. This video is already several times the length I'd wanted it to be, so let's pull a Charlotte and speedrun this shit. Piegirl is a fucking moron incapable of determining the difference between an acceptable consensual sexual relationship and a predatory exploitative sexual relationship. By the way, when exactly did she prove that I'm a chaser? She took screenshots where it was speedrunning trans girl nudes, locked on the specification of trans, and then formed an entire narrative about how I not only frequently fetishize trans people, but constantly attempt to engage with them specifically. All from one word. Are you starting to see why this person is a terrible narrator now? And even if I did have a preference, that shit is a common orientation in the community. Holy shit, dude. She somehow managed to pull, she often sees trans people as objects from
I'm speedrunning trans girl nudes.
She frames two people being into each other and wanting to engage in sexual activity as me manipulating them into sending nudes. How did I manipulate them, dude? You still didn't explain it. Stop making unsubstantiated claims. Fuck you. This shit is like the literal embodiment of, is there someone you forgot to ask? She condemns me for wanting to consensually see friends of mine that I am attracted to naked. She compares me to fucking Supersonic 1014, and then she compares me to herself.
Diamond, more like, pie man.
Returning for the long-awaited sequel that sadly didn't live up to the quality of the original is Piegirl omitting her actions once again.
This time it isn't even mentioned. In fact, she seems to go out of her way to avoid mentioning it. In the introduction, despite giving clear descriptors to my actions when she mentions her actions, the terms she utilizes not only become noticeably more vague, but the descriptors she utilizes are less extreme than the ones she uses to define me. Almost as if to downplay her actions in reference to mine. Later on in the document, she not only omits the abuse that transpired, not only omits her own involvement in it, not only phrases it as a seemingly normal sexual interaction, but attempts to paint me as predatory in the situation with my abuser by comparing me to Super fucking Sonic fucking 10 fucking 14. Also, like, in the second draft of the video, I'm very open about the stuff I do online because I don't care. It doesn't matter. The only reason I'm secretive about it is because you people are moral faggots and will turn this shit into a sex scandal. Something that, shocker, complicates things and takes a lot of time to address. Also, even if we remove the main allegation, it still doesn't affect anything. Do you know the crazy shit bro has done to get into Discord girls' DMs? Like, even my alleged actions don't compare. He does not do justice to even the stuff he admits to in his response. If only you knew how bad things really were. Even the stuff I'd say he shouldn't be cancelled for is way worse than what you're claiming I've done. The only thing myself and Mr. Mason have in common is that we have Discord sex with a lot of people. And if that is your whole problem with me, you're a fucking moron. Also, Mr. Mason, if you're watching this, can we not cause a scene, no fights, and not pretend I never said anything? I'm not really equipped to deal with you right now. And definitely don't subscribe for the Supersonic 1014 video releasing 2024, because Piegirl fucking ruined a video that was making amazing progress and actually could have released in like the first half of the year, if not the first quarter. Okay, maybe not the first quarter, but like spring.
Diamond, more like,
sex with children.
She is omitting and downplaying her actions to an absolutely absurd degree whilst attempting to play up my acceptable actions as much as possible, as evident by the fact that she describes getting nudes of her underage friends as what it is, because she has to look good, but when I do it, she uses the more loaded term CP because I have to look bad.
Seems like the loaded language also made a surprise cameo,
as it also appears when the document claims I supposedly manipulated Grace
and Anna joined up errands with unsubstantiated and untrue claims.
I ghosted Shaw after obtaining nudes from them. I ghosted Grayson after obtaining nudes from them. I manipulated Grayson into sending me nudes. Serious allegations made that aren't backed up, because Piegirl is a competent document writer. Oh yeah, how about the infantilization of Grayson, making him seem unable to grasp these decisions due to their maturity and how they've been taken advantage of, despite the fact that you've come onto them at multiple occasions, and the fact that it's all completely irrelevant, as they're capable of understanding these situations regardless of how they act. It is acceptable. This document is significantly worse than the first one, but ironically, I have less to say about it because there's no bad points that are interesting to get into. Like a fun race against time narrative, or analyzing the nature of revenge. No, this is just bad. This section delayed the release of this response by probably around a month because I was so miserable working on it because it's such a nothing burger. It's just thinly veiled slut-shaming utilized to pile onto me because she can get away with it due to being perceived as the victim. I cannot justify that claim, but something about this whole document smells worse than B. Also, it's like reasonable to assume and more likely than not in my opinion. The first document was fun to break down and respond to, but this is just depressing. But I bet after hearing all this about me, you have one question. Why? Well, if you've been paying attention to the seeds I've been planting throughout this video, hypersexuality often stems as a result of sexual trauma. I've showcased the exponential growth of new sexual partners after Pi abused me, but that's just one example that's extremely difficult to verify. But hey, I only have several sources to back me up here.
A person with PTSD might find regulating sexual desires more challenging or more arousing because their parameters have been altered by trauma. Allison Kent, a therapist at Favored Wellness Counseling in Pennsylvania, told HuffPost. We found the relationship between hypersexuality and trauma, describing a possible etiological pathway mainly involving depression, shame, and guilt. Hypersexuality can be considered as a reactive form of a major affective psychopathology, representing a tip of the iceberg hiding the real issues of a suffering personality. As a survivor myself, I have experienced hypersexuality. After an assault, I reacted in a way I had never heard about, craving male attention and validation that I could only receive with my body, needing others to touch me so that I could no longer feel my abuser, wanting to use myself the only way I knew how, for sex. Whilst the sex was consensual, I received no joy as I was simply performing. I was morphing into whatever partner people wanted, unable to act on desires of my own which had become clouded with shame, being bombarded with flashbacks whilst simultaneously eager to please. I was also greeted by an onslaught of slut-shaming and lack of belief of my assault, as why would a survivor of assault be so sexually active? Due to my response, I started to doubt my own trauma, asking if it was even real. Hypersexuality is not really a matter of having an overactive sex drive. It's much more about needing to have sex to feel okay. Or to use a food analogy, sexual abuse leaves you feeling alone and frightened. I don't want anyone who responds to their abuse like I did to feel as if they're lesser for it. Hypersexuality isn't a dirty word, nor is it this sex-crazed idea that people have formed. It's a real response to traumatic experiences. Since they can't direct their anger outwards at their rapist or others like him, the only place their anger can go is inwards at themselves, where it turns into self-hate. After over 20 years of experiencing highly unstable relationships and additional sexual traumas as a result of misunderstood and undiagnosed sexual trauma survivors experience, finally understand more clearly why engaging in sexual activities afterward when survivors able to initiate self-controlled 17-year-old FT guy. This is gonna be kind of however because others might engage in hypersexual behaviors. I was emotionally my way to the age of 6 avoided experiencing biological charges every time when I was doing sexual assault is not normal sexual trauma. Writing this down, I blame myself for taking control, but I almost positive that's why it happened to me because every time trauma or traumatic experience sexually attack us in various times when I was younger signs of low body while doing sexual and I had no idea that it was normal itself. Extension in 2 ways. When I was during hypersexuality and also doing sexual depression, anxiety, high stress, and many other mental everything sexually. Believe it or not, some of this hypersexuality came from saying yes to any advances as a layer of protection against sexual abusive sexual situation. A host face of victim is still trying to normalize control of their trauma herself. It's trying to still find joy in the trauma itself, where recovery is about growing emotionally bigger than the trauma. So it lives in you and not you in it. Any more part of the healing process is taking back ownership of our bodies. We have a lot to deal with in our heads, including feelings of shame, denial, hatred, self-destruction, fear, doubt. When we finally take back control, both of our bodies and our lives, why do you wonder if sometimes that turns into a need to find something that will erase the memories?
In my quest for sources and testimonies, all listed in the description, there is one that stood out. It was written by a 14-year-old girl by the name of Ariana, who describes a story of being inappropriately touched by her cousin at around age 6. By 11, she had intentionally gravitated herself towards pedophiles online, but her middle school life consisted of bouncing around to any boy who would give her the slightest bit of sexual attention. The catalyst for such an action is admittedly small in comparison to other examples, but it still had lasting impacts 8 years after the fact. Do you understand how this shit works? It doesn't matter if my sexual abuse isn't up to par with others. Sexual abuse leads to hypersexuality. Deal with it. I'm not tipster. I don't see sexual partners as therapeutic, meaningless nonsense. I care about each and every one of you, even if at times I don't do my best at showcasing that fact. I have a lot of communication issues that I should probably just work on. The two new partners I had cultivated after I got my revenge were Shala, whom I had backed out of right after initiating, and someone who I genuinely liked, like in a romantic sense. After this is all over, you should hit me up, babe. See, I can hit on people in inappropriate media too. There were no real support systems I could find in the communities I had cultivated. It felt like speaking out would lead to immense ridicule over my victimhood and the unhealthy manners I used to process my victimhood. So I kept quiet, let it continue, until 9 months worth of trauma boiled, and well, you know how the story ends. This is kinda your fault. I have autonomy over my actions, and what I do with people is ultimately my responsibility, but at the same time, the behavior that allowed this to spiral so far out of control is kinda your fault. Saul pointed this out before the document even dropped, but don't you think this whole controversy glosses over what such a sexually traumatizing incident can do to a teenager? Did Piegirl even consider this whilst constructing any of the documents? Did she ever stop focusing on herself and how awful she was and how jealous I was of her to actually put herself in my shoes and attempt to understand what I had gone through? If you're in my exact position, not a controlled, subdued variant of it, there is a very high likelihood that you would have attempted suicide at least twice. Throughout this video, I have attempted to remain charitable. That is, analyze how you came to the conclusions you came to based on the evidence I have. I don't automatically assume malice. If I were less lenient, the 4 lies I've observed on Doc 1 would likely double. I try to get into the why of everything. I try to put myself in your shoes. You don't seem to do that. You wrote this document like I'm fucking Jack Horner and that my intentions are purely malicious and that my trauma is not an influencing factor at all, when anyone with any knowledge of the things the document touches on should know its effects. Yet here and in Doc 1, it's given barely any, if any at all, attention and just treated like a minor thing that sparked an idea. When we actually put into perspective the impact of her actions, we begin to understand that this isn't some document on a rampant sexual predator, but rather a document on the writer's sexual abuse victim. In hostile spaces, unable to find a support system to help her, so indulges in the results of her sexual trauma until she herself begins to regret her action. The pieces are all there if you look at the screenshots and the effects sexual abuse can cause. But despite the sequel not living up to the original, no one noticed its biggest flaw. Piegirl wrote a document on an acceptable if unhealthy coping mechanism her self-described victim used after she sexually abused her. Now here's something that I really don't need to articulate. Trauma can manifest itself in unhealthy forms for an individual. Hypersexuality, self-harm, a lot of things. And while you should definitely resort to more healthy forms of coping, they are valid. However, of course, there are points where it becomes unacceptable. I have no doubt in my mind that what I did traumatized Piegirl. That's what throwing her actions back at her does, and Pi is allowed to indulge in however she processes her trauma as long as it's not hurting anyone. But problems start to arise when Pi does honestly unacceptable and disgusting things and tries to supplement it by saying, "It's not my fault, I was traumatized. Other people made me like this." Something that, yes, you are going to witness in a moment. She really is not stupid, and she's not the only one. In Section 4, I flubbed the hell out of a line that I didn't care to re-record. I said that in the wake of Pi's abusive actions, I had become less grateful, when in actuality I meant less graceful. In ye old time, I was able to navigate these sexual situations quite well, as they were as frequent, but with the increased frequency of sexual partners and my far more erratic nature in the wake of the incident, looking back, there were a load of bumps and cracks. Most things I did were mostly sound. I certainly regret how I engaged with Grayson, but I'm not gonna act like I did something bad. But in spring of this year, there were a few incidents. Now, these incidents really come down to serious interpersonal conflicts with barely, if any, substance or reason to turn into public spectacle, but they really all came down to me saying or doing something that I thought was completely acceptable and okay. They'd just be laughed off. After all, based on our history / the circumstances, it should be fine. And then it wasn't fine. Things I perceived as minor oversights and lines turned out to be chasms and valleys. And yeah, the couple people I mentioned, they were quite uncomfortable. Which is fair. What I did was unacceptable, and if you're watching this, I cannot apologize enough. I'm sure Piegirl, upon seeing the hypersexuality floodgates I've opened, will attempt to make an argument like,
Well, I was traumatized by John Swan, and no. Your trauma can justify a few things. It can justify rampant harlotry as long as it's consensual. But the second you do something legitimately bad, you can acknowledge how your trauma got you to that point, but it is all your fault. Own up to it. By the way, good news. As of August, guess who's not as hypersexual anymore? I've limited myself down to people I'm romantically interested in, and on occasions where it's not someone I'm romantically interested in, it's with someone who I've had at least a year of sexual experience with. My rate of seeking out new people has decreased a ludicrous amount, which says a lot about how many people I was getting with between June and December of last year. And honestly, save for some really interesting people, it's kind of gotten boring. Which I'm happy about thinking because I don't need to do this anymore. I hated it. I liked the people, I cared about the people, but 90% of the time, I just felt fucking miserable after everything. Well, not anymore. And there's nothing I can thank more than fucking with Piegirl back in December. And even though I've gone full nihilist right now, I still hold out hope that this video will smack her so far that she'll not only be out of my life forever, but she'll forget she's ever even heard the word Keemstar back in 2016. Here's to a television with a healthier sex life. And there's a little something else I haven't mentioned that I probably will in a later video. This document is a steaming pile of hypocrisy and double standards. It is a dump all over every piece of analytical writing in regards to this controversy she has written thus far. It is an objective insult to every piece of goodwill Piegirl has maintained since her very first controversy all the way back in December of 2020, and it is a complete middle finger to everyone who has ever supported her, stood by her, and defended her since. The document ends with her advocating that everyone who would fall under a criteria of someone I could potentially be attracted to, block me. Interesting stratagem. Duly noted, possibly abusive. But wait, she's asking that I leave the internet, and she's additionally asking that when I return, people block me to stay safe. Wait a minute. But at the top of the document, you said that you used to be just like me. So I ask, if your morals are so consistent, why didn't you advocate for everyone to block you when you violated the consent of multiple people for their own safety after you returned? In fact, why later on, when people express dislike for you, do you get mad, but when another situation that you feel is identical takes place, encourage blocking? So either Piegirl's morals are more inconsistent than Sandman's in No Way Home, or she believes that my actions are worse than hers, which, yikes! If this document were congruent with your morals, you would have no friends. Yet another reason why the best timeline would be one where you're morally consistent. Ayo! Also, remember Piegirl's use of loaded language that I previously mentioned? Remember when all that shit about Vex came out and she condemned everyone, including myself, for using inaccurate loaded language and spreading incorrect and overblown conclusions? Well, Piegirl sure doesn't. I honestly think the Piegirl from 16 months prior would find the Piegirl of December 2022 really pathetic. Like, come on, you made a giant stink about how you shouldn't sexually engage with people with sexual vulnerabilities, and your partner for 5 months was a damn rape victim. No, really, Veri was raped before age 10. Whoops! That's probably the only acceptable contents where you can say whoops when describing child rape. And come on, dude, you hit on Grayson a lot, both before and after your controversy. While under her own parameters, it's not a direct act of hypocrisy, it's very iffy, and comes across as you having your cake and eating it too. Don't do that. Don't go too close to the bounds you set without justified cause. How about the whole point with Grayson, which completely shits over both documents, about how Grayson has been taken advantage of by multiple people, that it's very easy to take advantage of that fact yourself and easily sexually engage with them. Okay, so you do understand how sexual trauma can severely impact people's entire livelihoods for the worse, with one example being hypersexuality. Well then, you should really apply that principle universally. I seem to recall a certain somebody in this controversy who was taken advantage of by another member of this controversy. I seem to recall the individual's sexual abuse being the catalyst for, I don't know, everything the first document touches on, and I seem to recall that little factoid being given, a one-sentence overview?
I'm talking about myself, dipshit. Oh, but where's Grayson? They don't get the overview treatment now, do they? No, because not only does Grayson get an astounding 83 words, that shit's deluxe by Piegirl standards, not only does Grayson get the amount of times they were previously taken advantage of, not only does it overplay that number, but Piegirl includes a brief explanation of how sexually traumatizing events have influenced Grayson and made him vulnerable. And the only example she uses is Grayson allowing himself to be involved in any sexual situation, no matter the damage, or a form of hypersexuality. Oh, so I get it. You do understand that sexual trauma leads to unhealthy hypersexuality, and that as long as these responses are mitigated, it's fine. But not only do you attempt to overplay the mitigation, not only did you downplay your own actions, but you completely omitted how hypersexuality is caused by sexual trauma. The only mention of what you did is a 45-word explanation that isn't in the document. So, when it's a point that can be used against me, the detail is mentioned. But when it's the same point that betrays me in a better light, it's not mentioned.
But Blair, it's an expose, I hear you say. It's not gonna completely portray every positive aspect of you. It's gonna portray you in a negative light.
To which I say, if you have to omit positive information about the subject of your expose, then you've made a pretty shitty expose. If you want the person to look bad, use objective information, and that subject will look bad on their own. Shut up! Piegirl talks about sexual trauma and its effects when used as a point against me, but when she writes two docs that anyone with knowledge of the topic of hypersexuality, someone who knows the exact timeline of events, and someone who was literally told by the victim the effects of what happened, no explanation, no context, no nothing. Just, oh, it's not just, fuck you. If that isn't deliberate omission, I don't know what is. But you have to understand, Piegirl can't talk about how she traumatized me because that would make her look bad, and she can't look bad. She barely did anything wrong. Blair's the true villain. And by the way, this was mentioned earlier, but you have completely time paradoxed your goodwill out of existence. I don't understand why you would think to write this after everything that has happened over the past year. The only reason most people like you is because they think what you did was a not major common teenager action. Those people are stupid, but whatever. So when you overplay actual not major common teenager behavior as predatory behavior, it's kind of a middle finger to the main thing keeping you where you are. And that would be fine, because in my humble opinion, the main thing keeping you are is bullshit and premature. But you don't even seem to address that discrepancy, attempting to eliminate it instead by saying we was degenerates and shit. Yeah, guys, I know I did some honestly deplorable shit, and the only reason I'm here right now is because people gave me a second chance. But anyway, I'm gonna take some honestly harmless shit and then make up a bunch of nonsense about why it's actually much worse to give it more spice, and then advocate for the individual's cancellation. Also, everyone block her so the big spooky predator doesn't get you next. Like, if the commentary community sees through the issues in your document, you'll be regarded as the biggest hypocrite on the planet, leading to either your word being completely disregarded or you going down with the ship. And given the fact that unlike Doc 1, the document's fundamental premise is flawed, no matter how this affects me, you are still going down. And with the practice of Google Documents being sacred cows, and the overplayed Michael 1 situation, despite how fucking weird it is, not even being 3 days old, the issues in the document will cement you as an unreliable narrator, torching your future respect, which paired in conjunction with the destruction of your main defense will essentially lead to the annihilation of your reputation. Not in the sense of cancellation, but the fact that you will be doomed to be the butt of every joke forever. Essentially, publishing this document has a 50% chance of killing you instantly. I predicted this before it even released. All it comes down to is whether or not the community can see through your bullshit. And while they were blind last time, this time they did. Of course, there were the usual dipshits who took her word at face value, attempting to insert themselves into the drama by drumming up wild conspiracies about them being my next target because I did some stupid friendly bar-side flirting or said their OC was cute one time, which it literally is, but the commentary community saw through Pie's bullshit this time. While Doc 1 tries to put on a nice facade, Doc 2 is completely dilapidated. The following screenshots were courtesy of Spurg Archives. Yes, that is its actual name. Yes, hey, at least I'm not sourcing Spurg Alert. That is also real. I just need to inform you of this because a certain somebody attempted to stitch a narrative out of a visibly incomplete story and treated it as concrete. So, like the vultures they are, they slowly started to pick it apart. I can only guess the order of things. First went the bullshit CP stretch, then went the claims of taking advantage of people. Then died the concept of victimhood. Then came the pointlessness of such a document, and by that point, everything was singed. The smarter ones condemned her for trying to cancel someone on pointless metrics, and the orbiters ridiculed her. In less than 2 hours, Doc 2 was gone. And in its place was this thread about how she's taking down the doc, about how she truly thought it was terrible stuff, but realizing that it's not a big deal, although the information is all still true. Are you on crack? And then she says something I'm all too familiar with. Guys, stop calling me a terrible person. Sorry, wrong voice. Guys, stop calling me a terrible person. I've changed. Buddy, you've done terrible shit and you're attempting to high road over people who do far more acceptable shit. You're shitting in the face of all your goodwill to falsely cancel someone. You're displaying total hypocrisy and minimizing your actions. Even to the untrained eye, you'd still be considered a kind of shitty person. But don't worry, guys, not only has she changed, but she can show it too. For instance, she's suffered a lot.
Did you see that jerk?
Yes, she has just upgraded that point as a form of retribution to proof of change. She deadass just used the fact that she suffered through a lot as evidence that she's changed, and to guilt the reader. Are you seriously trying to fucking tell me that the fact you got doxxed or abused by Very serves as evidence that you changed as a person? Because that's not how change works, my friend. It's not the commentary community incapable of understanding change, it's you. You are the dumbass. You're fucking... But of course, that didn't work. So Pi had another trick up her sleeve. The sympathy card. It's very simple. Just bring up the fact that you were abused and somehow attempt to relate it back to this to make the internet seem cruel and uncaring. Bro, what is your malfunction? These are two completely different controversies, with the only constant being the condemned individual. This is a complete... I can't stop laughing. This is an obvious deflection for sympathy points, and also Pi, well, you're not a pedophile, and you shouldn't be slandered like that. If you don't want people to go after you 2 days after coming out about your abuse story, then maybe you shouldn't do stupid shit 2 days after coming out about your abuse story. But even the cries for sympathy were in vain, and Piegirl deleted her main account. I have a question. How is it that a trans woman randomly showed up on the internet despite claiming to have spent her entire online life on Hypixel, is immediately incredibly familiar with an obscure online community of losers, knows of my existence through them despite only being in one stream nearly a year prior, and claims to be an online slut despite me being their first sexual experience? There's something about Shala that doesn't add up. I definitely noticed early on. That art style is just so familiar. I swear I've seen this person before. Their manner, it's like I know her, but I don't. And of course, my first suspect was the individual who had become a pest to my thoughts, Piegirl. In fact, less than 2 hours before pulling the reveal, I asked for a sample of Pi's art, which Very didn't deliver because I was yicking out. After I got my revenge, however, I decided to stop assuming that every strange figure was some secret Piegirl alt. In fact, the entire sexual interaction was partly viewed to me as telling myself to stop salting the wound, suspecting and assume that she's real. A team of commentary's top minds was sent to analyze the situation. It said that a room with all of them had the combined IQ of nearly 100. Their findings were shocking. Shala and Pi are both brown trans girls, both have the same art style, both have the same political viewpoints, both weebs, both like that mediocre Evangelion show, both are fucking terrible at sexting, both are from the same area of Australia. Look at the time zone. Shala just appeared one day, but somehow knew about everyone's backstory. And in addition, the near instantaneous flip-flopping between the 23rd and the 25th, a trait only shared by a known dumbass. There can be only one conclusion. The true identity of Shala is that she is Piegirl on another account. Every message, reply, everything you have ever sent to Shala, you were actually sending to Piegirl.
What the hell? What's wrong with you? I had sex with her! What? I had sex with her at the Marriott! Oh, why? I didn't know it was her! Oh my god!
It's Joe over. The remaining few hours are going to be some of the saddest attempts at damage control you will ever witness. So, it's gone public. All we have is this thread here, but I think the reason it's the only thing archived is because of how consolidated Pi's reaction to the ordeal is. So let's go! Okay, so in this thread, AMAC asks if Piegirl sent her own nudes to me under the guise of Shala. Well, I believe some lewd material at least was sent. Piegirl leaves the ingenious response of "No, I didn't." Masterful gambit, Piegirl. I just love your signature move of saying things and providing nothing to back it up. Just "No, I didn't." No explanation to elaborate on it. No reasoning. Just "No, I didn't." Marvelous. Your reputation is on the line, and you don't even adequately back up your main defense. I tried not to attribute the unsubstantiated claims to malice because it's obviously just intense stupidity. Hanlon's razor, folks. So finally, when insulted, she actually backs up her shit. And it's still bullshit. First of all, technically I lied in a Google Doc, but is a real sentence. You exhibit no self-awareness, oh my god. But second of all, yes, it does affect the story when it comes to me. You literally used this point to argue that I was in possession of CP when you knew it was false. That completely eliminates a good 1/3 of the fucking section title. But that shouldn't matter because there's evidence that I'm in possession of CP.
I said shut up! As in close your mouth and stop talking.
First of all, that is a complete deflection. I'm taking so much accountability for my actions, guys. I'm very self-aware. Second of all, her evidence for the matter is that GTA was open on my computer, meaning I was playing it, meaning I wasn't giving Shala attention, meaning I saved her nudes, meaning I did the exact same thing to Grayson. That's 4 stretches, and it's the entire basis for the collector angle. So after further inquiry, Piegirl once again said that she lied. But remember, folks, it doesn't make Blair any better. Why are you deflecting immediately after confessing? Oh my god. Even her admissions have damage control. I can't do this anymore. So in Fixed compares Pie's actions to my actions towards Pie. Sorry, Vary's actions towards Pie. I keep forgetting that despite him being actually sensible for once, he still believes that I had direct influence over the relationship itself, despite both no and contradictory proof. He also calls what we did a gay-op, which, even if the orchestration were real, it wouldn't be true. Also, come on, Cameron. Don't you think there's another Piegirl adjacent controversy that's a better comparison to this? Pie disagrees because I was actually the one at fault, because I sexually harassed her alt.
Just when I think you've said the stupidest thing ever, you keep talking.
Is it really sexual harassment if both parties reciprocated and escalated the situation and no one articulated clear discomfort? I would prefer a fucking bog frog Google Doc at this point. Make it stop. Well, it seemingly stopped. And it stopped because Piegirl does not answer why she engaged sexually with me after the third. Or at all. Instead, she says possibly one of the dumbest things she has ever said in her 3 years of relevance.
Yeah. I still wanted to be friends with her. I know it's strange, but getting Stockholm Syndrome with my abuser isn't really something that makes me a terrible person.
We have reached levels of stupidity so large that I couldn't even think of an insult to accompany it. Just how? How do you come to these conclusions? And why do you think they're acceptable to risk your reputation for them? Are you blind? Suffering some form of brain damage?
Stockholm Syndrome is when you like people who hurt you.
No, they do not! They toast bread, dumbass!
Stockholm Syndrome typically involves developing a psychological bond with kidnappers and hostage takers. Yes, it also encompasses abusers, which he thinks I am, but to my knowledge, it mainly encompasses abusive relationships that render the victim unable to escape, similar to kidnappers and hostage takers. Something that does not encompass either of my real or alleged actions. Additionally, the fucking Wikipedia article for Stockholm Syndrome specifically states who the victim needs to have, let's see. Oh, no prior relationship with the perpetrator. For the sake of the argument, Doc 1 is all true. For 9 months, you attempted to manipulate me into being your friend. But the second I assist Vary in faking a relationship with you for 2 months and deliberately ignoring your self-harm dilemma, you have Stockholm Syndrome now. Did Vary attempt to dissuade you from leaving? Did they try to trap you in the relationship? Because regardless of my relationship to the relationship, I would know that Vary saw the whole ordeal as an inconvenience and wouldn't care if you left. So that just rules Stockholm Syndrome out completely. Wait. In the second Lucy doc, you said that some of your friends forgave you after you sexually abused them. They still wanted to be your friend. Piegirl, sweetie, does that not mean that they have Stockholm Syndrome over you? The reason you continued talking to me is not because you have Stockholm Syndrome, but because you don't like the idea of people not liking you. That was the whole purpose of the alt, is you deliberately talk to people who constantly berate you. You don't have Stockholm Syndrome, you have loser syndrome. Stop making flimsy shit up to pin the cause of your actions on someone else. Take responsibility for what you do and stop with the justifications and deflections. Damn, this whole video makes me feel much better about myself. Alright, let's properly analyze the effects of this revelation on the document. So Piegirl is Shala. No biggie, right? But then you realize that this completely discredits the entire Shala section, which takes up a nice third of the Google document. So she lied a 5th time. But then you realize that Piegirl DM'd herself a so-called testimony explaining what she went through at the hands of me. But then you realize that in that testimony she attempts to puppet Shala into talking about how she felt used and how she just wanted to be my friend as a means to emotionally manipulate the readers into feeling sympathy for her. She did not just want to be my friend. She was attempting to use this against me. So she lied a 6th time. But then you realize that since she specifically mentioned getting the images from Google Images, meaning that she knew that even if her bullshit stretch was true, I couldn't have actually saved any child porn. Despite this fact, she still accused me of doing so despite knowing it was false. So she lied a 7th time. But then you realize that if Shala were Piegirl, then suddenly the omission of the fact that Shala pushed for sexual interaction as much as I did makes sense. She's omitting it because the evidence is gone and she's intent on manipulating the situation as much as possible to make me look as bad as possible. So she lied an 8th time, although it's harder to prove. But then you realize that the discrepancy in regards to me supposedly ghosting Shala additionally could not have transpired since she is Shala and would have known that we talked. So she lied a 9th time. But then you realize that this completely obliterates both the rebuttal section in Doc 1, the Panda the Face opening of Doc 2, and one of the damage control treats from when Doc 2 initially backfired. I'm talking about how she completely spit in the face of the notion that she had changed, a notion she and her supporters had believed. Yes, Piegirl has changed from violating my consent by attempting to siphon explicit images of me without my knowledge, which is exactly why she's violating my consent by posing under an alt to engage in sexual activity with me without me knowing it's her. But then you realize that because Piegirl violated my consent a second time after first abusing me, qualifies this action as a second instance of sexual abuse. It would not qualify were it the only occasion, but given her history of attempting to engage with me non-consensually, it's yet another example of her doing so, and therefore another instance. But then you realize that if Piegirl has sexually abused me twice, alongside attempting to emotionally manipulate me for months, and telling my friends to ditch me with a smear campaign, that we can now call her actions towards me repeated abuse, which therefore makes her even more officially an abuser. But then you realize that this technically now makes the document an abuser condemning her victim for processing her abuse in a healthy manner and being victimized by said abuser as a result of her taking advantage of that unhealthy manner. But then you realize that I mentioned earlier that Shala asked if we could do it again. Again, I can't prove this, but if Piegirl is allowed to reference events and calls that she can't prove, and we treat them as legitimate, then I'm allowed to reference deleted events. This wasn't some attempt to catch me in the act by. She was actively coaxing me to continue. So I ask of you, what if we had gone farther? What if I had trusted you enough to send you nudes?
Answer the fucking question!
Don't give me that there was no malice bullshit. You knew exactly what you were doing. Well, Pyle, looks like you've just run out of room to criticize fake relationships. You're doing revenge on 3. Do not do revenge on 3. But on the rare occasion I accidentally myself into the opportunity, I could definitely use a fake relationship to get information out of you, and have there be nothing wrong with it, considering you've literally done the exact same thing completely unprovoked. Like, still, in this context, orchestrating a relationship is a no-go, but a retrieval of information, yes-go. Sometime after the confession, Piegirl wrote a twitlonger on the matter. You know the drill.
So this morning in my document showing how creepy Blair was, I included as a major section someone named Shaula as a source. In the section I show DMS between me and Shaula, with her explaining to me the situation, as well as DMS between Shaula and Blair. In the DMS between Shaula and Blair, after Shaula apologized for DMing Blair too much, Blair begins to flirt with Shaula and after 40 minutes asks her for nudes.
Lines 1 and 2 are just contextual jargon I don't need to play out for you. Line 3 is a death sentence for getting out of this op unscathed.
The allegations are true that Shaula is me, and yes, it's extremely weird and schizo. However, it's not as bad as it might seem, although it's still bad, dumb and cringe.
Let's move on to line 4.
I started the account back in November because I felt extremely frustrated that my baggage history made many people who I was sure I would get along with not want to interact with me. I also felt very limited with my persona I've developed online, as I feel way more natural to act more feminine. But acting like that on my ACC feels weird because of the persona I've developed on there.
Dude, shut the fuck up with your nobody likes me anymore bullshit. You said yourself that you have enough respect and you possess your own fucking circles. I don't fucking know, man. All I know is that I see an insecure loser who's so obsessed with people liking her that she's going to make entirely new accounts just to make people like her. Nothing screams I want to evade consequence like making an entire alt to attempt to undo the social consequences of your actions. You talk a big game about how people deserve redemption, but you're not redeeming yourself. You're forcefully undoing the consequences of your actions. Line 5.
Once I started the account, I began to talk to former friends of mine that I missed but who wouldn't talk to me now. This included Blair. I intended to develop a friendship with them because I really missed being friends with them and enjoyed their company. In hindsight, this was obsessive and weird.
In retrospect, you didn't think it was weird to constantly interact with your victim for 2 months under a secret account until just now?
Mamma mia.
And you only see it as obsessive and weird?
They'll get through us part, but we're already past that phase. This is a brand new start, and I think I deserve some praise for the way that I am.
When I'm in a lack of self-awareness competition and my opponent is Piegirl.
Unlike what Cammy says in his thread, I never intended to catfish Blair or anything. Like I say in the DM, after I apologized to her for deeming her too much, she started flirting with me. Now this was non-sexual flirting, the type that is common between platonic trans friends, just UWU speak, so I didn't think too much of it.
Line 6 sets up the whole "she asked completely unprompted" point from earlier, nothing really of note except for the hilarious self-report. She talks about how Ulu speaks is considered normal trans behavior online to draw a clear distinction between that and getting sexual/sending nudes. Hey dumbass, as said earlier, trans people fucking each other after 5 minutes is a common fucking concept in the community. Do you know how many green texts I can find? How many down atrocious individuals you can find on Twitter? This is normal trans communication.
Then completely unprompted and unexpectedly, Blair asked me for nudes. I did not send her my nudes, as that would be extremely weird and I would not feel comfortable with that. I stupidly decided to play along and I sent her a pic from Google Images. At this point I knew I could use this for the Google document, as Blair out of nowhere asking for someone's nudes was pretty damning, so I thought.
Line 7. Line 7's where the controversy starts to become volatile. Let's start with the least bad offense. It's insulting that I'm introducing this issue like that. She is still doubling down on how I randomly unprompted asked her for nudes when all we were doing was mild flirting. Like, no, your word is completely scorched at this point. You lied about so much of this event that you can't expect people to trust you on anything you say regarding the events of this doc. Whoa, what about the fucking gaps in the screenshots? Why are there only 3? Don't give me that bullshit, man. You lied about the circumstances, and it probably won't take much for people to trust my word over yours, given how you soiled yourself here. And at least I have just the flimsiest bit of evidence. But here's where a strange substance begins to combust.
Then completely unprompted and unexpectedly, Blair asked me for nudes.
Hey, Piegirl. Hey, Piegirl. Since we now know that Shala was you, can you explain the 40-minute gap between screenshots 2 and 3, Piegirl? Hey, Piegirl. Why was the majority of the conversation omitted? Hey, Piegirl. Hey, Piegirl. Hey, Piegirl. Since you were taking photos the whole time, show the rest of the screenshots. Why were the screenshots never shown if they were supposedly beneficial to your point? Weird. Must be a Pibby glitch.
I did not send her my nudes, as that would be extremely weird and I would not feel comfortable with that.
No, you don't get to do that. The wording is so fucking manipulative, it is outright framed as if I am sexually victimizing her here, which is an absolutely terrible statement to make about someone you have not only sexually abused but have just been caught in the act of attempting to violate a second time. By the way, framing yourself as a victim in a situation where you were engaging in abuse is, you guessed it, an abuse tactic. If you truly felt so uncomfortable, there was just one word you could have said to stop all of this. No. But no, you chose to continue and you took screenshots immediately whilst it was occurring. So uncomfortable, guys. I'm gonna keep going along with this despite the fact that I'm so uncomfortable. Then I'm gonna condemn the person for going along with boundaries that I clearly set. Because I was uncomfortable and they were weird. This almost feels like it was designed to be— no. This was most definitely used against me. You don't talk about how it was a stupid decision and how it was just a dumb mistake. But you don't give people the same benefit of the doubt you expect people to give you. Throughout everything we've analyzed before, malice is the first thing you attribute to my actions, regardless if you can back up a word you say. Oh, she said she knew that there were cuts on my arm because of Very. So that means that
Blair knew the whole time, and in fact, not only did she know the whole time, but she refused to stop it. Why? Because she hates me, and let her hatred of me get in the way of stopping abuse.
Like, come the fuck on. But yet with you, it's always, oh, it had nothing to do with revenge porn. Oh, I was being stupid. Oh, what I did was bad, but it's not nearly as bad as Egg. You beg and beg and beg for the benefit of the doubt, but are incapable of giving the same to others. But you have to understand, being consistent in giving the benefit of the doubt makes her look bad, and she can't look bad. She barely did anything wrong. Blair is the true villain. You're a disgrace to the very concept of YouTube commentary. Line 8 is where that weird faux paragraph clump thing reaches its end.
After that, I screenshotted the DMS and decided to use them in the doc to make sure no one knew it was me. I made a fake testimonial where I explained what Blair did, but didn't mention I sent a nude from Google Images instead of my own, as that would look really suspicious.
Okay, I know I just went on a whole tirade about giving the benefit of the doubt, but it's really hard to defend this without calling Pi a colossal dumb fuck, which in fairness she is, but she's not that dumb. Have you noticed the problem with this line? Well, she talks about how the testimonial was fake, and she talks about how the image was from Google Images. Bruh, imagine if you type shit like non-passing trans girl, or nudes from a Hun, or man. The problem is, she went on an entire tirade about how I was saving CP and how it makes me deplorable. But now we know that that wasn't CP, so why did you lie? You accused someone of doing something terrible, but you knew for a definite fact that it was a lie. Hey gang, she just made an objective, clear-cut, false allegation, and she should be treated the exact same as all other individuals who a commentary have condemned for doing the same. So, Piegirl, just one question. Why should we trust a single piece of your word now throughout Doc 2 minus the screenshots? Well, the commentary community already didn't. But why should we trust a single piece of a word throughout all of Doc 1 minus the screenshots? Because Infixed co-wrote it and gave it the Infixed seal of approval? Let's move on to line 9.
So I didn't try and catfish Blair. She sexually harassed my secret wall. I was being weird and gay by having an alternate persona. I used to be friendly with people who hate me, but it isn't nearly as bad as Cammy makes it out to be.
Okay, first of all, I don't give a shit if you didn't try to catfish me. That's literally what you fucking did. At any point, you could have backed out, but you, yes you, continue to push it forward. Do or do not. There is no try here, dumb fuck. You catfished me, and as for everything else, you have officially stepped out of line. It's one thing to maliciously omit details about a sequence of events in order to paint someone as a predator, but it is a completely different level of cunt. To frame yourself as the victim of my sexual harassment when in this situation you were attempting to fraudulently enter a sexual relationship with me after I told you numerous times that you disgust me after you violated me. You are not a victim for steering the conversation that way, friend. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the ultimate climax of omitting information that makes you look bad. Welcome to the realm of removing important context from you abusing someone in order to make it seem as if the victim is the abuser to make yourself look better. Of course, this is another abuse tactic. It's one of the oldest ones in the book.
It also was really disingenuous and stupid to put it in the Google Doc like it was someone else too. Really schizo of me.
Yes, it was also disingenuous of you to lie about me saving CP while playing GTA 5, but we're just not gonna mention that line.
I'm gonna keep the Showler account to continue to post artwork there, but now that it's known that it's me, I won't try and hide it.
Line 11 is not the 9/11 of the document you're expecting. Rather, it's just about how she'll keep posting her shitty art on the account. The account is still up and posting, by the way, because Piegirl is allergic to consequence.
I made a really dumb decision, albeit one nowhere near comparable to what Vari did to me. Continuous gayopping for months for the purposes of mental abuse.
Line 12 is about how, despite the similarities between her actions and Vari's actions, Vari was still worse and not even remotely comparable. And I hate to say it, but she has somehow managed to overplay Very's actions. I think in all the redrafts I kind of forgot to mention this, but Piegirl does not know what the fuck a gayop is. Gayops are defined by UrbanDictionary.com as a conspiracy to harass, dox, or deplatform an individual or group. How does faking a even how does even tell what I was very trying to dox you? We didn't even. This doesn't even constitute her. What the fuck? And how was it continuous? You either gay up or you don't. Was very trying to continuously deplatform you? Were you being harassed the whole time? Because why isn't that in Doc 1? Did they dox you? What the fuck? And what do you mean for purposes? You think Very planned this? The whole point was to tell her the truth. What the fuck was the purpose? And the reveal isn't even consistency. The prolonged periods. Also bullshit on the nowhere near comparable. Both instances involved faking a relationship for ulterior motives, and both people ended up abusing the other in some way. I think we've no doubt illustrated that Very was objectively worse, but fuck me, dude. Their intentions weren't 100% malicious, unlike yours. Just because your actions aren't as bad as Very's doesn't make them not comparable or similar to Very's. There's probably someone in the audience who thinks I deserve what Pie did here because I'm getting a taste of my own medicine by attempting to hurt her with a fake relationship, so, that's what revenge is. So by that logic, Pie deserved what I did too, because if she can get revenge, then I can too. And I don't think many people side with the triple equal revenge perpetrated by the initial abuser. Like, you're kind of alone on this, buddy. Those stories are rarely, if ever, romanticized. Victim getting revenge on abuser good. Abuser getting revenge on victim for getting revenge on abuser bad. And of course, there's nuance to this. You can't defend Piegirl, and Piegirl, a message for you. Quit trying to save face by attempting to deflect to the real villain by overplaying their already terrible actions. Doc 1 may prevail, but everything else attached to you has entered a realm she is all too familiar with. The downward spiral. It's so over, Pie Bros. Whatever goodwill this bitch had is completely and utterly drained. Live streams from commentary clowns begin to pop up criticizing her. Her image is sunk into February 2022 levels. Once again, she has made herself the figure of ridicule. Incredible! It took less than 3 days of spearheading a campaign for her to completely fold. And you all respected this person. What a shame. Yeah. It's over. And after a while, she noticed the futility of the ordeal and flipped out, giving us a realistic depiction of a panic attack in a commentary video. I just won back my animation Twitter audience. She says not to take all of this too seriously, but I disagree. This is an example of an unfiltered, over-emotional Piegirl, several times more prone to Freudian slips. There is some insight we can gain from this. Multiple tweets show her expressing deja vu because she's experienced this before. Yeah, because you're a terrible fucking person. Say what you will about the inaccuracies of Hahaya's video, but it's only a matter of time before you shit yourself. Cry. I hope the community won't give her a third chance. Or a fourth. Please don't. She says that while it's her fault for doing this, it's other people's fault for making her like this, and coupled with the justification she makes later, it looks like she's blaming others for this occurring. If I had to guess, myself and Very. Alright. Fuck everything then. Both documents are destroyed now, since you support my main argument of how your actions are the cause of the events that transpired, and that they're the logical result of them.
Pizza daughter. Pizza daughter. Pizza daughter. Pizza daughter. Pizza daughter. Pizza daughter.
She announces the burning of the unfixed bridge, Keck. She says she's gonna get a Tard Wrangler, and then she says that although what she did was cringe and a bad decision, it doesn't mean she should be cancelled for it. Are you fucking stupid? You made an obvious document where you overplayed meaningless bullshit into a cancellation narrative. You included a literal setup, and then you made up a bunch of serious lies to supplement it. You made false allegations. I'm Alex, you're Jay, you're Orion. Get the fuck out. And well, after realizing there was no salvaging this, she did. Oh, I'm sorry, was that reaction not bombastic enough for you? Excuse me.
We fucking won!
Nathan? Where are you?
The docs released while I was watching the 4th episode of Bandy's Universe. And while it was hard to focus on it, I decided to finish it up, write one final really poorly aged tweet, and dip out for a few days. I wasn't on Twitter. If it wasn't for people like Saul Goodman, his friends, and also an angry Louisa, I would not have known that Piegirl was confirmed to be Shala. So when on the 27th I get a massive copium DM accusing me of planning all of this, yeah, I'd probably be really fucking confused, Lamal. Of course, for breaking down this DM, who do you think I am? This is the final piece of argumentative writing related to this. For all the Marvels, and some of the DCs, let's fucking go. Oh shit, I almost forgot. The important thing that needs to be noted is that unlike the last 3 piles of dog shit we just analyzed, this isn't meant for public consumption, rather her perception of her folly meant for my own eyes. It is her presumably raw and unfiltered opinions lifted of the burden of optics. Using this, we can more clearly analyze how she operated with this whole thing. Essentially, the table is about twice as full. So let's see what she brings to it.
Well, congratulations. You won, and it wasn't even with any of your 4 or however many responses you pre-wrote. Like a smart girl, you waited for me to self-destruct like I inevitably would. Now people hate me enough where they'd probably let you back no matter what. My future online is ruined, and the last person I had as a friend, my oldest and best friend, has fucking abandoned me. Good job. You win.
Alright, pause. This is fucking priceless. She has managed to delude herself so fucking far that she is currently under the impression that not only did I manage to predict the exact contents of her Google document and already wrote a response template, but additionally my inaction was not for mental health reasons, but rather a strategic play to wait until she self-destructed. At which point I would automatically win the controversy without even needing a response. Completely flawless logic, unless you're actually intelligent. You know, I'm starting to understand why unsubstantiated points like the bystander section exist in document 1. Despite her capacity to lie, it is also because she has created a scapegoat, a fictional version of me that is the cause of all of her problems, someone she can scream at and blame while completely ignoring her lack of self-awareness and the objective fact that it is all her fault. Piegirl, I didn't win because I waited for you to implode. I won because you were the human equivalent of a green Koopa Troopa and you walked yourself off cliffs without a care in the world. This wasn't my doing. This is all on you. The scapegoated evil version of me that's more evil than me, the evil version, shows up in both documents. It's the origin of the made-up points in Doc 1, the heavy moral fagging in Doc 2, and now this. I'd have to guess that this is a result of her hateful obsession and desire to ruin me.
BTW Vari has violated your little arrangement with you. They unblocked me and talked to me in DMS. OFC, it was mostly them bullying me, but I also begged them to take me back, lol. That's how far I've fallen down the insanity rabbit hole.
That first little tidbit almost feels like she's trying to get back at me for the prank by trying to throw Very breaching the plan to block her in my face by having them violate my trust. Like, okay, I didn't think it would happen so quickly. Not surprised in the slightest. I don't really care, man. Like, this is a way to get back at me, however. Then any revenge is bad under any circumstance. Arguers from Doc 1 have a bit of a situation. But it's probably not that. I'm probably just reading way too much into it. I mean, it's reasonable to assume, more likely than not, in my opinion.
You see, I did learn from February.
She says that she's learned from attempting to siphon sexual activity from me without my consent, on the account that she used to siphon sexual activity from me without my consent. Incredible! The self-awareness has left the universe.
I learned to love and care about my friends more, since I took advantage of them before.
Oh my god, taking advantage of people as opposed to what I did in February. Oh my god, finally! It took 4 pieces of long-form writing, but she finally referred to sexually abusing me as taking advantage of people, as opposed to what I did in February. Yes! She said the thing I suggested verbatim! This isn't a bit. I'm genuinely excited while writing this because I didn't even notice until just now. And, of course, the only piece of writing where she takes responsibility for her actions is in something that's not meant for public consumption, adding fuel to the argument that she only omits it in situations that need to be optically good for her. Sadly, I can't prove that's the case, but it's reasonable to assume and more likely than not in my opinion.
It's not like I have an IRL to look forward to either cause of my abusive parents. You destroyed all I have. The friends which I care so much about because I didn't want what I did to you to happen again.
But wait, back up just a second. Oh no! Piegirl, for the love of God, you need to stop talking. Every time you say something, it just makes you look worse and worse and worse. How is it my fault that her life is destroyed? Initially, I recorded this whole thing about how it was a result of the scapegoat and her blaming me because it was my plan to wait it out, supposedly, but like, I didn't even do anything. How did I destroy, quote, everything she has? Well, the thing that destroyed everything that she has is the Shala situation. Well, how am I related to the Shala situation? See where I'm going with this? If I am interpreting this correctly, Piegirl is stating that me engaging with Shala triggered a chain reaction that ruined her life. The problem is that my sexual engagement with Shala caused me to be further victimized by Piegirl, both sexually and in a smear campaign sense. So she is currently telling me that I ruined her life, which isn't true, by getting victimized by her, because people found out that she did so. That is absolutely a manipulation tactic that abusers use, not taking responsibility for your actions and instead making the victim seem as if they're at fault by overplaying their plight to make the victim feel as fault as possible. You are a fucking scumbag. The only problem is that this point is a stretch. The point isn't as flimsy, and there's not as many stretches as shit like the bystander section or the CCP collector section. But there is not a 100 guarantee that she's referring to my engagement with Shala specifically. In order to justify this take, I'd need, evidence of her on multiple occasions condemning me for getting victimized by her, painting my actions as malicious, obfuscating the fact that I was being victimized by her, and even attempting to emotionally manipulate the audience into believing that the abuser in a mask was distraught over being taken advantage of, quote unquote. But I couldn't possibly have clips of things that specific. Now could I?
Poetic, isn't it? You win. There's nothing left for me. At least after February there were people to support me. Friends. Not now. Now there's nothing. Nothing online. Nothing IRL. No reason for my life.
And here we go with the guilt tripping, overplaying your fate in a fit of passion, the woe is me, the crying and sobbing to make a point. It's pathetic. It's a sad, pathetic, embarrassing display that will only be met with indifference and very mild mockery. It honestly feels like a toddler crying as a means to get attention, and while multiple men, women, and NBs have referred to me as mommy in the past, this shit ain't affecting me. Go ahead!
TBH, I can foresee your response, saying you just told me and didn't plan anything, despite literally planning your response with Vari before I told anyone, using what I did on this ACC to dismiss any predatory behavior on your part.
Predatory behavior? But Pi, you thought it was all unnecessary.
Which really doesn't change since you thought I was real, and painting yourself as the victim.
Motherfucker, I am the victim. I have Mr. Incredible becoming uncanny on my side.
You know what to do. You can take the W.
Okay, So I initially thought that the pre-buttal section on Doc 1 was some kind of unintentional straw man, and while that is still so, I'm starting to think that it's also a massive self-report. She calls me the smartest person she knows. She attributes to me the mechanisms of an elaborate mastermind, and then assigns the weakest, most dipshit arguments to me. This is her idea of a smart person. I'm starting to think that my level of argumentation is beyond her level of comprehension. We've hit the point of no return, where the DM is gasping and wheezing, and no one is smart enough to just grab the shotgun and put the poor thing out of its misery.
Fuck you, Blair, you fucking piece of shit cunt. As if my life wasn't already ruined enough and you had to traumatize and abuse me. Fuck you. I'm sure you're glad to hear this, but no matter what I decide to do, you've ended my life, because I have no future. I have nothing.
Bro, stop accusing me of ending your life. The only thing I've done to directly lead to this is get victimized by you. It really feels like you're blaming me for this happening, that I ruined your life by being victimized by you. This is emotionally abusive talk right here. She doesn't have to be some scheming villain. Emotional abusers don't have to have some evil plan devising methods to shame and control their victims. They can just be insecure losers with no self-awareness, a victim complex, and an obsession. They can just be insecure losers with a lot of issues and unhealthy obsessions, and acting on those impulses to do repeatedly malicious things to a single person they're fixated on. Just because Piegirl isn't acting on some malicious plan doesn't make her actions not abusive. Piegirl is in a heated state of mind, but that is quite literally the last card you want to use as a defense against abuse allegations. Also, it is currently August 2023. Piegirl has a full-time job, a job with enough money to buy clothes and cheap-ass wigs for herself. She has enough money for more frivolous endeavors like spending $100 on art commissions by someone. She evidently bought herself a new computer to make videos on. She will likely have her own place sometime next year, and oh look, Piegirl has a future. Any functioning human could see this coming. She's just crying and sympathy fishing at the moment by overplaying her plight to herself and others as much as possible. This is how a toddler behaves when something bad happens to them. Stop trying to make everything seem like you're at rock bottom. You literally did this before when you wanted people to feel bad for you in your goodbye address. No one is going to be swayed by the pity parties you put on for yourself. It's how a toddler behaves. But oh, I should stop talking because I'm the abuser and I know what abuse is. Can I fucking go now?
I'm telling all this to you because who else am I gonna speak to? I don't have anyone else. You're all I have. My ex-friend, abuser. How fucking low for me. Well, this is the end for me. There's nothing left. It's over. Bye.
Can't touch me. Can't touch me. Ja, just like the Klingons from Star Trek The Next Gen. I have reason for revenge, so here are my morals, men. I can break your abusers, even remake people's evil. I can groom a groomer, doom a doomer, as long as it's equal. Can't touch me. Can't touch me. Can't touch me. Stop. TV time, I'm a big shot. That's no lie. Can't be stopped by cunts like Pie. Don't like it? Write a doc, and I'll come back and prove it's all cop. Can't touch me. Can't touch me. I'm one vengeful victim. Snake girls think I'm hot. Who's the true abuser? Well, truly, me it's not. The truth is on my side, revenge is on the plate, so you better have some good defense before it's all too late. Can't touch me. My apologies for going full Colleen Ballinger back there, but I think I've more than earned a bit of celebration. Because if this video had released in the winter, I would have said that this was the end of Piegirl, but no, it's not. She just can't fucking leave. So here's the scoop. A few weeks after the whole Boxing Day shit show, Piegirl unprivated her account when she realized the coast was clear. Then she blocked everyone who could criticize her for doing so. She then returned under the identity of Shala, the very same faux identity she used to do pretty disgusting things. Then she migrated to trans and political spaces who don't know her rather deplorable history. In March, she commented on my Ant-Man and the Wasp review with Uncommon Blair TVW when I said it was a soulless film with nothing of substance. Not a smart move to feign long-lasting dislike of me when you wrote creepy shit like this about me just 8 months prior. Also, speaking of not being able to leave, she was on Letterboxd when she said she was off all social media in spring of 2022. Sometime in January, she started spreading more false allegations about how actually it was my idea to make Pike or Very's name into herself, that I was intentionally behind it and intentionally did it to abuse her even further. And her evidence for such a serious claim? Well, Very said it.
No, Squidward, sea bears are all too real. It says so in the Bikini Bottom Inquirer.
You know, Very, the person who is well known for always telling the truth, especially to Piegirl, the extremely reliable source, the person who has never lied about anything to anyone ever in their entire life. You know that, Very?
Yeah, and Think Science Monthly.
I'm sure Very provided ample substantiation to prove that the carving was my idea, and I can't wait for Piegirl to present this proof when she inevitably responds to this video, because after all, it would sure look bad if she spread false claims about someone from a known liar without verifying them, right? I hope she admits to this instead of glossing over it. Because what you just did is incredibly fucking stupid.
Well, maybe it is stupid, but it's also dumb.
In April, she decided enough time had passed and began lurking in commentary spaces again, to which people sort of just tolerated her. It's like when you're at 65 heat in The Escapists, the cops will trail you and glare at you, but don't dislike you enough to beat you up. Although there has been a bit of drama, like when Toastify uncovered a Lost Lucy doc that revealed that Piegirl had an incest kink. In fact, I guess Piegirl must have been really traumatized from being outed as an objectively horrible person, because her "I've got my hypersexuality in check" statement is dead in the water. Although, let's be honest, it was probably bullshit from the get-go. In April, her entire Twitter personality is horny despite being a minor at the time. Some of her tweets make her look like a massive fucking hypocrite, and others just got on the community's nerves.
Well, why did you make the distinction that they were specifically from a female?
Well, because it's satire. I was making fun of the fact that the trans community online is incredibly heterosexual and typically enters sexual relationships quickly. This is a common fucking joke.
Oh my god, bro. Oh, hell no, man. What the fuck, man? Get your ass on.
She posted some gross-ass, gay-ass tweet about how everyone who likes her tweets can touch her boobs. What the fuck? Again, minor. And once the small commentators saw it, god damn, they made fun of her, to which her response was, being sexual is normalized in online trans spaces. Then why? In June, she announces she's coming back to YouTube, and according to inside sources, her first video is going to be about me immediately after this video drops, which is going to be fun. I don't know if she knows the sheer scale of this video, but I hope she doesn't, because it would be really fucking funny. And wouldn't it also be funny that for this video, Piegirl needed avatar stills and channel branding? And wouldn't it also be funny if the artist Piegirl decided to commission just so happened to be my ex-girlfriend? Well, sadly, I can tell similar jokes because Piegirl's effectively back in commentary. She doesn't have total respect. She's still clowned on by a good amount of people, but she's still there. Just the status quo has effectively just reset to spring of 2022. Yay! In early July, I learned that she had been stalking my Letterboxd for months. Like, okay, I don't have much room to talk. I just proved they looked through Pie's account on more than one occasion. However, there's a very clear difference between stalking an account and letting the account know that they've been stalked. What Pie is doing here is basically harassment. It's not akin to just looking through someone's account. She is intentionally trying to get my attention. As time has gone on, these Piegirl sightings have only grown more and more frequent. She's been trying to befriend current and former friends of mine to get as close to me as possible. Liking reviews for over 2 months, some of obscure Star Trek media that she's never seen. Following me the second new activity on my account drops. She can feign that she's not obsessed, but she absolutely is. Now, doesn't this sound familiar? She's done this before, intentionally leaving reminders of herself so I can never mentally escape her. Earlier I referenced having a complex relationship with my ex-girlfriend. Some eagle-eyed fans may have noticed, but she ghosted me in February. I've only tried reaching out about 3 or 4 times once I figured out. It's very clear that she doesn't want anything to do with me. Now imagine how she would feel if I liked her posts on Twitter over a period of several months, and sent DMs to her through her friends. She would feel very scared and trapped. Yeah, this is harassment, buddy. And what I just described, if I actually did it, would be abusive towards her. But then again, my dynamic with Piegirl isn't that of an ex-partner. No, instead, it's infinitely worse. And again, this is not abusive on its own, but paired in conjunction with our past and everything else she's done, yes it is. Emotional abuse is contextual. It works both ways, and I've been saying this shit for hours now. Yeah, dude, can I please pull another fake relationship up? I promise, it'll only last a week. 9 days tops. I'm literally so fucking creeped out right now. I gotta do something, man. Like, look at this. Come on, man. Just a little information, just to get a little information. I won't orchestrate it. My intentions will be much nicer, and I won't have to threaten the person either. You'll let it slide, Michelle, right? It'll balance everything out. It'll be even, equal. And I should really stop assuming that you've changed, Pi, which I've honestly tried to do this whole year. It is abundantly fucking clear, even now, that as much as you want people to think you have, you are unable to change at the moment. The hypersexuality came back and only stopped for optical reason. The minor tormenting is in full force, and don't even get me started on the implications of the Charlotte situation, which I for some reason tried to look past briefly. Oh wait, I already did get started on it. You have not changed one bit. Log off.
Look, I took a picture of Lois's poo.
Oh, that's hilarious. You should email that to me.
Hey, did you guys see the game last night?
Yeah, you should email me that picture.
We're in the Secret Wars now, which is funny because I could characterize that DM as the Kang Dynasty. Sorry, I could characterize that DM as what the current perception of the alleged actions of the Kang Dynasty are. Now, initially I was going to go on this whole tirade going after specific individuals in the community for their brainless takeaways, but what's the point? We've already debunked everything and likely provided enough argumentation to absolutely annihilate this person's already non-existent goodwill. Most of the takeaways with actual substance to talk about are either by individuals who have a notorious reputation of being shitty, unintelligent individuals who don't give the benefit of the doubt, the few unintelligent fools who fell for Duck 2, or the same talking points over and over and over again. Oh, you can't respond. You got caught in 4K. The screenshots are rock solid. As if because screenshots exist, it makes the narration surrounding them accurate as well and not obfuscating context or making shit up. Did you guys know that Keemstar tried to put a hit on someone? This screenshot is proof. Or just the people convinced that I abused Piegirl, which, wow. I gotta talk about the fakers, the imposters, the so-called friends who would ditch you if they hear a convincing enough argument as to why you're a bad person. You know who's cool? Cleveland Brown. I'm gonna send the Cleveland Show lyrics to my good friend Green Machine. I trusted you. You were my friend. I cared for you, felt safe around you, but when my ass is by the fire and I allude to another side of the story, no attempt to reach out, no nothing. Just blindly following a shitty Google Doc because, well, it's a shitty Google Doc. It's not poorly written analysis. It's laying out the objective facts of the matter. Don't even give your friend the time of day. And if you've had a sexual relationship with someone in the past, logically, this is information that the entire internet needs to know. Not for any definite moral reason, but because... Well, I mean, she's bad, so this needs to be exposed because, Thanks to Piegirl, I managed to piece together who one of the anonymous, quote, friends were, and trust me, you are going to get the chew out of a lifetime. Since the document's release, I haven't really been myself, more so than the past 2 years. After Piegirl violated and abused me, I developed hefty trust issues, bordering wildly between not trusting anyone and trusting people too easily. It left me susceptible to getting hurt again. It lessened after I got my revenge, but now after having nearly everyone you have ever cared about just ditch you over bullshit, with not even an attempt to ask if what they heard is truthful. After everything I was put through, to have it exacerbated under fraudulent circumstances, the expanded trust issues were absolutely a result of the documents, but they could have been prevented if everybody just knew how to be a good friend. I may never trust any of you ever again after how you all abandoned me, before even allowing me a chance to speak. All that talk about Slazo and Quite, and how you shouldn't jump the gun on allegations.
This entire situation just proves to me that the internet never learns whenever it comes to allegations like this. Time and time again, people are accused of heinous shit, and people just run with the story.
The communities that surrounded these creators, or more specifically, Twitter, have done an awfully poor job at getting the truth out of these situations. And I don't think this will change.
Mamma mia!
But the second the argument looks convincing enough, look what you do. What an amazing display of consistency and friendship. Sometimes I ponder the question if Piegirl was right in 2021. All of you fuckers are fucking fake. But then I come to the good people. The good people whom I genuinely respect. And as a result, that viewpoint subsides. So consider the next couple minutes a sort of acknowledgement for the people who stuck by me, both in a thinking sense and an apologetic sense. However, the first person I'm going to mention does not apply, but I wouldn't consider them that much of a friend anyway. Not to insult them, but we just haven't gotten the time to know each other. I'm sorry, Cobalt. I'm sorry your absolutely lovely Christmas artwork was completely tarnished. It's a GIF, by the way. You people have probably seen this image so much, but you didn't know that it's a GIF. I'm also sorry that the stunning artwork you made for my profile picture was completely tarnished as well, littering memes and thumbnails condemning me. I hope it didn't cause you any stress seeing it around everywhere. I also hope it didn't harm your own image. And regardless if Pi's opera lie or not, those images are still attached to the screenshots, and I'm just incredibly sorry. You're an absolutely fantastic artist. It's always great to see your new artwork of Cartoonchi in a server, and the non-fandom stuff is absolutely stunning to look at. I mean, look at this. Jesus, save the quality for the rest of us. Their Instagram is Crimbitty, their commission page is linked in the description, and here's a nice look at it alongside what I personally consider some of their best work. Someone else I would like to thank is Kiro Show. He bailed on me for about a week when Doc 1 released and quickly came back, although that's not what I came here for. I came here to thank you for being there for me when Veri was lying and subsequently verbally abusing me. I just wish I'd listened to you and left before I ended up getting hurt, but I can't change that. Similar thank yous go to Saul and Mbop, but Kiro got the brunt of it. I would also like to apologize to all the people I was extremely overbearing towards and probably made uncomfortable while all this was going down. As previously mentioned, hypersexuality and especially hyperattachment runs prevalent during traumatic events, and this whole thing was no exception. I wasn't really myself for that time, and I apologize sincerely. I almost forgot this, like actually almost forgot, not pretend almost forgot, but I'm sorry to Sentipomp. We became friends over the summer, and I kinda blew it by being a real fucking weirdo and constantly making Pie Man Win Sin jokes.
Pie Man Win Sin? Pie Man Win Sin, am I right? This is a bit of a Pie Man Win Sin moment, if you ask me. Feeling real Pie Man Win Sin at the moment.
Yeah, stuff like that. Fucking, I don't know why I did that, man. Well, I know why. Reminders of trauma, blah, 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 but yeah. That was really fucking weird, and I'm sorry I was kind of a dick to you. I genuinely want to try again to be your friend because you are really fucking cool, and we have a lot in common. Don't worry, I'm not gonna do any weird shit out of spite. I'm better than that. Now, Harley, on the other hand... Alright, it's time to finish this, and it appears that I need the power of Glenn Quagmire himself to vanquish my foes. Let's start off with a name that hasn't been uttered too much. I don't know what to say about Infixed. The main reason is that I do not know how much of the document Infixed was involved in. He was clearly involved in the visual aspect, and he was clearly involved in the formalities, but that is where my knowledge ends. I can blame Infixed for allowing these clearly dipshit points to slip through the cracks. I can analyze how he could have possibly believed those points. I try to approach talking about him by assuming that he reviewed every part of the document and gave his approval on what goes in and what goes out, therefore partially attributing any flawed pieces of argumentation like orchestrating a bystander to him. It is for this reason that Infixed sorta faded into the background as the video progressed. By the time we were done talking about bystanding, there was really not much left that he was involved in. But if you really think about it, Infixed was the victor of this controversy. He came out on top, and as such, he is allowed to make as many inaccurate subtweets as he wants and break his morals just to emote on my perceived grave and get away with it because the ordeal is seemingly closed. Infixed cares about abuse victims. After all, he helped one write a document on her supposedly two abusers. He had to have co-signed it if his name were to be attached to the thing, and he seems to showcase negative feelings towards my hypothetical return. Me when I make shit up. Essentially, it's an actual reasonable argument to make that Infixed believes that abusers and manipulators deserve to be brought to justice. Until Piegirl shits the bed and dies, once the coast is clear and it's acceptable to ridicule Piegirl, Infixed decides to break his morals and become all buddy-buddy with Very. This begins to pose several problems. For instance, why isn't Infixed my buddy? Like, of the two people featured in the doc, Infixed helped create, Very is, like, objectively the more reprehensible individual. Although they don't get enough focus because it's a fucking gay op. So why the fuck are you all buddy-buddy with the worst person, yet showcasing consistent contempt and even attempting to fuck with the less worse person? Why the fuck are you joking about cutting their name into you with someone who manipulated someone into doing so, but yet when it's mentioned with me, someone who supposedly just sat back and watched, it's all condemnation this, and do you feel remorse with that? No comedy in sight. Infixed couldn't have a clear and distinct bias now, could he? I'm starting to understand why Infixed didn't catch all the issues in Doc 1. With the objective mediator going in with a negative bias, charitability is going to be less available, and bystanding and orchestration accusations can pile up, despite the fact that there's as much evidence for that as there is that Infixed smears fecal matter on his face. Did you really think I was gonna make an entire video shitting on Cammy without making a joke about that? Nyeh, shitting on Cammy. Infixed's biggest mistake was not co-writing the document, and Fix's biggest mistake was making this tweet. Thanks to another angry Vlizo, I was able to snag it, and I knew it was going to be a massive deal. I think the thing I hate most about Very, more than the abuse and the lies, is the fact that they're a light mode user. These screenshots were directly supplied to him by Very. Now, these DMs make me look like an absolute psychopath, right? Let me inform you of the context. Thanksgiving, 2022. I have been met with a conundrum. See, for the past 3 weeks, I've been romantically involved with this girl. To state that she's amazing would be an understatement. She was a bad. Nevertheless, the two of us started as each other's side hoes after a bit of flirting, as in my eyes my heart still belonged to Very. But now it had become something much more special. I thought, deep in my mind, that this could have been attachment issues, but after 3 weeks and a conversation that warmed my heart, these aren't attachment issues from what Pi did to me. I am in love with this girl. But there's a problem. See, what am I gonna do about Very? Who am I going to choose? Which hot person am I going to be with? It's like a teen dystopia novel of misery. For she cared so much that when I brought up this dilemma, she said that I should choose Very if they made me happier. Being my main confidant, I approached Very about the same issue, and this was when things took a turn for the worst. Now, I've only figured this out earlier this July, but this was all part of Very's plan. You want to call me the gay opper? Very was pulling gay ops on top of gay ops. Coincidentally, a few days prior, if not that very same day, Piegirl had finally graduated. I could finally let go, team up with Blair to tell her the truth. Although since the relationship is at its end, maybe I could have a little fun with her. But after Pi has been burned, there's still the matter of Blair. She'll still be completely obsessed with me, even more so now that Pi's gone. And I can't just break her and leave her completely alone, except now she's moved on to someone else. Someone better. She has someone. She doesn't need me anymore. So why not just become the nastiest individual of all time in order to make sure I don't have to hurt or deal with her any further? And that was the moment that Very snapped. I'll only go into the very beginning of it. Very uncharacteristically bluntly tells me that there's no conundrum because they don't like me like that. How dare they state that in such a manner when it was their own fault that I was convinced that they felt that way, that they had lied to me about that for months. Yeah, that stung. They tell me that they're about to make me leave, making leaving as appealing as possible. Then it begins. You're nothing. Shut the fuck up. I don't want you to be a part of my life anymore. They bore deeper and deeper. We discuss our feelings more and more. I'm in very clear distress, and they just don't fucking care. It's all fun and games to them, so yeah. I start yelling. They just keep goading, keep forcing the rage out of me, convincing me it's my fault for not seeing this coming, and how what they're doing is a good thing for me. It's all being forced out whilst I hold back tears. What you saw in those screenshots was a cropped reaction to Very's verbal abuse. It was a very traumatizing incident that I try to keep at bay because every time I remember the things we said to each other, tears start to well up. It hurt so much, and it went on for days. And I failed to see the comedic value of my distressed reaction to being verbally abused by someone. Why did you publicize this, Cameron? It holds no relevance to the documents or the controversy, Cameron. And paired with all the subtweets you get off to making after the coast was clear, Cameron, it almost feels like this was just a cheap shot for cheap shot's sakes, Cameron. Why the fuck are you publicizing an abuse victim's breakdown over being abused, Cameron, and using it as a cheap shot against her, Cameron? It is a complete contradiction to the values you express in the document you co-wrote and are the technical owner of, Cameron. Don't give me that he didn't know bullshit. One of the rebuttals is literally about the fact that I was abused by them. Information he got from this screenshot here that references the exact date present in the screenshots, Cameron. And don't you think he might have asked for the context behind these strange DMs or been informed of them before publicizing them? So it's either Cameron is a hypocritical, malicious cunt who ridicules abuse victims for breaking down after months of lies and current verbal abuse, because he has reason to believe that the victim is additionally an abuser, or at least a bystander, or a colossal dumbass who doesn't verify the context behind the screenshots he posts. So either he's a cunt, or he doesn't verify the screenshots he publishes. Your call. I don't want people forgetting this. Let's go with the cunt timeline. Why are you doing this? Why did you co-write a document condemning someone for fucking with a victim of emotional manipulation, only to fuck with a victim of emotional manipulation? Maybe Infixed has his own justification, I don't fucking know. Maybe it's all fine in his mind, because I abused Piegirl, and that overrides the abuse Very put me through. The guy's clearly not anti-revenge, even the document doesn't insinuate that all revenge is bad. He's just anti-stuff like bystander to abuse, although he seems to have more issue with the bystander than the abuser. It's weird. Like, based on what he thinks of me, doing this would be completely fair under my revenge parameters. So it kinda sucks that he's dead fucking wrong about my actions. And he's now mocking and publicizing a victim's reaction to being abused, instead of an abuser who happened to be a victim. Whoops! This is why you review your claims about someone before acting based on them. So Infixed hypocrisy and how shitty this is based on ignorance more than malice. And not ignorance as in lack of knowledge, but ignorance based on assumption. Yeah, this is kind of bad and kind of flies in the face of your whole caring about abuse victims unless they abuse others bit. Once you realize I never abused Pi. So, whoops. Cammy, you just publicly mocked an abuse victim's breakdown to her abuser and publicized the breakdown. But it somehow gets worse because while I was working on this, Bunk and Clancy, two people who I've mentioned but don't matter, had an explosive breakup. When it was made public, it was revealed that the latter had threatened suicide should they ever break up, alongside other abusive things. And when Bunk mentioned this, Clancy denied this ever happened and accused Bunk of gaslighting. Bunk, of course, wasn't taking that false emotional abuse allegation lightly, so he posted evidence of him doing this. There's only one problem: the evidence he used comes from their breakup call, and as a result he has now publicized a recording of Clancy having a breakdown. Sounds a bit familiar, I know, except here the circumstances are better to combat false abuse allegations and expose an emotional abuser instead of ridicule. In my opinion, this is pretty justifiable. Oh look, there's Infixed. He has a take on the matter too. He may have indirectly made himself into an absolute hypocrite by pure accident last time, but surely he won't directly make himself look like a hypocrite by condemning a far better situation than his just because he dislikes Bunk, right? Right?
Not to take the moral high ground, but I think Bunk recording Clancy's mental breakdown is incredibly strange. Unironically displaying someone's most vulnerable and private moments for internet points.
Your morals are inconsistent, and whether or not you still avow Piegirl, the fact remains that you, regardless of intent, co-wrote a slanderous document. Piegirl and Infixed spread false allegations about me. Plain and simple. They spread false allegations about me orchestrating an abusive relationship. They spread false allegations about me being a bystander to physical abuse. She spread false allegations about me having a massive collection of child porn, and she spread false allegations about me taking advantage of people. They spread these false allegations by means of loaded language, unsubstantiated claims accompanying screenshots, ridiculously stupid feats of argumentation, and even points that most likely are blatant lies. They had one big truthful claim going for them, that I used the fake relationship between Piegirl and Very to cause her anguish, a fact that has been seemingly intentionally stripped of its justifying context, making the actions appear not as a victim utilizing a less extreme version of the action that caused her immense trauma on her victimizer, but instead a ridiculous overreaction to normal teenager behavior with a side element of physical abuse embroiled into the plot. Of course, the commentary community, no matter how much they kid themselves with respecting substantiated claims and hating smear campaigns, ate that piggy slop up and tarred and feathered me without even hearing my side of the story. You know, the whole reason I even came to the commentary community was because I wanted to be around people who understood how to handle allegations. Clearly I came to the wrong place. Do you know what it's like to be falsely accused, Piegirl? To have some sanctimonious fool overplay your actions, possibly maliciously, and use it to destroy your image. It crushes you, makes you feel alone, like you have no one to trust. You feel as if you can't speak, as anything you say, no one would believe or listen to. It is one of the worst experiences to go through in a social situation. It makes some consider suicide, and that someone is you.
John has lost long-time fans and admirers from this drama, and the vast majority of the community disagrees with him. Therefore, John views his best bet as trying to hide his deep involvement with the allegations, gaslighting about how he originally handled the situation, making up disgusting rumors out of thin air to discredit criticism, and doubling down on all of this multiple times.
You had false allegations spread about you. In fact, both of you were by the same guy. And while Infixed was lucky enough to have it be reversed within hours, Pi wasn't so lucky.
In December of last year, Mr. Toxics, a terrible person for many reasons, posted pretty weird DMs between me and a girl who asked him not to leak it. He ended up posting the DM screenshot on a burner Twitter account, tagging practically everyone I know, and calling me the most disgusting things. Most people who saw the original thread were small commentators and didn't have much of a reaction, apart from criticizing Mr. Toxics for leaking a DM from someone else without permission. The larger community only caught on to the allegations via an A-star tweet. The meme tweet referencing the allegation, which by not including my age and using this specific format implies I'm over the age of consent, which I am not, had no eyes on it until John Swan, an account with over 22,000 followers at the time, replied to it and tweeted about it again and again, driving it into the forefront of the community's mind. Admittedly, he didn't quote tweet or retweet his tweets about it, but the sheer volume of tweets about it would more than make up for this. John Swan, more than any other person, obviously apart from Mr. Toxics, blew up this drama into the mess it became, becoming the hero leading the charge against me. It's very clear that without John, none of what transpired would have happened. John, whether he likes it or not, is an influencer, and is a highly respected one at that. After John tweeted at me, many of the same small commentators which thought the drama was stupid did a 180 and started calling me vile things, trying to keep up with whichever side was more popular, with their actual thoughts being irrelevant. Again, showing the idiocy of small commentators.
You self-harmed. You wanted to kill yourself because someone overplayed your actions and used it to ruin you.
When the drama occurred originally, my mental state was breaking down. As John himself pointed out, I spent all my time online. All my friends were YouTubers on Twitter. The commentary community was my life. When everyone, friends included, turned on me and started to call me the worst kinds of things, I was distraught. I posted something which I very much regret. However, I had those feelings at the time. That was how I felt. I didn't do it on purpose to get attention or to get sympathy. After a few days, when my mind was more stable, I didn't cheer at how much more people were on my side. I was upset. I felt ashamed at how worried I made everyone, including very decent people. John is angry at me for causing people to be worried, and I was, and still am angry at myself for making people worried. But I didn't fake anything. As I said, my life had been shattered, and I contemplated and came close to things I wish I never did.
The respect you had cultivated, the friends you had made, gone. And while what you did was certainly weird, it was all unjust.
One of the most disappointing things about this mess was people I'd considered friends turning their backs on me. While, as I admit to this day and apologised for repeatedly at the time of the drama, what I said was weird and very, very stupid. It was nothing more. And much of what commentators, big and small, said of me was tantamount to slander.
John Swan overplayed your actions. After the second document released, however, you admitted that you overplayed my actions, yet you didn't even consider how you nearly unjustly put me through everything you had just described.
It's also worth noting that a lot of the commentary community thought the drama was overblown, and I wasn't as bad as many said. John Swan was one of the only large commentators who thought I was a horrible person and that the drama is important. In fact, as I am making this video, John is one of the only commentators who still believes I'm a danger to this community and should get off the internet.
I also think at this point I would also encourage any trans person or woman to not interact with her for their own good.
He tweeted that I'm no longer welcome in the community and that I need to leave the internet forever. I don't know who decided John Swan should decide who's allowed in the community, but nevertheless, John thought I was a terrible person and a danger to others.
I also think at this point I would also encourage any trans person or woman to not interact with her for their own good.
It's also worth noting that a lot of the commentary community thought the drama was overblown, and I wasn't as bad as many said.
I deleted the second Blair doc, not because any of it isn't true, it all is, but some people said it was unnecessary and I agree.
It's also worth noting that a lot of the commentary community thought the drama was overblown, and I wasn't as bad as many said.
But some people said it was unnecessary and I agree.
But a lot of the commentary community thought the drama was overblown.
And I agree. Using what I did on this ACC to dismiss any predatory behavior on your part. And I agree. And I agree. And I agree.
The way I see it, he's just a dumb kid who can't handle the influence he had. And so he goes on this weird moral crusade against people, and he feels a weird obligation to rid the community of bad actors. The problem with this is that he isn't fit with enough life experience or intelligence to figure out who is a bad actor and who isn't.
You people are taking an allegation with real-life consequences and treating it like petty YouTube commentary drama. This has a lasting impact on him, and it's an incredibly serious situation that has been mishandled in the worst possible way. You guys have lost your privilege of being in charge of the narrative.
John was clearly angry from this being brought up. He had a very dismissive tone to the whole thing.
It's in the past, and I don't really care.
Like it was a big joke. It's clear why John did this. Not because he actually believed in what he said, but to escape criticism once again. With how much John wants to get away from this drama, you could say that, from responsibility, he ran, hiding like his Anne. I believe it is morally wrong to accuse someone of faking such a terrible thing to escape criticism without any proof.
Blair knew about this the whole time it was happening, as she states in the screenshot below.
I believe it is morally wrong to accuse someone without any proof.
Of course she says it was too far for her, but she didn't actually do anything despite being in a position to do so.
I believe it is morally wrong to accuse someone without any proof.
She knew Vari was manipulating me into self-harm weeks before she told me the relationship was fake, choosing not to intervene.
I believe it is morally wrong to accuse someone without any proof.
Blair was a bystander to Vari's abuse of me and let her hatred of me get in the way of stopping abuse.
I believe it is morally wrong to accuse someone without any proof.
After this, Blair started to use this fake relationship to manipulate and emotionally abuse me.
Over a petty internet beef.
With John's one arrogantly believing he was the only one who knew my true intentions, claiming terrible things with zero evidence, that was too far. Claiming terrible things with zero evidence, claiming terrible things with zero evidence.
I also think at this point I would also encourage any trans person or woman to not interact with her for their own good. I started the account back in November because I felt extremely frustrated that my baggage history made many people who I was sure I would get along with not want to interact with me, to not interact with her.
And much of what commentators, big and small, said of me was tantamount to slander.
Given that Shaula just sent Blair CP of herself at Blair's request and that at the time Blair was playing GTA at the same time while only getting sexual to ask for nudes, I think it's reasonable to assume that Blair saved the pic to her computer as she was too busy to do anything with it then, not because any of it isn't true, it all is. If Blair does indeed save CP of people she asks for nudes from, more likely than not IMO but impossible to prove, she likely has more CP than anyone in the commentary community. Blair has asked and received CP from multiple minors, which is a proven fact. Her saving these images to her computer is just a step more deplorable than first thought, not because any of it isn't true, it all is. The last thing I want to mention about Shaula is that after Blair got her nudes, she never really interacted with her again, rarely replying to DMs and ignoring her, not because any of it isn't true, it all is.
Was tantamount to slander.
When the debate is lost, the loser resorts to slander.
Rewatch that video you made. That's you now, Pi. You even admit to it. You're not just a failed commentator, you're the very thing you swore to destroy. And you don't even care. I am tired of people giving this person sympathy, because she will squander it and do the exact things that people are sympathetic to her for to other people when it suits her. And I have something to tell you. Piegirl, there is something that needs to penetrate your thick skull. No matter how much you delude yourself, no matter how much you justify it by eating false, unsubstantiated information from people that manipulated you, one thing remains true. You are not abused by me. Emotional abuse requires connection, it requires a power dynamic, it requires consistency. I don't see any of that. I see a vengeful victim who wanted to hurt you quite badly by informing you that something you had dreamed about for years was just a facade, that through all of this time of bliss you were never loved. The last person who loved you, you hurt badly. How strange is it? You benefit and participate in the abuse of someone and refuse to tell them for a prolonged period of time. But when that same person refuses to tell you that you're being emotionally led on, you just bitch and cry about how terrible everything is when one of your self-described victims is just giving you a less potent taste of your own medicine. How are my actions towards you abuse, yet yours towards mine are not? They're quite literally the same fucking thing, with yours being more extreme. Perhaps it's because you fucking desperately want to be the victim, as consequence is a concept you are allergic to. But what's worse than that is that you want to be a victim so badly that you make up shit to be a victim and treat it as fact. And you want to know something? I don't think you have much room to criticize hypothetical individuals for being a bystander to abuse, while she was both a bystander and the cause of the sexual abuse of myself and others. Where were the pot and the kettle in Doc 1? Maybe it's because you desperately want to be a victim, as self-awareness and consequence are concepts you are allergic to. You are an abuser. Plain and simple. While I found it more ambiguous before I got my revenge, with your current actions, it is blindingly obvious. You want to talk gaslighting? How about you literally rewriting events that occurred in DMs and attempting to downplay your attempted emotional manipulation of me? That is quite literally invalidating the truth to make yourself seem less abusive. There's using the fact that I asked you not to publicize the fact that you abuse me as evidence that I'm a predator, framing a victim's fear of coming out as manipulative is absolutely an abuse tactic. While I would not consider catfishing abuse on its own, given the fact that this is a person who has sexually violated me in the past, attempting to once again fraudulently engage with me in a sexual manner, yes. It is an additional example of her sexual abuse. Let's not forget her blaming me for ruining her life when in actuality it was her fault she got outed for abusing me again, and repeatedly attempting to engage with me and lying about it subsequently, adding more credence to attempting to cause me as much pain as possible by making sure I can't escape her, as she stalks my only active social media for months on end, making as much noise as possible to ensure that I'm always reminded of her and the terrible, already abusive things she did, such as the participation of non-consensual pornography and emotional manipulation. Which, yes, keeping that wound open is an abuse tactic. You are an abuser, Piegirl. Plain and simple. Do you want me to make it any fucking clearer to you? Here's a diagram of all the things you've done. Here's a diagram of all the things I've done. Who's the real abuser, Piegirl? The Piegirl that hurt me the first time last year would be disappointed in you. As said earlier, not all emotional abusers are these bombastic, cunning warriors, intricately planning out how to shame, control, and manipulate a person. Piegirl is definitely not smart enough to properly execute something like that, but they can still do these things by being insecure individuals. Someone desperate to reverse the consequences of their actions to the point where they want to regain the friends they lost. So they try to befriend people close to their victim to get her to cave, give in, and forgive her. And when that doesn't work, try to befriend her on a false account. And try to guarantee that friendship by doing favors for her. They can be someone who fails to recognize their own faults as much as they kid themselves, instead blaming untethered catalysts that they hate instead of their own failings. Even if the catalyst involvement is being victimized, something that they are additionally incapable of comprehending due to their rage. And this also doesn't only apply to emotional abusers. A person can also be jealous that other people are sending nudes amongst each other, are giving each other sexual favors that she isn't a part of. She can be jealous of that to the point where she'll attempt to gain those sexual favors non-consensually. They can have a massive victim complex, feel like they've been treated unfairly by someone they're fixated on to the point where they'll make things up about them in order to feel like even more of a victim. Even if it's smearing a person. In fact, they're so consumed by rage that they don't care if they smear a person. If anything, they'll add a little spice to make the person look even worse. Because they're already obsessed with this person. And now they just want to ruin them. Ruin them for throwing the things on them that they so carelessly did to many others. It is very evident, based on Piegirl wasting her Christmas on this, to trying to friend people I know still to gain control, to stalking my letterbox, to trying to engage with me, to sending me covert DMs, that Piegirl hates me and is obsessed with me. It's pretty ironic if you think about it, considering for the past 8 months everyone had this perception that I was some obsessive psychopath, intent on long gaming a fake relationship and allowing it to completely cripple her before telling her when I was done with abusing her because of how much I hated her, when in actuality I just wanted the pain to end as swiftly as possible. So I just sat back because hey, it's only a few more weeks. What's the worst that could happen? Varies responding within a few days. So let's go back to nearly 6 hours ago when I asked you to answer the question, who's the real victim? It's not even a contest at this point. When the amount of abusive things this person has done can be counted on more than one hand, you're looking at an objectively terrible person. You want to know something fun? February 22nd, 2022 and December 25th, 2022 were the big two instances of me being sexually victimized by her. And you want to know how I found out that I was violated by her on both occasions? Not by her confessing to me privately, no. I had to hear it in a fucking Google Doc. Like I was some bystander to the controversy and not the fucking victim. And on one of the instances where she admitted what she did to me, she used the fact that she victimized me as evidence that I was a bad person. I have been smeared, stalked, emotionally manipulated, and sexually violated by this person. All on multiple occasions for a year and a half. And I hope, after detailing my experiences with this person, that people begin to wake the fuck up. Stop tolerating this person and start turning on her for the objectionable things she's done, that she's been allowed to get away with because she's neurodivergent and a minor. And you know what? As happy of a timeline that would be, within 2 months, she would be back. Because she could do the most heinous and deplorable thing imaginable, and within 2 months, she'll be back on Twitter, people will just tolerate her again, and Dr. Sleepyhead will probably do more artwork for her until she does another terrible thing and the cycle repeats again. You talk about the Jalen and Tipster cycle, I bring you the Piegirl cycle. Getting cancelled is a canon event. It is something that must happen, but she circumvents it, causing the canon to repeat the event until it occurs correctly. Piegirl has managed to craft a cycle where she returns by staying away just long enough until people forget about what she did, then slowly creeps her way back. She lives off of people tolerating her, groaning when they see her, being annoyed, but not annoyed enough to collectively agree that she should not be here and should not have been here in a long, long time. This is how the cockroach survived, by making people think her merely a nuisance. But what do I think of you? Well, I think I've made it consistently clear throughout this video that I don't like you, but how could I not like you? Okay, I'll tell you. You are the second worst person I know, and I can give you the gold medal because at least I haven't spoken to the other guy in 3 years. You delude yourself into thinking you're a substantially better person now than in the lead up to and your abusive day in February, when in actuality you're the same human parasite as always. You take no responsibility for your actions, it's always Cammy is a dipshit, haha, yeah, slandered me, Aiden believed the word of a pedophile attempting to ruin my life. But never think about how Cammy, for once, is accusing you of doing something you by definition did, or how arguing racist rhetoric and barely explaining the comedic nature of it might make any reasonable person assume you to believe said racist rhetoric. And who the hell are you to talk about people believing abusive individuals with clear bias? You literally think I made Very make you carve their stupid name into your stupid arm because they, someone you know is untrustworthy and hurt both of us, told you this was the case. And by the way, whatever happened to the supposed IRL friends of yours? You definitely talk about having them whenever you mention improvement, but whenever it's about how you can't speak to your friends anymore, it's always about how you have no future. What the fuck are you talking about? Just talk to them. Maybe if you stop stealing $100 to buy a phone and start talking to them, you won't be as compelled to harass your self-described victim for months. And yes, I don't know if you truly did that. You want to know why? Because I don't trust information Very gives me about you. And you're still the same possessive, overly jealous weirdo. It's always about how I'm sorry for causing you pain, and I cry at the sight of your username until you have a hunch that I might like your partner. Now it's time to publicly mock your self-described victim for no concrete reason. So much for not being selfish and valuing others. So much for not being as jealous. And you know what really bothers me? It's that you think you're this great commentator even though you're terrible. You do no research and provide no nuanced analysis on the shit you talk about. I could talk about the time you made a middle school overview mess of a 3-minute video that does nothing but state that doxing is bad, bro. Or the time you concluded in a video that Logan Paul couldn't have been the Suicide Force because he filmed the opening and ending outside of some stupid ice caves when you didn't even make a single attempt to Google the fucking exhibit to learn that they were right next to each other. Or the Lucy docs where you literally say you stopped a rapist. How? How did you stop a rapist? By making a Google doc about it? By warning someone? By alerting the fucking cyber tip line? You don't realize Lucy still has grace and distress and could have gone through with it right after you read the docs. If he isn't arrested by now, which is quite likely, he could literally do it tomorrow. Thanks for stopping the rapists. Maybe you should remember why your return statement ended with you saying you weren't covering allegations again, because you were the definition of incompetent. By the way, nice job sticking by the parameters and promises you made for your return. And don't give me that I decided against it and instead decided to focus on my friend's bullshit. There's so much shit that doesn't apply to that, and even stuff not present that anyone with a brain knows you shouldn't participate in again. How did you find out Very was asexual, by the way? Why are you so disappointed behind it, Pi? And you're so obsessed with what people think of you that you'll make entire sock accounts to gain validation and spend months befriending people I know to emotionally manipulate me into liking you. You're so distraught over people not liking you for being an abuser that you became a bigger abuser. And even after I expressed my sheer hatred for you in one bland cruel action, it's all, oh, please be my friend. And what I think I hate most about you is your failure to accept the consequences of your action. You say you're gonna take a long break from the internet, then stay on for 3 more weeks and only leave for 6 weeks. You say you're not gonna interact with people, yet you breach that within a week because my friends. You say you deserve your parents knowing the terrible shit you've done and banning you from the internet, yet you find every possible way to claw yourself back. And when your self-described victim is a less extreme version of what you did to her, you omit everything you did to justify the action, make up some bullshit about orchestration and bystander and make yourself seem like more of a victim. And then you publicize it so people can feel sorry for you. And when everyone hates you for lying when making serious allegations and attempting to abuse me again, instead of leaving like everyone wants you to do, no, you just block everyone except for the few people spineless enough to tolerate your pathetic existence, go into hiding, unprivate when the coast is clear, and stay online, attempting once again to crawl yourself into every commentary space that still tolerates you. But you need a fallback, so you go to communities who don't know who you are under the identity you use to manipulate me for sex. You don't lie down and accept the consequences of your actions you know are justified. You do everything to attempt to circumvent and avoid them. And you know what? I could forgive all of it. All of it! If you weren't such a loser. That's the worst of it, Piegirl. You're just a big, sad, abusive loser. See ya, Piegirl. Thanks for the fucking steak.